ฉัน ต้นทางเอ็กซ์ครับห้าฝนตกสวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับผมนะเล่นก่อนดูแข่งมีรอบชิงแต่ไฟนอลมาเล่นต่างๆ
Match found
เตอร์ดีเฮ้ยดูมันไม่ได้เตือนเลยไม่นะไม่เอาคอนเทนต์อย่างนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวให้เขาเลือกตัวก่อนดูเล่นตัวอะไรแน่คือเลือกอะไรที่ไม่ตัวไงก็จะเลือกผมว่ารอเลือกหรือจะให้เล่นสโมกเลยรอไปซะ
Match found
มันมีโกว่ะกดเร็วมากก่อนว่าทำอะไรเลยมีเกลแล้วนะเพราะว่าเพิ่มโน้มีเซอร์2เลยแหละสแกนตีไม่แจ้งเตือน
Sova, you listen to the weirdest music. Lots of dunts, dunts, dunts, dunts, dunts. How do you dance to it?
ไม่ได้วอร์มเลยนะอันนี้เล่นแบบไม่วอร์มเลยเล่นเลย
Go get him.
Enemy spotted A. Multiple enemies A.
Sage killed. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Let me just
What?
swipe those violets.
เร็วมากยังไม่ทำอะไรเลย
Keep the momentum.
โคตรเร็วรีพอร์ตบอทเกิดเกิน
Let's get this done. Turret out.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade! Satchel out.
โอ้ไม่ทัน
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Okay, where's Sage?
This scheiße hurts.
โอ้เสียใจมันจะไม่ทันครับผม
Turret out.
Let's start this party.
Target sighted B.
Spike planted.
Swarm grenade out.
Bomb buddy out. Right there. Grenade! Area's clear.
โอ้ย
Last player standing.
กูยาว
Clutch.
Never
Ui
had
dào,
a doubt.
ui dào.
Let's keep it going. Alarm bot out. Ha! They don't have a chance. Placing sentry. Go get him.
There they are. There's a blast.
Grenade!
Enemy spotted mid. Found them. Got one.
Ciao.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
On my way.
30 seconds left.
สวยๆเข้า
breath now. Release the tension.
ตกใจมันก็สะบัด
Let's
สะบั
go.
ดจัดไปโดนแต่พวกความตกใจ
Placing alarm bot.
ว่าเกมนั้นเกมไว
Go get him.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
There.
Multiple enemies B.
โอ้ยเล็บวิ่งมาแล้วยองมองไม่เห็น
You will not kill my allies.
Standing ahead. Deploying.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Turn out.
โอ้ยนิดเดียวนิดเดียว
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And there we have some beats.
Need a drop. Thanks. Can I get this?
แต่ก็คุ้มอยู่
I'm waiting to the end so far. Shutting them down. There they are.
Bomb buddy.
Placing sentry.
Face your fear.
Multiple enemies
Spike down A.
Get out of my way.
Satchel up.
Last player
โอ้โห
standing.
เลยหน้าไม่ตาย
Caught two.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
trouble.
เอ้ยมันก็จะกระโดดแล้วเอนี่ไงโซว่ามันบังกระโดดไม่ได้
30 seconds left.
Calculated.
If I power down, restart me. You need me for scrap?
เลยหน้าไม่มีอะไรนักนั่นเนี่ยว่าเกมเร็ว
Defenders win.
Okay, that's done. Time to close this place.
yeah รู้เลยช็อตหนึ่งครั้งเนี่ยเฮดช็อตหนึ่งครั้ง
Match found.
Ecel. Oh. ได้ไรเลยโอ้โหเหมือนมีจะได้2 คนแล้ว
Many people died here. Their fear still lingers.
No, I'm out of here.
Here we go. Watching this. Placing sentry.
Grenade!
There. Yeah. There. Multiple enemies A. Bomb grenade out.
โอ้ไม่ตาย
You did well.
Last player
โอ้
standing.
อะไรวะไม่กินบีเมื่อกี้ยิงไม่โดนเลยเหรอบ้าบออะไรวะงงเลย
They want
ยิ
to
งไม่ไหนนัด
dance?
ยิงไม่โดนเลยเว้ย
I'll lead.
No.
บ้ามาที่สุด
Yoro can't hide from me. Sentry. Target sighted B. Yeah. Let's watch them.
Spike planted.
โอ้ย
Last player standing.
โอ้ไม่ตาย
Enemy down.
เอ้า มันวิ่งหนีมันไม่ยิงมันให้ KO เองนะ
That Yoru does this all the time.
มัน
Honestly.
ยิงเขาไม่ตายด้วย
No.
เนี่ยแต่
Sentry.
There.
Turret out.
There. I'll find you. Enemy A.
Grenade!
Kill my bot.
โอ้ย
Spike planted.
Initiated. Placing sentry.
Flash.
Turret down.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
สวย
No, you don't deserve
ไม่
my
น่านั่งยิง
attention.
ดิ
No.
This party's just begun.
Reloading.
There.
I need to blow something up.
No. Yep. No. Yep. Turret out. Yep.
เอ้า
Yep.
You are powerless.
Bomb buddy out.
Go away.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Flashback.
One enemy
สมอง
remaining.
เยอะชิบหาย เหี้ย What the fuck สมองเยอะมาก
Yep.
โอ้เจอสมอง
I can buy. Who needs what? Placing sentry. Anyone feeling generous?
Placing
There's a
swarm
grenade. I can buy. Who needs what? Yeah.
Can I get a drop?
Can I get this? Thanks.
Shutting them down. There's a trap there.
There.
Caution here.
Here we go. Zapped. Enemy B. Enemy B. Need healing. Dead. Bad guy down. Let's play for picks.
One enemy remaining.
อ๊อบ
You did well. Be quiet.
แม่งออกมาพี่ใส่หัวเฉยเลยโยรุเอ้าเปลี่ยนสกิน
Who's next?
เรียบร้อยอันติด้วยเปลี่ยนสกินนะ
30 seconds left.
There.
เอแล้วพี่จะชิปอะไร
10 seconds left. Thrifty.
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
Yep. Can I get
Who
this?
needs a weapon?
Thanks. My ultimate is no. Yep. No.
Placing swarm grenade. No.
Yep. No. Yep. No. Yep. I'll show them. Mistikayo. No. Yep. No.
Bomb buddy out.
ยกระโดดติดหาเอ้ยอุ้ยเล่นอะไรวะเบส
Can't
กระโด
use
ด
that
ติด
yet.
เฉย
Deploy.
แชเบอร์ยืนให้ยิงเนี่ย
Found
เนี่ย
one.
วิ่งวิ่ง
Let's go.
Off your feet!
Go, go, go. Any enemies, eh?
โอ้ยนี่มันเล่นสเปกเตอร์โหดจังวะ
Flash.
Last player standing. Make their feet your
แย่
weapon.
มากโคตร
Don't
แย่
use a gun. Whichever.
No. Yep.
No.
Yep.
No. There.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No. No. Yep. No. Yep. No. Turret out.
Grenade!
Grenade out.
Turret down.
Suppressing.
Enemy spotted. Variable removed.
Spike down B.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Going A.
You did well.
เดี๋ยวมันเจ็บมันไม่เจ็บแต่กูเจ็บนะเนี่ย
Spike planted.
Nightmare, take them. Marked one.
Prepare for hellfire!
Last player standing.
โอ้ไม่โดนเนี้ยอีนี่แม่งโอ้โหตัวก็ใหญ่มันไม่โดนวะไร
Get
เขา
ready.
พูดขอบคุณสำห
I
รับ
go
แชร์ครับ
fast.
ผม
Yeah. Yep. Go, go, go.
Placing sentry. Reevaluate tactics. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Turret destroyed. Finished. Oh.
Grenade!
Grenade. Flashbang.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
Skill
Everyone note that
แต่
gotta go.
cool. No. Turret
there.
Enemy suppressed. Grenade out.
Go get it.
มันเดินมาแบบโอ้โอ้โห
Spike down B.
I'm out of here.
ถามนี้แย่กันมากเลยโอ้โดนแปะเข้าไป
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike.
Watch out!
30 seconds left.
Where are you?
Marked one.
ยัด
Go, go, go! Spike's here.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
No.
หวานแย่ว่ะข้ามมีข้ามมี
Placing sentry.
ผมจะวิ่งเอาออกหน่อยก่อนขอบคุณสำหรับติดตามนะครับ
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb buddy out.
Multiple enemies A.
เคโอมันมีอันติอีกผมไม่กล้าใช้เลย
Found one.
แม่งใช้ดักผมแน่นอน
Turret down. Mark two.
You are powerless.
Last player standing.
นี่ตาย70ตาย
Spike
อะไร
planted.
กระโดดเยอะไป
Paint. Charges.
No.
Check. Brakes.
No. I can buy.
Nowhere
Who needs what?
Need a drop.
Can I get this?
เคโอใช้แล้วโอเค
Thank you.
ทำไม่ได้เรื่องเลย
Turret out.
Caution here.
Oh,
Who's next?
Grenade.
typical. There.
Spike planted.
Here we go.
Prepare for hellfire! Off your feet!
เอี๊ยสปัตตาอีกค่ะกระโดดยิงได้ถูกเรียบร้อย
Last player standing.
โอ้ถามมันเชี่ยมาก
They're suppressed.
โดนแฟดโดนควันโดนอะไรแบบแม่งไล่สกิลผมทั้งหมดใจเลย
Flashbang.
เต็งเลยถามมึงแบงค์หาย
Last round in the half.
Spend everything. Hoarding money is useless now.
Break's over. No. Yep. No. Placing sentry. That's done. Yeah. There.
One enemy remaining.
เอ้ามีหันหลังอีกเหรอปล่อยใกล้ๆเกินกันเลย
Enemy B. I'll find you.
There.
Dead? I have more tests to run. Yeah. Initiated.
Switching sides.
I'll survive it, Denver 2.
Yep.
Can't say the same for you fragile units.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta go.
Yeah. No.
Nope. There.
No.
There. Never give in. There. I'll find you. Reloading. There. There.
Time out. Going B.
There. There. There. There. Go, go, go! Shortcut!
Yeah.
Obstacle removed. Flash.
There.
โอ้ยข้างบน
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
มันนั่งนะมันนั่งแล้วเข่าน่าจะโอ้ยืนไม่ได้นะเนี่ยตรงนี้มันไม่ถึง
Let's make a plan, then execute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Here. Placing sentry. Target sighted, enemy.
Enemy A. I'm out of here.
เสื้อเขาเลย
Last player standing.
ไอ้เหี้ยโคตรแบดอ่ะแบดจริง
Don't die.
ๆทำสีเบ้าโคตรแบดตัวแบดมาก
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Unregistered persons on hostility grounds will be removed. We report has been on.
flush them out.
I have the spike.
Turret out.
Heads up. Turrets destroyed.
Killed my bot.
Go get him.
Careful here. Goodbye.
Grenade!
Plant the spike. Our spike down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Hesitation is for amateurs.
No.
Let's go.
Going B.
มาบีก็จบแบบตอนแรกไอ้นี่นั่นเองตะบีตัว
I'm out of here. Going B.
My ult's almost ready. Enemy B. Sentry. Turrets destroyed.
โอ้โหยิงอีกแล้วยิงให้ไม่เคยได้เลย
Here.
Initiated.
Going B. Lockdown destroyed.
Going A.
Spike down B.
Spike retrieved.
ไม่เห็นเหรอ
Last player
ไม่เห็น
standing.
เหรอ
Spike planted.
ไอ้นี่มันเดินยิงแบบชิวๆเลยไม่เข้าใจมันเลย
Is everyone's tech still working? No.
งงมาก
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Placing sentry. Turn down.
Okay.
I have the spike.
Grenade!
เกินเบอร์ถามยิง
Where are you?
Last player standing.
One.
One enemy
Missed
remaining.
me. Spike planted.
There, take them! Marked one.
Where are you?
Prepare for hellfire!
They really think they can scare me.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
The security of this facility is your responsibility. La seguridad de la instalación es tu responsabilidad.
Let's get this done.
I'll find you. Mark one.
Bomb buddy out.
There.
Here we go.
เปิดน้ำมันประตูเนี่ย
Can't use that.
There. One enemy remaining.
Planted.
I'm still here, amigo.
Requesting manual reset. Don't get shot.
เน็ตพัก
Human brains are hard to
You
replace.
did well.
Satchel out.
เออแม่งเอ้ยโดนคิวอีกซื้อไม่ได้ด้วยนะไปเลยแหละ
You want to play? Let's play.
Reloading.
Go get him.
I'll find you. Mark one.
Gotta
Bring
go.
them down.
Work good.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
You had it coming.
Dragon rights if you get first pick.
Yeah. My ult's not ready.
สวัสดีครับน้องอาร์มนี่โอ้หายหน้าหายตาไปนานเลย
Who's next?
Where are you?
Go get him.
Off your feet!
Gun here.
Can't use that.
Gotta go.
Shortcut. Grenade.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. Spike planted. Reloading.
โอ้ไอเวนอยู่เมน
Out of charges.
Last player standing.
เกือบจะตายกันหมดแล้วไอ้เหี้ยไม่ถวยจะอ่อนที่เราเลยวะเนี่ย
You can trust my boss. No. Go, go, go.
I got money. Need something?
ทางก็เยอะโอเค
Thank you.
There. Where are you?
Sentry.
ท่าน วางเลยตัดสินใจวางหรือไม่
Enemy A.
I'll find you. Mark one.
Trying to find.
Spike
Nice
down
job.
A.
ตัวแพนกูโอ้ย
Shutting them down.
30 seconds
Enemy
left.
suppressed. Flash. Spike retrieved.
One enemy remaining.
ทำไมเราไม่มีจังหวะแบบนี้บ้างวะ
Enemy.
Last player standing.
จังหวะแบบโค้งเข้ามาจังหวะหายเหรอผมชอบ
I will fulfill my purpose.
Gotta go.
ทำไมเราตายแล้วเราไม่เสียเราไม่ได้ดาวอะไรดีวะ
Go, go, go.
ไม่ได้เสียสุดเพิ่มขึ้น
Can I get this? Thanks. No. Thanks.
Let's go.
Catch them. Get it.
I'll find you.
Here we go.
Grenade!
Mark 2. Mark 3. Spike planted.
Satchel out.
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยแม่งบุกมายิงอย่างนี้เลย
Caught one.
บินโดนหรือ
Bomb grenade.
Oh, sorry.
Bomb grenade out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
สวยเอาว่า11เท่าแล้วครับ
Whatever happens,
There you go,
Yasa
yeah.
kin. Don't panic. No, trembling is bad for your aim.
นี่ปิ่มแม่งวิ่งมายิงเลยอ่ะโอ้โหมันไม่กลัวเลยวะเนี่ยไอ้ตู้นี้แหละแม่งเล่นแบบเหมือนมันเห็นมันรู้ว่าตรงนี้กูวิ่งดีกว่าเดินแบบแล้วมันเดินแบบ
Do not relent.
Where I have the fight. Mark one.
Bomb buddy out.
Knife deployed. They're suppressed.
Spike down. I got spike.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Going B. Here.
I'm out of here.
Spin the swarm. Shortcut.
Spike landed. Enemy B.
Turret down. Killed my bot.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
เอาไว้มียันติอยู่เรามี
Match point.
เฮ้ยเกโอฝั่ง
Spirit
ก็ยัน
is
ติ
cracking.
อ่า
Shatter it.
ผมใช้ปุ๊บแม่งกดแน่นอนอ่ะโดนดักทางผมบอกเลย
I'm out
แต่
of
ต้องรอ
here.
มันตายก่อนนะถึงจะใช้ได้
Go, go, go. Swarm grenade.
You want to play? Let's play.
Suppress it.
You did well. Be quiet.
Wrong, buddy.
I'll find you.
Nice try.
There. Going deep. Bring them down.
Grenade!
Who's next?
Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go. Reloading.
แบงแบงโอ้มันแบงได้เพื่อนสอง
Last player standing.
โอ้มันแบงได้เพื่อนไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
I'm out of here.
Attackers win.
Fire. That's how we do
ก็
it.
แบงกระตุกลงมาแก๊สแล้วโดนในนั่นหน่อยรถไอ้นี่ด้วยง่ายเกือบเมื่อกี้จะแพ้แล้วยอมแพ้กันใหญ่เลยนี่ว้ามาแล้วครับการแข่งขันวันนี้ครับ
Opportunity for the Prime Gaming flawless here in round two.
มาแล้ว
Unfortunately, actually, the knife didn't reveal more of this stack. I don't think OpTic even expected them to pop as quickly as they did on the back of that entry.
But I love this from Loud, though, coming in with this really confident
OpTic
mentality. Now, this is the first big challenge, though, Mike. We have the fight coming out here for OpTic, far from perfect, some light shields.
Great flash.
Absolutely right.
Sticking around on this. Gonna isolate Aspas. That's a big pickup already. And they're committing to the fight. This is a really brawly beginning.
We'll peel away, though. Now they've found Aspas again. They take a bit of a bite out of the execution if it does come through on either side. Actually, less spotted out in mid as well. Victor looking to actually close the gap on this. Could be problematic here. Les actually gets attacked here, but the double swing coming through. FNS gonna find it.
Yeah, keeping that one safe. Didn't allow it to spiral out of control. And I looked at Loud being very decisive, very commanding,
Right back
dominant
in.
even. Exactly. OpTic answer right back in kind, and Loud are barely making their way from top mid. Now, FNS going to note that. Yeah, top flash not bad though. Will at least give them the angle to fight with, but what they're left with is still just the two bulldogs. But again, obviously, in the back lines. Oh, and the patience shown is horrible, isn't it? Nastiness from Ye. Nice clean. 4 alive, the rifles convert, but again, that was the bonus for Loud.
แมปนี้
It's key to note
แมป
early
เอ
on,
นี่
we
เหมื
just
อนจะ
touched
ให้
on
เย่
it,
เล่น
but
เป็นเกมตลอด
how willing these teams are immediately to close down these kills. We talk about Loud's ability to convert man advantages and how actually early on in the rounds, we're talking about how they have one of the strongest early round kind of protocols. It's interesting if OpTic are going to continue with this. Again, pushing towards mid, whether or not Loud actually are going to continue these little flash plays in through a lobby. Seen a heavy stack here once again. Les going to have to prop up the other side of the map entirely here. Don't expect Crashies and FNS to go exploring just yet. Yeah, both noted close on A main here.
Big info found. There's the flash, and they at least start taking the space towards A. Now, Victor is staying around though. He's not falling back towards the site. He's just the off angle, hit back in. Sadak with the punish, tries to backpedal away. Trades come back and forth, leaving just OpTic with 3. And again, these fights are never ending. There's just no slowing down to this. They've made it possible. Back to a 2v2.
จังหวะมีดครับจังหวะถือมีดแล้วสลับปืน
Relinquishes some of that map control. Look at Marv now looking to exploit that.
Iceman himself. The audacity to do this in a 2v2. Do they consider it? Do they read it? Let's find out. They seem prepared, but
he's heard them.
He's going to hear this. He's going to call for the run. You've got to look towards crashes as well. Surely he's going to... See, up to the corner! Marvel timing for the man! The audacity to walk up Cat. Zero respect, zero care. Gets behind him, gets the info, and gets both the kills.
There's beautiful watch rounds like this where you can see both teams are just at that cerebral level, trying to just manipulate any space on the map. Yeah, actually going to have the operator online here for round 5. Loud's ultimate stack looking very healthy here as well, though. Sadak actually with no command. A couple others, and that's such a crucial kill there. And like I said, Marv manipulates that perfectly.
I'm just still amazed by the willingness to brawl that we've seen so far on the extremities. They really stick around for these fights, but fighting for so much of the initial space. Yay, though, noted first time with the operator in hand, but a very fast piece of mid-presence. Now, fortunately, for OpTic, they do have a little bit of time purchased there, so no worrying crunch yet. And, oh, no,
What the fuck?
Walk on by, dips around, has a little peek towards main, notes the players, Ye's still on the case. Yet to be forced away from the angle, and what are they left with? Sassy, Les, and Pankata, and you know FNS. This is insane play. The bravery to do this, testing them on all occasions. And he has no idea. FNS is getting away with murder for the second time! Doesn't get checked again! These corners will be the downfall of Loud.
You're getting key information. Actually, you see Les slip away into a lurk roll. Knows that Sassy and Pankata are going to have disconnected from this.
And here we are again. Top middle at a disadvantage. I can't believe what we've been witnessing so far. This defensive-sided aggression, and the timing is gorgeous. Might be able to thread that needle of timing so perfectly. Does Sassy and Pankata have anything to really say about the matter? Maybe they'll get a plot out of this. Left. Maybe.
You can see Marvd and Victor actually tucked up. Happy to give it away here.
Disciplined. I like that.
Marvd actually just holding the angle here on the jump-up spot, so come through. Again, time now becomes a concern. Is not going to be very comfortable. Pankata and Sassy to actually set up in this post plant. Is he going to get aggressive off this paranoia?
Spike planted.
See. Marvd still being cautious, waiting for support that is now arriving. Bear in mind, we have the flank from FNS, so he's going to be late towards A main. They could wait for it. Don't get ahead of yourself when Ye's watching that. Be it Marv, be it Ye, it doesn't matter, you're dead. Sassy now surrounded. 4 players. The first falls. Found him. Silences. Ye, quick trade. Marv is there. Mike, let's kind of pause for thought here as the defuse comes in. The tempo changes here are unbelievable. We've had patience being displayed, let's say, in that, sitting deeper towards the site allowing the plant. But then we also then had FNS strolling down middle. This is going to be hard to handle for Loud.
Yeah, and look at the number of times that OpTic are happy to do that. Just backfill where they actually discover this information, or at least feel a little bit of pressure. I mean, actually, how FNS isn't cleared down, and it's almost like that flash is tailor-made to actually get them full market control. And FNS runs away with it. Curious here, like I said, some of these ultimates now coming online for Loud. Aspas going to bring in the Stinger. I'm not sure if this is banking on winning this and trying to get an operator online to face off against Ye. Curious to see, but the weaker side statistically here for OpTic, so we're already seeing a little bit of an adjustment here.
Now, we talked about Loud breaking their curse, but do remember the narrative, the concept that you don't get to beat OpTic twice. And now that's come back into effect. So, I mean, Chet's been cooking up something in this game, certainly changing the tempo and the tone to this. FNS needs to be careful now. They are holding for this push potentially. Let's see if he gets the timing right, though.
Loud, actually. Look how deep they've had to tuck into this default now. Actually investing utility to force them off. Such a forward angle. Again, there's no pressure. Look at OpTic, they actually swing through now. Marv's exploring short, he's got the one-way up.
They've conditioned them to do this. It's the perfect, causation and reaction.
Great bait for the operator as well. Yay, rewarded for it.
Fantastic. Gets the fall away, dips towards short. The lockdown comes in and ensures further safety. Now they can rotate that third man if they fancy it. Still not too much stress. Aspas, position noted, will fall away. This is very comprehensive from OpTic.
He is, and actually the lockdown. Force them into an uncomfortable positioning. There's 30 seconds left for Loud to actually step the pace up here. Does this drone clear FNS again?
Don't let him get away with it again. Finally he gets found. Sprays in still. I don't know how he's doing this time and time again. Leaving Sassy and once again Pankata to deal with such an unfavorable situation. So many players against him and so little time. OpTic mean business today, Mike. This is looking good. It looks like they've done the work. We were waiting to see if they had been able to.
Absolutely. And they're tempering this aggression so nicely. It's a peek here and there, and they're ready to re-hit as Loud set up outside sight. In great timing to deal with the turret as well, the bait being the Vandal to come through to deal with that turret. Sets Ye up for success. Beautiful stuff so far from OpTic. Already improving on the previous matchup. 13-3 last time to Loud on Ascent. It was 3 defensive rounds for OpTic.
And we have to put into perspective how hard it is to play into this. With the veto the way it is, you know, with the bans that come in, the map veto will sit very favorably towards Loud. So again, coming in with the odds against you like they are for OpTic, this is quite an impressive start. But it is only the start, it is a best of 5. We have a little setup here towards short, and somehow Marv still gets away with it, finding Stadak. Quick pop flash underhand, you can see the instant pressure. They just pile it right back on in. OpTic aren't backing away from any of these fights.
Slips off the side.
So long. Crashes offsetting the timing, playing a little ahead of the utility there, and it's just shut down again. What has gone into OpTic?
The pace is just great. OpTic typically a slower team, but happy to just stand their ground and fight here. Rightfully so. Loud actually going to pump the brakes now because, as in that previous round, they forced so deep into this default. Just waiting for OpTic to show their hand. This is fascinating to watch because Loud really have to think on their feet here.
This is going to be a big test for Loud to try and find solutions to this because it's not something we've seen from OpTic. We know the potential's been there. You know, they find an aggressive side, but you know, you get tempered throughout tournaments. And again, you look back at the game they had against Loud. They looked, you know, shadowed their former selves, they were quiet, and not having the impact they wanted. They dialed it up to 11. It feels like so. For Loud, it's big adjustment time. They have to somehow recalibrate their mentality, their approach to this game, and it's not going to be particularly easy. Because even if, let's say, you deal with OpTic's now newly found a little bit of aggression here and there, that defensive side willingness to fight, there's layers to it, right? Then, well, OpTic can sit deeper. We know that they can kind of fall back to this. So for me, this could be a big timeout for Loud. I hope they find a solution to this. Otherwise, OpTic aren't going to stop.
No, they're not. The concern being the strength of Loud's attack on Ascent lies in that post-plant scenario. We haven't seen enough of them yet to really get their foot in the door in this first half. We're a 3-round deficit now. Still ultimates are plenty for Loud. Again, we're not really seeing them set up to, you know, make plays off them here. A heavier stack towards A lobby here this time around. Less disconnected outside B main. The curious thing is actually if OpTic start trying to pressure him there. Like I said earlier, relinquishing some of this map control. Both Victor and Marv noted here off the night. Look at the pressure. They can't even get past this one way.
No, this is a stranglehold on the game. And we know the willingness to fight. OpTic aren't just doing this as posturing, there is intent behind it. Already having FNS kind of over towards tree as well. Yeah, he posted towards main. And Loud have to find the solution. And this, I'd say, has to be this round, otherwise it starts getting really out of hand. Cycling through the utility though, Marv's still ready off the back of contact.
They burn up so much time with this one way. Marv will be noted here. Deals with it. Does the read come to the ground? Perfect!
This set piece is gorgeous! Off the back of contact, the paranoia invested in the swing comes out. But he does get punished. A pop of the ult and the site now looking more vulnerable, but the double stack towards tree still stands. Marv, I don't know if he got hit by the paranoia. He did. Just backs in towards the nade, but look who's there! Perfect reply from Pancada. Finally having the impact on the site. But it is Ye in a 1v2-ish. Stadak not really influential yet, but it's still this man! And he's still got the big gun! Oh Lord above, what is he up to? Testing the waters, wants to take down the door, give himself the chance. Pancada now, the single one standing, and you're right, the spike is not to hand, and Ye knows it. The fight for Ye! You can't dance with the devil and not expect to get burned! Ye's in the building!
The Red Bull clutch from Ye. You can see immediately how quickly OpTic looked to collapse on the back of just slight contact. Marv and Victor, a great setup here. Pancada actually completely back, but you can see all eyes focused on main. But they just can't recover here. You can see as well, even with this. You don't often see Ye's op not shoot straight. He gets them on the second regardless. Against the reads, they know exactly when less is coming.
And they are
it's not
grinning,
noted
man.
this point.
Look at Crash's face. They are beaming in this. They know exactly what they're up to. Ye's now getting confident. And I feel like the snowball effect could come in here. Loud needs to stop the rot, and they need to stop it fast because they are now heating up. They're firing up. That's not bad, but the answer's better. Once again, the back and forth. The fight never subsides. They just double down on it. This time, no less. Still trying to bail them out. We've had Pancard before. Less there. And again, Less doing it. This guy has been a phenomenal player. They need him again because he's still standing, and it's another 1v2. Surely red, surely no, and that time he is dead. Less has to do it himself, he will.
And this is a key round I was talking about when they're actually looking to come and pressure Less, get him out of tiles, get him outside of B main, and Less stands strong.
He's such a demon.
Answers the call. Beautiful stuff from him, but still, 3-round deficit here.
First real reply, but it was off the back of an individual, right? And I think the desk rightly highlighted how good Less is. He is an impact player. He is one of the names that should become a bit of a household name here in these shots. Are absolutely crisp as hell, but it's a one-player bailout. You could argue Ye had that in the prior round, but again, 6-3, we need to see repetition to this.
The trend continues. Ye, actually, look how deep he is. The paranoia from Marv, perfectly timed as well. Making sure there's no possibility of a trade coming through. It's Aspas again. Takes away some of that pop on this execute, but the Hunter's Fury going to be posted blind here.
Yay. Such a good attack. Couldn't get away from it. Good connection from Sarsi.
Mob! What?
What is going on? How is Mob here? How has he just got a kill? Still noted, still fighting. Finally goes down. Sarsi's got him. This game is just...
Look at the damage.
Sarsi's considering this though. Victor, no idea. Sarsi is becoming quick to what they're up to, and Sarsi is saving them with 5 HP.
Dark goes through, but they're still locked out in main here, and actually, FNS noted.
Cross is
a little bit of chip
though.
damage. Can't repeat this now with the operator.
Okay. Cross vision somewhat depleted, but
look at Crashes.
Get out, it Crashes, you wouldn't dare.
He's actually got the Hunter's Fury as well, so he can split from FNS here, but a little bit of a misread from OpTic.
30 seconds left.
Assessment incorrect. They maybe assumed that they'd have back towards B after the contact on FNS, but no, they carried on forward. Now the plant's in.
Crashes on short here. I was going to say, if he actually does want to clear through main with the Hunter's Fury, he could, but not to just swing this through as 2.
Sarsi isn't the one to be worried about just yet. Pancada holding the push up here. Crashy's trying to stay tucked to the wall to avoid being noted, but he has to swing it. Eventually, Pancada, great work. And they're starting to work it out. They're starting to piece together what is going on and what's going so right for OpTic.
How Marved is there at that point of the round. Again, that's on the back of the paranoia coming through from Tree.
On the
minimap, look where Marved is when this engagement's going onto site.
But the fact that Sarsi even doubled down to check again, that to me is such good intuition from that man, just to ensure that there was no second layer to it.
It's the conditioning early on in this half, where actually everything that Loud are doing, OpTic are happy to backfill immediately. Still got the lockdown up on Less. Well, we do see, actually the first time.
He's in mid. Yeah, he's in mid. He just went for a wander in mid. On a lovely sunny day, but he loses his life. Sadak with the trade out, and now you can see the look towards the site. Less leading this. One tuck towards market, one towards the box. You have the ult invested now. Do they commit further? Yes, they try to. Crashes though, greets it, smiling again. The vision depleted on one. I think Sarsi couldn't even see. Pop flash towards the site itself. Victor has one in kind. They're trying to halt this progress.
Look at Marv
1 minute on the board, and you're absolutely right. Marv is in the back line. This guy's an assassin. And this time, they're absolutely clueless. And it keeps happening. Time and time again. This is just unthinkable.
I mean, OpTic are just pulling off some of the most unorthodox decisions, and it's paying off for them. Loud can barely get a steady footing. Again, look at Ye's willingness to just swing here. There's been a lack of focus from Loud towards mid in the early round because they've had to stack up towards A main. They've had to try and pressure this one way, force Victor out of some of these angles. And Ye, yes, gets the kill, gets traded, but then look at the immediate decision from OpTic.
It's actually been wonderful to watch, and you're right, you kind of frame it so perfectly. Ye created that avenue that then you're going to see Marv kind of fill through and then find the approach from. Now, we go again.
More regression. But look how early the information comes through, Lauren. The rotation's already happening.
And it's not just mindless, it's so well constructed, and we're going to see everything invested towards this. Crash is going to post it. It's FNS to find the front. That's Sadak now gone. Crashies going to be halted for now towards middle. They could really do with some damage now, and they ain't getting it. Marv this time stands to fight, does get outdone. Good trades. As FNS playing off of Sean, and he just gets aggressive again. What is this brawl? I can't believe what we're watching.
Turning here with the lockdown, actually, Les looks to pin them in here. Sassy don't want to close it down. What the hell was that first half?
What the hell?
This has been one of the most volatile, abrasive halves I have ever seen. This game is playing out like we're in OT in map 5 already. This is something different.
Absolutely is. I already said earlier on the last time it was 3 rounds for OpTic to pull away from their defense. And it's 7 this time around. The stronger side being loud on the defense. We have to see where they come away from this.
Yeah, it's going to be 7-5 on the half desk. What you make of the first half?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. This is the grand final, guys. We kicked it off in style. And, Brent, we heard the cheers the crowd had for Ye, and he's showing off.
Yeah, this guy has just been an absolute playmaker, but a key difference, I think, between the way he's been playing last time and this time has been the amount of disrespect he's showing, honestly. Pushing into deep positions all the time, but it's clear counter-stratting, I think, from beginning to end by the entirety of OpTic. They've come into this match, and Ye has been enabled because of it.
Yeah, I want to show you how they're playing, right? They're fighting over extremities, which they couldn't do against DRX because DRX are so passive on the default, and then they're pushing out. The amount of kills they've got on the defense by pushing out because they're abusing the lopsided defaulting. The way that Loud defaults, they have 4 players in one area, 1 on the other. They just can't hold this. Look at FNS getting kills up here in tiles, man. This is your killjoy pushing tiles, and it's booming Sadak's brain trying to deal with this.
It worked so well for them for so long, but those last few rounds, Loud rallied with some big plays from Sassy. And now as we look ahead towards the second half, we have to talk about how good Loud is on this side of the map. They've played it twice in this tournament. They've only ever lost 1 round. 95% defensive-sided win rate. And the man that is absurd on this half is Aspas. Every time he gets on that defense, he is so enabled, taking those fights to hold down main control and being excellent when Loud leads into those retakes that they're oh so good at.
Look at how the heat map there was focused around tiles as well. There was a big red spot because Aspas is holding mid, killing everybody that tries to push him from that area of the map. He's going to be demonic. He's going to be doing the same kind of stuff that Ye did.
Well, Loud, this is where they were expecting them to come online. Let's see how OpTic are going to be able to deal with this defense side as we jump back into game with Pansy and Hypok.
Now, I think the desk kind of highlighted perfectly and echoed what we were seeing a great deal of. But again, when we talk about this side switch, Mike, it does kind of lean back into maybe the start of this game. Where do you sit on this? Or where does this now tailor in your mind?
I mean, from what we've seen from that defensive half, I got to feel like OpTic have just completely, like carte blanche, approached this with a totally new mindset. Okay. We're seeing things that aren't necessarily, you know, I use the word unorthodox, but it's not the traditional OpTic way, right?
Sure, sure.
They're happy to get aggressive and whatnot, but like I said, it was that backfilling of some of the setups, and Josh highlighted it perfectly. I was talking about when Les was going to feel the pressure, and when they created enough pressure outside A main, that's when they looked to isolate Les. It was a beautifully constructed half. Timeout here is time for the second half. I'm curious, actually, of what they're going to do to deal with Aspas, right? Because it's whether or not they do the old, you know, let's mitigate as much as possible.
Sure.
Discover where he is in the early round and let's head elsewhere. But Aspas is so active on some of these defensive rounds on Ascent, and it's really difficult to get a solid grasp.
Now, and it's very interesting to see the timeout now as well, preparing themselves coming into this for OpTic. That's a real curiosity and something that I'm sure people
that is
through. Yep.
Ridiculous.
That's terrifying.
1 round on defense, they've lost.
Well, there's the challenge. OpTic, good luck. Because by normal accounts, I'd say, hey, quite a nice scoreline here. 7-5 has given them very much gateways into this. But Loud are exceptionally strong here. This is their palace. This is their absolute, just perfect side. So we go in. The challenge is set. The bar is high. OpTic, if you want a chance in this, you have to genuinely go against the odds by such a large margin.
เขาบอกลาวเพิ่งแพ้ด่านเอเซนครั้งแรกในแบบ
OpTic early on, but they got bodies outside short.
แพ้ด่านดิเฟนส์ในการทักกัน
On tree here does have Sassy.
อันนี้พี่ดูช่องวาโลแรนต์
What? The second headshot on that.
And Pancada's still happy to sit on this for now, being bailed out a fair amount and no main pressure either, so they're really quite free to do this, but just a walk up from OpTic. Okay, Pancada finally falls, and Crash has got both there. Pancada, fair enough, but how did he get Sassy? I do not know. Les is on the case and Sadak's on the flank. They're not letting this one go without a fight. A 3v3 now, the door going to be dealt with very swiftly, and Les needs to be a little cautious there. Didn't want to get caught out now. The spike's not crossed. They still need to find a way to facilitate that. And look at what Marv's up to. Of course he is. The man in the back line's always going to be here. Marv again. He's going to hit the glass break. I'm not sure.
Oh my god!
Once again, it's Marv. Just the biggest fear in the back lines. How does he keep getting behind them?
It's ridiculous. He is making the most of so many plays from OpTic in terms of creating that pressure and just doing the unthinkable. FNS hasn't crossed with the spike. There's a cooldown here where the smokes aren't available. You can even see here, Les is taking a double glass. He's like,
wait, what?
Wait. Oh, Omen's dead? Who's that?
God, why are you still alive? Yeah, a bit. Is this just the state of things to come is what I'm looking at. Marv keeps finding this space. He's got that really good read on the game. But again, you looked at the stats coming into this. This is already starting to look like maybe this goes out of the ordinary. Let's look at the buy here. Just the stinger for Aspas and the Sheriff for Sassy, but that's it. So for OpTic, they want to keep it clean. We do have a stack towards the B site, though, this time, and that's for Loud. 4 players present. And you're going to see a little bit of progress being made on the other side until then. Sadak was a player on short, does get picked off by Ye, so already we're now looking at what else can they achieve here.
Well, no, actually, that peak is almost a red herring. So he said the stack is here on B site. Now players conscious not to give away any audio cues.
และปล่อยเอโล่งเลยนะ
OpTic happy to slow things down.
มันซื้อไซส์กันถูกได้ยังไงวะเนี่ย
How deep this drone will get. It's all the way from Sub-Rosa. So
ทำไมเอมันโล่งๆนะ
ย้ายแหละย้ายแหละ
But with nobody holding it, OpTic almost feel as if they've got some space to work with here. Knife actually invested towards B as well. I'm not sure who that noted. It should have been
น่าจะเห็นแมชเชลสกินนี้เนี่ยใช้ถูก
You've got a wide open sight here.
สวยนะพี่
At this point, you're starting to be very confident that you made it past tree, that no audio cues, no nothing out of play. So pretty much free plant. Still being cautious enough, but should go down here unchecked. And let's see if Loud can get anyone. That's the name of the game. Can they do any damage at all in this round, or will this be as safe as houses?
Oh, it's going to be difficult here with... I mean, Aspas has a stinger. Sassy with a Sheriff. Well, they're just going to try and dampen the next round.
ล็อกมุมคาชิ
Move some of this and force a repurchase. Sassy's found one. Yay. Will respond, though.
อูเทกันอย่างดีอ่ะ
Just Aspas and Pancada left to find.
โอ้โหเย่
Better than the stinger in that scenario.
เห็นแล้วด้วย
Pancada will respond, but now OpTic conscious to hold on to at least 3 of these weapons.
You can punish crashes.
โอ้โห
ไม่น่ารอด
Keep 3 alive. 9-5 now. This,
ใครเห็นเขาว่าตาย
I'm not going to get ahead of myself because we do know how good this map is for Loud, and I'm going to hold on to that here. Not going to lead into this just yet, so. Just
to cut in there, though, but this next round is key.
Absolutely. This is the one that determines.
This is double digits, potentially 11, because we're going to break the purchase of Loud. We come into this actually with a couple of light shields as well.
Yeah. Well,
this one could be almost map defining, because then the deficit is so large, and the way the OpTic are playing, they're almost baiting Loud into trying to take control of some of these rounds.
เสียหายเนี่ย
And a fast start though. Marv quelled early on. Sadak with the swing, and we're seeing similar scenes here over towards that kind of A main approach, almost mirrored to an extent, but a fight on the other side as well. Loud showing aggression on both sides of the map here.
Yeah, he becomes the power player here. That rifle in hand. Victor does have a bulldog as well, but smoke's removed now. OpTic need to put themselves in a position to find an opening engagement. They can't lean back and rely on Marv smokes in any form of execution here. So they've got a minute to work with, so hoping Loud to try and keep this as clean as possible. Removing as much of this utility as possible.
ไอ้สกินเสือไอ้ปีของปีเนี้ย
They're pretty happy where they are. Now the crunch towards the B side looks like it is now being committed towards. Victor going to be way less. Takes a little bit of damage.
อุ้ยแล้วไม่ได้ดูด้วย
Takes down less.
เอ้ยมีรอยเข้าไปอย่างนั้นเลยนะ
flash dribble through.
โอ้โหเย่อย่างเอาเฮอะเมื่อกี้
Completely. Sight's now there, Spike is on towards it. FNS trying to hold the cross and he does exactly that. Job achieved, mission achieved. And can they hold this? Can they hold this retake? Aspas and Pancada have to work this through.
Aspas making his way back through market here. Turret going to be key.
ถ้าเราไม่ได้ก็จีจีแบบนี้เลย
as well. OpTic happy to wait for contact. It's a weird setup though. Crashes up on the box.
A little unorthodox seems to be the name of the game. This entire map. And
the wallbang came through.
Oh, bang!
But FNS falls and now crashes his blind. Tips into the smoke. They still have He's got one. Saving Loud from what could have been an absolute tragedy in the making. It's going to be close, but I'm pretty sure he's got it.
What a play from FNS. He eats the paranoia, slips inside the cloudburst. Nearly gets the better of Pancada as well. They made him sweat for it.
เมื่อวานก็ Ascent เหรอพี่
7-4. What is this from Yang?
ก็จับเจ็ต
Right over the top.
แต่ดูจากความสามารถมันก็ได้โหดอยู่พี่เห็นมันด่าเมื่อกี้ไหม
And the repurchase looks a little rocky.
เมื่อกี้ทำเก็บได้ข้างในไซด์ดีกว่าแล้วถือเท่เลย
ไม่ต้องเล่นครับ
And yeah, the buyback for Loud is.
Look at the advantage here.
It's horrible. It's straight up middle. Look at the push already coming in. Aspas though wants to be the one to equalize it. The grand equalizer here. Push straight up through middle. Look towards tiles. Try and spy the player. It's not just him. There's 4 players behind it. Smoke towards CT. You're absolutely right. The spike is behind the wire. It's in empty hands. They're going to set up new defensive lines. This map ain't going to be fought out like this often. As well.
There's no way they put it. This is just to slow things down here. But look.
ไม่ต้องใช้เบียดสตอร์
How did you get back in here? They locked off on
เยมก็ตัดมีดมันเยมตัดมีดเยมด้วย
ใช่เย็นไม่มีมีดแล้ว
เอา
ใครชื่อ
เอาเ
สื้ออะไรของมัน
Pancada's there too, but there's that final player. They don't quite know.
เรียบร้อยดิแพนคาด้า
Gonna find Pancada. Less still doing well though. Still making this seem almost possible. Spike back in hand in 45 seconds. They can start to get to work.
จาก 4-5 เหลือ 4-2
จะตาย
He's down to 13 HP now. Does he expect Marv this close?
Saucy, okay, takes down Crash. He's now game on. 30 seconds left. A little bit more. Punishing Marv on the hop up. And now we're in a 2v2. Spike is down, so time and OpTic's side. But you know that support system is far away. Saucy, they know he was over by B. They've got a ways to wait here, and Les needs to stay patient.
It's 13 HP for Les as well. And only working with the Bulldog. FNS actually tucked up in tree here. Les gets it. That's his third now. The Owl drone will reveal the
13 HP, making it look lucky, but it is Ye on the other side.
ต้องพลิก2บ้างแต่โอ้พลิกไม่ทันเอ้าต้องคูดเอาคูดเอาเยลง
But once again, the unorthodox is hitting here. What was this round? The spike left for it was 4 players from Loud. I mean, come on.
I mean, 2 things. That's the last time we see that default from OpTic. It's the last time we see the spike there on the floor. I can guarantee you that.
Absolutely. God, and one almost an overplay. A bailout round from Les. He was left on so little HP. And once again, he's doing this.
โอ้โหยิงผ่านประตูด้วย
Sassy luckily closes out. It costs them so much though once again. He's well just scraping together another purchase. A judge and a bulldog to round this out. Hunter's Fury and a lockdown available now for Loud. And they brought it within 2. The Stinger's on the other side though. OpTic. Be a pace change here.
Yeah, but there's still that fight for B main, and it can be such a swing factor of if it actually goes right, they win out and they keep control of the map. And now with the mid pressure, they might commit behind it, but no. The timing's actually really good for this hit to come on in. Yeah, Aspas and Saucy deal with both sides of this hit from OpTic.
โอ้เรียบร้อยไม่ได้ด้วย
It's now down to Marv and FNS.
พี่เชียร์ลาวหรือพี่เชียร์OpTic ปะ
And it's dealt with comfortably enough. Loud, 3 standing. Didn't crumble under the pressure there at all.
ผมเชียร์ลาวเพราะOpTic ปีที่แล้วมันได้ไปแล้วอยากให้เปลี่ยนทีมบ้าง
But in Loud's favor this time around. A little bit of a buffer now, but it's not much. Aspas will be able to offset that slightly with the Blade Storm. This will be basically everything in the bank for OpTic. And this is the round Loud can equalize.
ตานี้วิกเตอร์ไม่ค่อยเกิด
Reason this veto looked good for Loud. There's a reason coming through the upper side set them up for success. This was one of the maps. This was one of the sides. Already showing the discipline, the capability to bring this scoreline back to where it's at. OpTic still trying things, still getting proactive. And speaking of that, 3 players out of A main, and the spike's coming this way.
They've got numbers advantage on this. If they push through here, Salak's ready with the flash.
Flash goes in, and Marv strategy gets away completely scot-free. And they've made such mid-progress here on the other side of things.
The Aldrone will reveal it, but already through market here.
As long as the spike can get caught, this is a really good read. Gets away. Moves, keeps him living, and Ye gonna try and close the gap though. No, potentially one towards Bowhouse, but I'm not sure. Towards close cat to punish, and buying time, precious seconds is Sassy. Dealt with and beheaded. The site now looking more vulnerable. FNS gonna step forward, clearing the back of Bowhouse. No, but it's been the trade from Marv. Now the spike on the side, but look at the reinforcements. They finally made it.
Just Marvin crashes left now. Still got the paranoia. Sadak actually gets found though.
It's a 2v2 now, and I'm looking towards where Crashes is off to. He's playing the smoke. He's holding the space. Temptation, beckoning. He's gonna get one. A Butch marked in the 1v1. The Iceman himself. The Omen battle about to go down. Pancada on the other side. Still got a little bit of utility to play with on Pancada too.
เวลาน้อยลงทุกทียังไงดี
You're right, you can hear the clock starting to tick. Time.
จะเป็นใครไปได้
He's not on his side anymore. Marv, shoulder peeps.
เล่นเวลาแน่นอนมาเล่นเวลา
Time a second.
เล่นเวลา
He's dipping back in. He's toying with him. He's playing with his food. Marv's doing so much in this, but does he have the time on it now? Pancada, no, he doesn't. Marv played it to the second and played him like a fiddle.
กูทันไม่ทันอ่ะ
ไม่ทัน
มาเล่นเวลา
They answer back now after Loud building in 3 rounds. You look at the knock-on effect though. OpTic's purchase is going to struggle here. What a beautiful round though from both sides. Again, the back and forth is insane. You see the awareness here. Crashes looking to be unorthodox. Get inside that smoke, cause problems, run the clock down as much as possible. Still ultimates available for Loud. Now lockdown for FNS now as well. You see there's a Sting and there's a Spectre here in this purchase, and Aspas back on the operator.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun battle. Aspas posted towards middle on this.
Similar scenes. Look how deep Rob.
Timing.
Swings it.
The intuition on the timing, just steps out, finds Crashes midway up cap. Lovely stuff. Now the pressure going to continue to mount though. Ye is just
barreling through.
He's straight up tree. What?
เนี่ยแล้ว
ไม่มีใครรู้ด้วย
เอาแล้วเย่
สวยแล้วอภา
Anyone let Ye off the leash? How have they let him get this far?
There's no rotation.
And no one's noted this yet.
โดนแล้วโดน
work just sat towards hell, and Ye's above him. This is not behavior at all. Ye has somehow just appeared behind him, and this is a devastating round to lose potentially. Now with a spike on the side, they can start looking towards getting the plant, but still, Sadak falls away. Hunter's Fury, I think, just got invested in. Darcy found Victor. FNS on the trade. Still posted. Again. How much can one man do? Sassy doing bailout work as well. And now Sassy against FNS. And the time, a couple more precious seconds. But look at where FNS is going.
เอาบอมมีตั้งด้วย
All the way around.
เอาแล้วมีปืน
I don't know about this one.
โอ้ย
เห็นเขาก่อนแท้
And I thought Sassy read that. I thought he was ready for what was coming.
ผมนึกว่าเซอร์ซี่ได้ชัวร์ๆเลยมันเล็งมาก่อนแล้วอ่ะ
Of how Ye got to that position. Still,
it's flipped back the other way now. Ridiculous. Marv just going down swinging here. The only thing to actually put him down, the Hunter's Fury. They said Sassy so close to the mark here.
อย่างแค้นเหรอเขาอย่างแค้น
They found the second time out here for Loud. And look at the advantage now. Financially. And in terms of these ultimates coming back online. It's getting scary now.
I thought this was going to be a loud map one. I really did. I thought by all accounts.
You look at the
ไม่
numbers.
ตุ๊กตาเขาวางเต็มโต๊ะเลยวันนี้
You have to lean that way.
Surely.
ขายของ
Logic dictates. Even with, you
ดู
know,
ดิ
last game as well, they faced
ใครวะไอ้โต๊ะนั่นน่ะ
everything stacks against them. I thought, surely this
เขาเรียกว่าอะไรพี่มันเคยดูมิสเตอร์บีนป่ะเอาตุ๊กตามาตอนสอบอ่ะเอามาให้กำลังใจครับ
Just to note as well, Sassy's having an insane game so far. And this isn't even saying anybody on Loud's playing bad. OpTic have come into this, like I said, with a breath of fresh air.
Reinvigorated. Looking so new in this as well, playing as a pack too.
We noted how decisive they were in the first half. That trend has continued here in the second.
Yeah, 100%.
They're really looking to catch Loud off guard in the mid-round. Make it as hard as possible for Sadak to formulate any sort of plan.
Yeah, the 3 on the trot that Loud were able to claim has now been answered back almost in kind. 2 back-to-back for OpTic. Let's see where they decide to take this one. Big info already, but no surprises here.
Semi-force here? Right here. I mean, 700 left in the bank for Aspas and Sadak. A Stinger and a Spectre, but a Bulldog for Sassy.
And my armor with it too. I mean, he's doing what he can, I guess. A relatively sizable investment. And look how deep they're already sitting in this. No commitment on that one, V8. Sadak is going to fill that space and need to be very cautious now. Play forward for Sadak. The rotations are coming in.
มันขาวกันจริงปะเนี่ย
The sight and away we go. Yay, first man.
แล้วเยมาแล้วโดนแฟนเรียบร้อยเยเก็บฟานาด้า
But it all feels for now as already the site's been completely and utterly ravaged by OpTic. Up towards heaven. It's going to be less. And Aspas trying to play it back in. Like you noted early on, it really was a good start. It's certainly not good now.
The one grenade.
Spectre on the Bulldog to work back in here. 4 to find Yay. Still got that playstore after so much damage conceded here. Yay looking to get aggressive. Crassy's the one to find the wallbang. OpTic on map point. And like I said, the finances haven't been comfortable either side. I think this is Loud looking to make it as uncomfortable as possible on the repurchase.
5 เกมแล้วโอเวอร์ไทม์ทุกเกมนี้ไม่เอานะ
อ๋อไอแปดเมื่อกี้ไอวิกเตอร์ไม่โดนวิกเตอร์หลบทัน
Taking no chances with this. They put the lockdown in. Another beautifully handled was Antico, but the Guardian, some light shields here. Not an awful lot for Loud to work with. Some gaps in utility as well.
OpTic มันกันแม่งไม่เหมือนกันอ่ะ
OpTic, I feel like they're hitting their
ดัน
stride.
มาป่ะพี่
ใช่มันทั้งดันทั้งแฟงเลยอ่ะ
And the high flash to allow the steps forward. Aspas has got picked as well. Yate's
โอ้โหโดน
gonna not do anything.
โอ้แล้วอาบานมันยืนรอ
ไอ้เหี้ยเหลือเท่าไหร่อ่ะเลือดอ่ะเยอะ
โอ้โหโดนกระเด็นเก็บไป
Kills out of that, but apparently that's just fine. Sadak, I think, got tagged. He's down a little lower, but Marv's in the side. Again, these rounds are absolutely unfathomable. Marv tucked in the corner, and Sadak's got him dead. Resilience, but what a bailout from Aspas.
2 ต่อ 4 เอาแล้ว
Fully blind, but didn't seem to make a
โอ้โหวางตามไม่ดีเลย
Beautifully coordinated piece.
โอ้ย
โอ้ไปขนาดของ
ตั้งป้อมเลย
Again, the first time we've seen this, so the flash over the top.
เฮ้ยบอกพี่ป่านวางอย่างนั้นก็ได้พี่เท่อยู่นะ
The Nano Swarm lineup coming through as well. He takes so much damage
มัน
here.
ปาเข้ามาเลย
He's suppressed, so we can't even dash out of Pizza. That's it, beautifully constructed. Just trying to catch him off guard.
I mean, between the 2 flashes, that was wildly impressive. The first flash to set them up, as you noted, the high flash that comes in, but there was the second. But just in between that split second, he got vision. Actually got 2, so 12 to 9.
I mean, it's a credit to just how insane Aspas is.
Yeah, absolutely. He had seconds to work with, maybe less, but still got him out of danger. Crashes goes down instantly. That's going to be the spike. Left for a second, but quickly picked back up. Now, you can look at the buy here. FNS really the only danger man, I'd say, with that rifle. The rest, obviously, up against it here. And, of course, perfect purchase on the other side now. It's time to enjoy a little bit of that money that's been evading them this half so far. But with 9 rounds to 12, a couple more chances to try and close here. Nice and clean for Aspas. Steals a Victor. Looks like Marv's on the chopping block, but he's still standing. And we're... What the hell is going on? Aspas!
มันเห็นอะไร
I don't understand it, but I don't understand how we're in a 2v2 again! This game is blowing my mind!
But look at the spike. Where OpTic have had to reposition to.
เอาแล้วบอมดรอป
Sadak's got to be careful here, though, because he could get caught. What is that?
โอ้โหตะดัก
Just casual, real casual. The 180 just denies FNS. Once again, there is one man, and it is Hay. And a 1v2.
Another 1v2.
They look
เฝ้าบอมแบบ
for him
ดีเลย
sometimes. It
ทาง
looks
ป้อม
like
เลย
it's so simple for him,
30
but
seconds left.
Sadak, such a cerebral play. You got Pancada
ถ้า
playing
เย
safe
คลั
as
ช
well.
นะคุณเอ้ย
Might get the 1v1.
Boom.
That might be all he gets. He doesn't even shot
Rebloy.
it. Lovely from Sadak.
Show
ขอ
me
รีเพย์เลย
that blade storm.
ขอรีเพย์เลยมีสโลโมชั่นไหม
Did he catch just a pixel ahead of the paranoia?
Or did he just send it?
นี่ไงโดน
Cool, that's fine.
โอ้
I think
no.
there was.
เนี่ยมันเห็นอะไรอ่ะ
No. No.
น่าจะจัดจังหวะนับก็อะไรเงี้ยนับ
พี่ดูหน้าม้าเมื่อกี้ดิ
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fair.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเกิดอะไรขึ้น
I mean, if there's going to be
เข้าหัวด้วยนะ
challenge Aspas on mid, it's kills like that that will do
เบร
it.
กโชคก่อนเบรกโชคก่อน
The guy's an
โอ้
absolute
ทางเมาเลย
demon.
But we talked about the finances and this back and forth, nobody really getting a very solid foundation to string together rounds comfortably at least.
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้
This is now right back in favor of Loud. It's 12-10. OpTic tapped out here. I mean, everything comes into this purchase. Yay down on the light shield. But Loud, they have a buffer. I mean, it's only Pancada sat down at 450. The only thing to offset this really would have been Aspas either playing a rifle here, holding onto that blade storm, and it would have made it even better. But I'm happy to see the operator in his hands.
If we're already getting glimpses of greatness coming into this point, I can't wait to see what he can do going forward. 12-10. Timeout concluded for OpTic.
I mean, OpTic would have to do the unthinkable. If Loud win this round, they'd be playing to prevent overtime with a broken buy. Yes, they've got the round loss bonus if they get a plant. That will help the cause, but a lot riding on this now.
Go back in near the purchase here, and you can see he's straight up in towards middle, but it's all a fake. It's all a straight up fake.
โอ้ยแย่แล้วออปติก
Rattles off a shot. Crashy's dead. Cross now being watched. Gonna spot a pixel on the TP going forward. He's got to know he's somewhere close. The flash is really good. Set up to succeed. Aspas gone. Pancada tucked in the corner. Tries to get out of there. TP's away. 10 HP.
ใครเห็นก็ว่าตาย
This time, no one's answering. A 3v3 somehow after two big picks at the start coming up for Loud.
โอ้โหเอฟเอ็นไม่โดน
F&S ferocious towards heaven.
โอ้โห
เก็บวิกเตอร์แล้วเลนมาเก็บไอ้เป็นเด
โอ้
สลง
งานเข้าแล้วครับออปติกจนด้วยนี่
What a beautiful retake. Absolutely perfect. They recover the
มี
operator
สิท
as
ธิ์โอเวอร์ไท
well.
ม์ครับผม
Les has his lockdown back up. I mean, it said the spike plant will make a
เอ็
difference.
มันยิงไม่โดนเมื่อกี้
It's not going to be a massive
แต่โอ
difference.
ดีอันนี้มีผลมากอ่ะ
We'll just scrape together a couple of rifles. But the
เก็บไม่
utility
ได้
will suffer. They're missing shields
ตัวคุม
on
พื้น
the
ที่
side
เล
of
ย
Marved. It's a broken purchase here in round 24.
Oh, we get an OT in map 1.
Give it to me.
โอ้
Let's go.
ฮาร์ดยังฮาร์ด
Let's
ได้
go.
อ
I
ยู่
don't need my voice. It's fine. We're here for a
ไม่
good
สมประ
time.
กอบแต่ปืนก็น่ากลัวอยู่
Actually, maybe both. Yeah, we look
แล้ว
at
ไม่
the
มีอันติด
purchase
สักคนเลย
and
ด้วยอ่ะ
it-
แต่เลสมันมีเนี่ย
no armor,
เลสกับซาดักมี
it's on
ดาวคอมมานด์กับ
Sassy this time.
อุ้ยได้ยิง
Ordered
ซัส
away
ซี่
from the spam.
Actually concedes a little bit there. Is that the sheriff from Yay? Yeah.
เยทันเตอร์มานะฮะ
So reading that perfectly as OpTic actually drift back towards B main.
ปล่อยคิวจอยดู
Yeah, he has to be the tip of the spear here. Actually, previously the Nano Swarm actually set up for that dash onto switch, but Ye's been getting pretty fruity with some of these dashes onto B side.
Yeah, I mean, he set himself
so much.
เห็นหมดเลย
The entire plan now seen. Sassy
ซัสซี่จะแบงไหม
ready for business.
โอ้โหโอ้โห
อุ้ยอุ้ย
He's committed to that.
โอ้ยโดนเย
second
ไปหน่อย
half strike, giving a ton of damage.
จบกัน
And for OpTic, it feels like they're going to have to start almost brute forcing this. They have no info anywhere else on the map at this point. Yeah, they'll force out a shot and maybe I'll take up a little bit of the space in middle. FNS does now have his lockdown
เอ็น
ready.
ได้ล็อกดาวน์
And that's going to be committed. 35 seconds and the counter comes
อุ้ยแล้วเปิดแข่งเลยอ่ะ
Zach's not here with the nade either, so see already less slipping away. Sassy
เฮ้ย
respecting
ทำไรได้ว่ะ
Okay, game back on then.
ไม่
And
อยาก
all the
ทิ้ง
information once again flowing, but
เอาแล้วโดนสแกนหมด
โอ้โห
เล่นกันเลย
so spray down.
โอ้ยเล่นเลย
That's and Sassy, they have no
โอ้ยเล่นแบบ
ไม่รอด ไม่รอดไอ้เหี้ยโอเวอร์ไทม์โอ้โหแม่งเอาจัดว่ะ
destined
รอเลทเพื่อ
Unbelievable game between these two. The duel of fates, of course, is going OT. 12-12. Loud. If you open up a door of opportunity on this map, it's almost
โหแล้วเจอโอดินการ์ดอย่างนั้น
ใช่
กระโดดเป็นลิงเลย
ก็ตายอ่ะโหแล้วเลทเปิดไอ้นี่ด้วย
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้มีขึ้นโล FPS กับโลอินเทอร์เน็ตด้วย
OpTic exceeding expectations.
คุณนะพี่
Like I said, I don't even feel as if they're playing poorly.
นี่ขนาดว่าปิงกับปิงน้อยเนี่ยยังมีขึ้น
They're swinging back and forth. So many of those rounds. I feel like the last 5 or 6, we kept talking about the economy. Other than Loud stabilizing finally.
โซน VR นี่โซนไหน
อะไรนะพี่
โซน VR.
If OpTic continue with how they approach the regulation side.
But remember this duo on this side as well. This was a really key component and what made this side look actually quite exceptional was the combo between
double stack in mid. They're going to look for less. So the guy got away with a little bit more free than they like. They've spotted him again. There are 3 players put the task, and that's him dealt with. Now, where's the rest? Pancada with a critical trade though. Crashy's going to get dealt with as they did try and commit towards middle, but it's going to spur on the hit towards the A site. He takes the tag with the elbow there, so won't be able to come through, commit to that flash. So that coming through. He's getting aggressive with this man. Yeah, he's going to just deny it, and actually Aspas is the one doing the aggressive right on back here.
เลื้อยเก็บได้ไงอ่ะ
Silence in FNS. And put it back down to
หัวแตก
3v3, but they're walking wounded.
โอ้ย
Guys all in. The dives right back.
3 ตัว
What is going on?
3 อันเดอร์
They face a 1-by-1. They fall.
แอนคาด้า
Loud. Advantage in OT.
ได้ไหมเอาอ่ะ
And another round where OpTic is just looking
คิด
to
ว่า
fight to the death ahead of these spike bombs.
CC 25
Beautiful stuff. The setup though, you can see
ดูดิ
it.
เจ็ตเลยขึ้นไปเอาไว้ตัวนึงลง ใช่
And it's a 3-man crunch.
โอ้โหโดนบายด้วยนี่หว่า
A little bit of pressure on the back of Victor and Mark for that boy in A main. Almost baiting Loud to come and challenge it.
เหมือนยิงไปแล้วเข้าพอดีอ่ะ
And the timing is perfect. Less isolated, but Loud. Alter the outcome there. Immediate response onto A site.
OpTic time
I think that's on the back of 3 people showing presence. They know then they have favorable numbers.
งานแย่
Forcing their way into A site.
Pressure's on now. Loud had the answers on this side of the map, right? Like this was the side they're pretty solid on. They worked out. I think it was 4 on the trot at the very end to get us into OT. OpTic need to come up with a concept, a plan, a theory, something they want to try and run into this. So I actually quite liked what they did, trying to find less there, and everything else looked good, but very end of it, Loud again still so exceptionally strong. And we are seeing a good performance from 3 of the players. I throw Pancada into that as well, and Sadak doing exactly what he needs to.
I mean, we're looking at the numbers here. It's not reflected numerically, but some of these players for Loud have come up huge in some of these rounds. And that's the thing. You can count on every single one of these players individually sometimes to just deliver you an outrageous round.
Yeah, and if you want OpTic to tie this one up, we're going to need a little bit of that. Need someone to find a little bit of that magic. So far, Loud starting to really settle into this.
It's Sassy adjusting now from the A wallbang, but there's nobody outside B main.
มันก็จับโอดินเหมือนเดิมนะ
มันได้ในเมื่อมันได้ผลก็ไม่ต้องไปผิด
The flash is perfect.
อุ้ย
เอาดักแตก Now, Tommy the Torrent going to take a little bit of control.
เอาพันธาไปเดิน
อุ้ย
เอาเล่นๆเอาคืน
Marv straight in and they're playing
อุ้ยเทกันเลยเหลือ 3-2 เฉยถ้าดักไป2
แย่แล้ว เย่ไม่มีใครมองเย่ไม่มีใครมองเย่
อุ้ยเย่ได้เนี่ย
โอ้3 ตัว
โอ้ครบเลย
โอ้โห โอ้โห3 คิว
ไม่มีใครดูเลยอ่ะ
แล้วโซว่ากำลังขึ้นโดนด้วยนะ
Doing his best Marv's cosplay
โอ้โห
in round 26.
เหี้ย
เย่โคตรฮีโร่อ่ะแบบเห็นผม3ไอ้นี่เพิ่งหลุดออกมา
เย่กู
เย่แบบแล้วไงเหรอฮะฮัลโหลหลับเอา
ตั้งสติก่อนเพื่อนตั้งสติก่อน
โอ้ยตาย
นึกว่าจะแย่แล้วเมื่อกี้แบบ
Magician made his appearance. Bails you out, gets you 3 out of the hat. No worries. Now, Loud hitting the timeout button. Try and work it out. because again they decided to cotton on to some
เขา
of
ใช้
the
กัน
ideas,
หมด
some
ไป
of the
แล้วนี่พี่
concepts that Les is
อันนี้
going
คือเป็น
to
ทางเอาของรอบ
middle,
ห
yeah,
มูกระ
we're
ทะ
starting to feel a little worked out here. So right call coming in for Loud to potentially preempt that. Where can we adjust? Can we then punish potentially off the back? They did get the trade last time around. I think it was Crashies who got caught when they tried to pull away from it. So is there any way they can kind of round out beyond that?
I mean, this is just such a mentally exhausting series to play. Because I said that the tempo, the pacing of this to actually keep up with the rhythm of some of these rounds. And we talk about kind of expected outcomes, right? So many times that's been squashed.
Yeah.
Delivering on all fronts here.
It's a grand finals for sure.
Bot coming back. Out of charges.
See now, actually, less from the previous round. We'll have Aspas in conjunction. But OpTic switched things up. Yeah, looking to try and get ahead. He's revealed.
I thought he'd gotten away with that. I thought it was just in front of it, but no.
โอ้ยเอ้าเซซี่อะไรอยู่เนี่ย
แบนได้เฉย What the hell
เย่กูแบบอะไรอ่ะ
Dash out. He got suppressed there. Tried to get ahead of the knife.
เห็นอะไรอ่ะเซซี่
แล้วแต่กำลังสำคัญไปด้วยนะ
One of the cleanest
ใช่
first bloods.
อุ้ยแคชชี่ถ้าไม่มีใครเช็คนี่จบเลยเนี่ย
No regress on the back of it.
ช็อต
Marvin
เหมือน
crashes
ทำ
now. Tasked
นี่มันรอบจริง
holding on to A site. Victor actually tucked in. He's got a contact play off the turret here. He could go huge.
This is everything for Victor.
เสร็จ
Know exactly where he is.
เรียบร้อย
โอ้ย
Victor misreading the timing and just
เฮ้ย
facing
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
โอ้โห
It
เซ
ain't over
ซี่
yet because Mars made it on site. The paranoia perfectly
โอ้ย
timed
ติด
the
อยู่ตรงนั้น
TP
3
to
คน
find a little bit of safety. He ain't letting this site go. Crashies lingering over from CT, but he needs big kills here, and he's got one. He can't get the second, and now
เซซี่เทรดเร็วเหลือแคชชี่คนเดียว
has the shock dart invested.
Now
Aldrin goes up,
check.
gonna spot the player on the side. That's no problem. But it's the one towards Boathouse, and with 20 seconds, they don't have the plant down just yet.
อุ้ยมองจุด
Keep his composure. Can Crashies
ไม่แพนด้วยใจ
cool
แข็ง
on their nerves?
แพนไม่ได้
Tries to
ขอไปแพน
build
ไม่ได้ด้วย
semblance of silence. Just hold on for a second.
Left.
And now he starts to build.
Ui.
He tries to get that pick.
อุ้ยขู่จังห
ดู
วะ
อะไรอะครับผม
5 more
อุ้ยแบง
seconds.
เข้าไป
They're running low on
Ui.
bullet time with 7 HP. He's charging down on the side.
อุ้ยเฮ้ยไปแล้ว
Still standing, still breathing. It gets them to 14.
That is an absolutely
เมื่อกี้คลาสสิก
heartbreaking
นัดแรก
round
มัน
loss.
มันคลิกขวาและนัดที่สองมัน
But
ยิ
you
ง
gotta feel
นัด
like
เดียวอ่ะมัน
Crashies
ไม่คลิก
has
ขวา
him dead to rights.
ถ้าขี้ขวาผมว่าน่าตายอยู่เนี่ย
เออ
มันเหลือเลือดเท่าไหร่อ่ะอยากเห็นนะ
Spike down B.
What the hell was that?
มันกลับคลิกซ้ายมันยิงปกติ
Can't believe
ครั้งที่
he's
สอง
just
อะ
won that.
And you know it. That second between the right click and then the shot
เดี๋ยว
coming
เดี๋ยว
back in.
เลือด
Felt
เลือด
like
สาม
eternity for Crashies.
โอ้โห
3 HP. We go again. No rest for the wicked in the underhand flash. Marved. Turned it well enough that he would have at least gotten a shot back into this, but already looking towards that A site.
โอ้โห
Rotations on the way.
เกินไป
Invested. It's a big pace change here. Sadak gets ahead of it, does get revealed by the
Oi.
knife though. And that's it. Tag up back up.
โดนแบน
He's gonna be feeling so much
Third
suppressed.
kill.
เอ้า
โดน
แบนแล้วไปเก็บวิกเตอร์
Pencon is just
เซซี่เก็บมาร์ฟแคชชี่เก็บทันก็ได้
เรียบร้อย
เรียบร้อยจบ
โอ้โห
แล้วคัมแบ็ก
คลาสสิกเก็บเยไปครับ
rushing OpTic in the end in OT.
โอ้โห
ไม่กอด
You gotta feel the round prior. Set that
ผม
into
รู้แล้วพี่ตอน
motion.
นี้ผมไม่เชียร์ทีมไหนเลย ผมจะพากเป็นก
That's
ลางเลย
heartbreaking. But this
นี่จากเหลือแค่ราวจะได้ราวเดียวจบแล้วโดนแบบตี
แม่ง
ขึ้น
ไล่
มา
ขึ้นมาแบบ
เออ
did look like OpTic had all the
Yeah,
answers. They
เอา
came
เรื่
in
อง
prepped. They came in looking good. They were running
นี่บราซิ
everywhere.
ล
Good half scoreline as well.
Really happy to really switch things up.
Ini
here.
Brazil,
Almost
yeah.
catching Loud off guard. I
Good
would say coming out with
time.
that first half performance, you
Oh,
got to
what
feel
the
Loud were feeling the heat, and this is supposed to be absolute comfort zone. This is the stronghold for Loud.
And you started to see it though. That longevity was there. It kicked into effect. They held.
แต่รอบนี้วิกเตอร์นี่ไม่ค่อย
Again,
เล่น
I
ไม่ออก
tell
เลย
you, we go back through the motions. You kind of roll your mind back a bit here, but I've got to say for me, Sassy from the very start was on.
ต้องไปดูเยจับแคมเบอร์แทนแล้ว
I mean, it wasn't necessarily visible in a lot of rounds, but slowly he was chipping away, got himself up to like 20 kills or so, and we're like, hang on, actually.
เนี่ยเรา
You know, where Aspas is
เอา
there,
ตอน
not necessarily feeding, but
มาเลิก
really getting negated around
เลิก
the
อย่างไร
map. And then Sassy, I mean, some of these rounds just absolutely ridiculous. Ends up on 32 kills. Aspa as well, just to note it as well, not necessarily reflected numerically, but he had an insane game here. And he felt so much of the focus. So much of this was just tailor-made towards Les and Aspas, just to make sure that they can't have impact.
Roll your mind back to that double flash towards middle, trying to pressure, but still gets two somehow in the a second that he had to work with. Remember, Les went with 3 players digging him out of tiles.
ใช่แต่โดนหัวเฉยเลยพอเราทำบ้างกระสุนไปไหนไม่รู้
Brilliant resistance being shown by Loud here to be able to bring that one back, because it did feel as though OpTic came out and did make a big impression here. So this is already a fantastic map one. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. If this quality keeps up, I don't know where we're going to be in a couple of, more maps, maybe more hours at this point. But brief summary here, has this exceeded expectation knowing where you came into this with? Like, yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yes. Right. I can't wait to see actually how OpTic approached the rest of this veto. We said it was kind of front-loaded. Throw me the next map right now.
Well, there we go. That's how we're going to leave this one. We're going to hand it back down to the desk in a second's time to wrap up map 1 and lead us in.
เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ
ถ้าอีกแบบนึงเราชนะนี่โอ้โหน่าจะแบบ
พี่ดูอย่างเมื่อวานก็ได้ต่อให้ไม่มีอะไรแน่นอนเลยพี่แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะเพราะแบบที่แล้วเรามันเลือกมาอันเด่นนะ
อย่างที่เชื่อว่าเยมห้ามเยมอยู่ในเจนแซมเบอร์มันน่าจะเล่นได้ดีกว่า
ไม่แน่นะพี่ผมว่าเยมมันก็มั่นใจเจน
เนี่ยมันไม่ทำไมกดสกินนี่เหรอวะเนี่ย
สวยอ่ะผมว่าสวยนะแต่โอ้ยีสทัสเดย์เตอร์ถ้าออกสกินนี้ผมว่าคนก็ซื้อ
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
มันมีแบนเนอร์ใหม่ป่ะพี่ใช่ป่ะ
อันนี้ใช่เป็นเรื่องหลักแล้วฮีโร่การ์ดมีคนดู200,000 กว่า
Time and look at this, the city is lighting up for them. They've already taken map 1, guys. They've done more here already, Mimi, than the last time they were in a grand final.
I mean, what an impressive way to start out this series for Loud. It looked like that for OpTic, they were going to finally be able to best this team on Ascent, but when we got into that second half, Loud again proved their dominance on that defensive side.
I mean, the defensive side, though, was cracked open in multiple different ways. The amount of times that OpTic managed to find somebody behind enemy lines, getting Marved and Ye into deep lurks. But when they got for the site execs, Loud were just able to hold it off completely. And you've seen here that there is a big difference in terms of one defensive round lost prior coming into this map, and then multiple lost this time. So OpTic definitely punching harder than we expected.
No, it was a great matchup in terms of just the absolute adaptations on the fly, honestly, because you could tell from the get-go that OpTic had changed up their game plan. Every single player is playing way more aggressively, trying to find those holes you were talking about in the defensive protocols a lot of the time. And it looked like OpTic were going to take it, but it is Loud once more battling back, showcasing some of that experience they've got, and making it one of the most ridiculous maps that I've actually ever watched. I mean, I could absolutely empathize.
Fucking weird. He went all the way to Istanbul. The first thing he eats is Thai food. I'm like, huh? He goes all the way to Istanbul to eat Thai food.
It was absurd.
First day.
For Loud, it's kind of
crazy.
A story that has been with them for this entire tournament, in that they are one of the best teams
no,
when the
Super
going
Bass
gets
no.
tough, when games get
No.
close.
What does that mean? Super Bass no. Yeah, Super Bass so no. Goes to Istanbul to eat Thai food. First day. No.
Such a big way towards the tail end of this game to keep Loud in
is a
it.
good word. Okay. A pin port. What is that?
I don't believe it.
Am I gay? No.
The amount of moments that Sassy was able to win,
say something.
I already know that. ถ้าชี้ได้อะโกน่าจะหลอนน่าดูถ้ามันแพ้อะ
This was so winnable by either team.
Thank God it's Brazilian.
Yeah, my drop box.
That was just an absolutely
Super Bass is
outrageous thing.
nine. Yeah, it's fucking
I couldn't believe it, but I mean, justice honestly as well for trying to use the jump right to the classic. So.
I think he might be Brazilian and bold.
I don't want to say
something.
something.
But you guys are winners too, fantastic
Camarad.
Jet players on the server. Why not throw you another one? It's the Korean Jet standing by with Achilles.
Camarad. Sambut Pong May Tai.
That's right.
Sambut Pong May Tai.
Other than Buzz, one of my favorite players, and Buzz, off the rip, let's just go ahead and show it.
นี่มาดูช่องบัตรเป็นโคตรหาเลยแล้วมีจุดคะแนนบอสตี้กับภาษาไทย
อ๋อสิงคโปร์ปะ
แล้วเป็นสอนภาษาไทยกันตอนนี้ต้องใช้ก็เกียนสอนภาษาไทย
But OpTic was
ไม่ได้แต่สอนคำหยาบแน่ๆได้
but they winning in the first half. But last time they allowed to pull it back and goes to overtime, and they winning. And it's crazy match. I see.
Oh, hopefully it keeps being that crazy. But it's been a pretty crazy time. We've been here for a very long time.
Tell them to shut
what
the
has
fuck
been your
up. Tell
favorite
them to shut
part about
up.
being here in Istanbul?
There's a lot of moments I wanted to say. The match we played, there was crazy moments, you know? The against Furia, Fnatic, FPX. It goes to overtime a lot.
Gago, ibig sabihin pala nun, patay yung papa niya.
Crazy match, and there's a lot of
I'm gonna leave this.
memories.
You guys are weird.
All right, so the matches, I mean,
you guys are weird.
Absolutely incredible. Some great series throughout there, and the fact that you guys were able to make it as far as you did is just utterly incredible. I mean, moving on, who do you think is going to be able to take this? Loud have the first map. OpTic, though, still looking really, really good on Loud's map pick. Who do you think is going to be able to win the series?
I think the Loud is going to win this series because
what's up?
The last time Loud beat the OpTic, and the map boss for the route is so good.
I like that idea.
So I think Loud is going to win like a 3-0 or 3-1.
Yeah, that was
I think Loud is going to win this series.
Okay, there you go. Korean Jet is saying Loud is going to do it. We're not going to have the two-time. We are going to have the first Brazilian champions.
What's your dad name? I don't want to say that.
Last question for you here, Buzz. Do you have
What's
anything
your
you want to say to the English fans? Because obviously you've been having incredible international performances this whole year round. You've gotten so many people's attention on the English side. I want to give you the opportunity to say something to them in English.
I just like to say,
yeah, me too. I love you.
Thank you.
I love
who
you.
support us and
it's the
watching
best.
us.
The best.
After I lose, I want to say everyone that they give us the kind words. That gives
you guys
me
teach
energy,
me. You guys taught me. It's your fault.
Thank
it's
you to everyone. I hope you guys enjoy this tournament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buzz. 감사합니다. Congratulations on doing your first English interview without a translator. Stand
I have
by.
to memorize.
Dave, maybe he's going to be out of a job. I don't know. But guys, we'll throw it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the crew.
Can you say Super Bass Quilek? Quilek.
Quilek. Super Bass Quilek.
Super Bass Quilek. I Super Bass I Quilek.
I Quilek.
I don't learn fast.
Oh my god. คุณติดอาวุธอะไรให้กับฝรั่งคนนี้
I Quilek. I am memorizing. I have to memorize.
Yeah, and one guy who's been leading the team over at Loud is Sadak. He is in the aim lab shoot around as he's prepping
Nah,
for
bro, I
map
don't want to
2.
say something,
And
bro.
Bren, you were
Why would I say
complimenting
that? You
Loud
guys
on
are
the
fucked up.
ways that they prepared and the calling as well. How much does he need to step up, do you feel like, as the series gets
The best place is Pattaya. Yes, I love Pattaya. Come here, lick balls, suck dick, lick balls, lick butt, everything, you know. No, Thailand are very
he's going to play such a huge and pivotal role
they
for
can do
Loud
everything.
this series goes.
Suck balls,
Because, like I said prior, as we were heading into the map select,
500
preparation goes out the window
like everyone's
and it comes down to the resilience, the mental game, and being able to essentially adapt to what your opponents are throwing at you on the fly. In fact, we already saw that on Ascent, I think. The further Ascent went, the more the kind of the preconceived notions that both teams had coming into that map just went out the window, and they were adapting to the way that each team was playing over and over again. And so Sadak versus FNS in this IGL battle is going to be one of the most important elements of this entire series now to decide who takes the whole thing.
Yeah, I think the battle of the minds is everything for these guys, especially as the series progresses, because we head into Bind now, and this is one of those maps that has generally been a strong favorite of OpTic's, but the last time these two teams played, Loud actually came out on top, and I think it also did kind of come down to the late stage adaptation that Loud was able to provide.
Yeah, it does bear mentioning that OpTic are incredible at Bind. They are 10-1 globally with the competition that they run, and that one loss is to Loud. And it happened in the upper finals, and the way in which it happened is that Loud were running sand crunches repeatedly. They were getting control of short, they were holding it with the Viper one way, and they were crunching sand, trying to punish Marv, to get retakes through hookah. So there's a clear game plan there, but it also offers an opportunity for OpTic to respond and come up with a counter of their own now.
Yeah, and we already saw that on Ascent, where they did come out, they saw that 4-1 slower style on the attack that Loud like to play. They got aggressive on the defense, even if there wasn't a lot of time to prep. We're already seeing some of those ideas out of OpTic. The question is, what is that idea here on Bind?
We're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent select here. OpTic, they're trailing by one map, but this is where we expect them to recover, given that Power and Fracture are out of the question.
Yeah, I would say so. I think this is their map pick to win now as we head into Bind. It's typically been a comfort, despite the fact that they did lose to Loud last time in that matchup where they were playing against each other.
Yeah, so come to Philippines,
really
guys. We give you good food.
Kind of adapting, I think, the evolution of this team as well. It doesn't necessarily come down to the compositions that they've changed up. It's come down
sorry,
to
guys,
those
I'm
little things,
butchering
the
your
way that they
beautiful
change the
language.
defensive setups, the way that when you have a Viper's pit online, Victor will hold in a much more unorthodox
Watching
angle,
the
for
tournament
example, to try and play off of that. Those are the little things that OpTic are doing that makes them one of the best teams in the world at Bind.
Like I said, Loud
How do you say small dick again?
Or have recently, since they've been playing this comp against OpTic, love to run these teleporter plays into B and crunching that area, pushing through with short control. For OpTic, I think they need to adjust their game plan on the attack side. That's where they're going to be starting with this comp. And normally they run B long with a late backstab through hookah, and Marv was getting caught in those positions too. So there are clear strategic things that they need to shift, and they will know that they need to shift heading into Bind.
And I think the two players that does put the pressure on is Marv and Ye. They were two of the top performers in map number 1, but these are the guys that on the slower are the ones playing back, holding for those flanks, and shutting down those retakes Loud.
Yeah, and this is where OpTic, they have to come back. If you look at the maps of the rest of the pool, how concerned are you guys if they're not able to?
If Loud win here, I'm with Buzz. It's probably a 3-0 or a 3-1.
It looks that way, right? It really does, I think. Both of these teams are just, despite the fact that the first map was so close.
Yeah, it's going to be an important one indeed. We already had an overtime. Pansy and Hypog, we in for another one?
I absolutely bloody well hope so, if it keeps up to what map 1 is looking like. But, Mike, this is one of those gateway maps, I feel, in potentially unlocking the best of 5 here. If it does go the way of, let's say, Loud, you do feel as though it starts looking like that 3-0 does become highly likely, maybe a 3-1.
I believe so, yeah. I'm absolutely with the desk down with Buzz as well. That ultimately this one is really the flip factor of this veto. And when I said previously the veto's front-loaded for Ascent, that was the one that should have been comfortable. So in terms of expectations, we're already kind of off kilter here. So it's going to be interesting, again, starting on the attacking side. I mean, last time Victor didn't necessarily struggle to really find value, but the number of times that Loud were actually effectively able to deal with him, some of the desk highlights were actually some of these setups where Loud had the perfect reads, and they knew at what time of the round that was going to happen. They absolutely bossed the middle round.
This is where we find out, was it a bad performance from OpTic, an off day before, and you find the validity in the answer of, was this now Loud fully answering them, fully understanding what makes OpTic great on this map, Or can Loud do that again? Has been evolution. So many more questions coming into this. We look towards the attacking side here, and it's OpTic starting out.
พี่ดูไปแป๊บนึงแล้วพี่ต้ามันชวนพี่ยิง
Already scoring a little towards short.
เดี๋ยวพี่ต้องไปยิงกับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานนี้พี่ทิ้งมันไปดูแข่ง
Noting nothing so far.
แต่เชียร์ใครเชียร์ใครเชียร์ใครกัน
ผมไม่เชียร์แล้วผมจะพากเป็นกลาง
คุณต้องเป็นกลางนะคุณเป็นนักพากย์อ่ะ
ผมจะเชียร์ทั้งสองฝ่ายใครทำดีผมจะชม
เหมือนแบบว่าเศร้าทุกครั้งที่ถ้ายิงไม่โดนใช่แบบว่าตัดภาพไปที่ใคร
ไม่ว่าใครก็แล้ว
แต่ว่าพี่มีคนเชียร์แล้วว่ะ
เชียร์อะไร
พี่เชียร์OpTic เพราะว่าอะไรเพราะว่าชอบแคทชี่เชียร์คุณหล่อเลยอ่ะ
หนุ่มเขียวหมักราว
คุณหล่อเลยอ่ะอะไรวะตอนแรกว่าจะสตีลคนน่าจะไม่ได้ดูกันแล้วมั้งไปดูแข่งกันหมด
แมตช์ใหญ่เนี่ยแมตช์รอบชิงแล้ว
ก็เซซี่ยิง
The punish on the timing here. They've actually carved space for themselves. And timing, they've still got to get a little bit of wiggle on it. The fight towards CT. CT is found.
เรียบร้อยเย่
เฮ้ย
เอาบอล
The rest of his team.
What the hell ก็นึกบอกลาวได้เรียบร้อยแน่นอนจบแล้วนี่มาผิดไอ้เหี้ยอะไรเนี่ย
Oh my god
Just when it all looked going so well for Loud
นายโหดมากมา
ปึ้ง3 หัว
Surgical precision from Marv
ดีพิมพ์เซลฟ์เลยอ่ะโอ้โหโคตรโหดอะไรอ่ะ
What the hell
ไม่มีใครเช็คเอลโบ้เลย
แล้วมากันทีละคนนะ
ใช่
Well, we got stingers coming out. We got no armor behind it though, so it's purely stingers with a little bit of utility. That's about it.
โอ้โหหมอเลยวิลลี่ฟอสสู้เลยอ่ะ
Let's see. And first contact found
โอ้ยเห็นแล้วโอ้ยเซซี่เปิดไปก่อนเลย
And now if you're OpTic, you're not expecting this. And there's more damage. Making it count.
สติงเกอร์
The script here in round 2.
เหตุกันอย่างไว
Left to pick
มัน
up
ส
the
ติงเกอร์
pieces
ที่เรา
here
รู้จัก
on
จริง
short.
ๆพี่
Flash actually should
สติงเกอร์เราสติงเกอร์เขาไม่น่าจะต่างกันเยอะแยะ
presence there. Crashes on the
โอ้
other
แล้วเหลือ
side.
2-4แบบนี้อาการไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่อะจากลาวเมื่อกี้อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้แล้วตอนเนี้ยตามไปที่มาร์ฟยังไม่ตายกับบูลด็อกของเขา
Really this rotation coming through from less, but he's
ซา
only got
ดัก
frenzy
ไซ
in
ลึก
hand.
อยู่แล้วป่าเช็คยูฮอไปครับผมแคชชี่และเหมือนจะไม่เห็นอ้าวแล้วเห็นแล้วเห็นซาดักแล้วแล้วให้แพลนแล้วมาร์ฟไปอยู่ใกล้ครับสโมกก่อนเลยจะไหลสโมกแบบนี้ก็โดนครับมาร์ฟเก็บซาดักไปแล้วมาร์ฟดับเบิลคิวเลสแล้วโดนเซซี่เก็บไปฮะเหลือแคชชี่คนเดียวฮะไกด์ดี้ไลท์ครับผม
This flash could be crucial.
เช็คก่อนเลยครับแล้วเจอพันคาด้าแล้วและรู้แล้วว่าอีกตัวนึงอยู่เฮเว่นฮะอุลแคชชี่เก็บเซซี่ไปฮะ1-1ครับพันคาด้าแล้วแฟดอุ้ยโอ้โหแล้วคาชี่ได้ไปเป็น2 ราวที่OpTic พลิกกลับมาได้ดีเหลือเกิน
แย่อยู่นะแต่ก็เสียหมดเลยนะ
แต่อย่างน้อยมาร์ฟที่เป็นคนซื้อไอ้นี่มันยังไม่ตายอะพี่
Again with that stinger purchase coming through, we'll see what the gaps now.
โหแต่เสียหายเลยครับผม
Fantastic opener
สำหรับ OpTic ตอนนี้
Even to flip this back, full 2v4 actually, and that's with Marv getting
เสียหายไปหนักครับแต่ว่าฝั่งตรงข้ามก็จนเช่นกันเพราะฟอสมาแคชชี่เอา
live from the hex quarters.
อยู่อันนี้ HQ เลยพี่ OpTic เขามีเป็นบริษัทเลย
Seeing here that there are gaps here. Some utility missing. Sassy actually going to offset this
now.
With the ultimate being available. Crashes on the other side will grab the orb in showers. Marv actually has the orbital strike online. Very early for round 3.
ไหลเข้ายูฮอแบบไม่มีปัญหา
Could be key in a post-plant scenario here as well. They can get themselves there.
Let's get ahead of it. หมาเห็นลึกไปซาดักแต่เลสโรเทตคืนให้
same could be said for Aspas. No,
โอ้โหแล้วอาพาร์ตมุมดีเหลือเกินแต่แคชชี่มันเทรดคืนอีกอะไรจะขนาดนั้น3 ต่อ 3แล้วมีห้องน้ำ1 ตัว
Still connecting, but the trade's still coming. They're really fighting for the
แล้วเลส
site.
เก็บปาแล้วเย่มาเทรดเลสคืน
Comes in, OpTic should be able to get into a decent post plant. See how far those seekers go. They know they've got a
รู้
little
แล้ว
bit
ครับ
of
อยู่
time
หลัง
to
2 ตัว
ซิกเกอร์รู้แล้วด้วยโดนซิกเกอร์ไป แล้วไม่โดน
โอ้เย่ตั้งป้อม
แล้วเย่ยืนรอให้พันคาด้าโดนสบายๆแน่นอนเอาแล้วพันคาด้าเก็บแคชชี่ฮะ
นึกว่าเย่โดน
เย่น่าจะดูลึกไปหน่อยมองไม่เห็นแต่เวลาน้อยลงทุกทีฮะ
เอ้ยทามมิ่ง
โอ้แล้วทามมิ่งเย่ได้อยู่ฮะแล้วพันคาด้าโลเหลือเกิน
แล้วเซฟอ่ะ
ไม่รอดแน่ๆฮะโอ้แล้วเลือกที่จะเซฟเลยพันคาด้า
Big round for OpTic.
Just when you think Sassy's going to catch the god timing
คือที่ทามมิ่ง
and find that kill
ได้แล้วอ่ะแต่ยิงไม่โดน
เมื่อกี้มันไม่ควรพลาดไอตัวเมื่อกี้
There's been 3 rounds.
ขอบคุณครับ
There's been 3 clutches.
โอนไอติม10 อันไหมฮะขอบคุณครับโหหายไปนานเลย
Right
เป็นยัง
down
ไง
to the
บ้าง
wire here. I like that Pancada even survives this here. What a readjustment.
โอ้ยิงพลาดเฉยเซ
I mean,
ซี่
you just never have an advantageous engagement with Ye. Like if he's got a gun in his hand.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't put a knife past him at this point. Anything else? It seems like he's far too good at this game.
หายไปเลยนึกว่าแบบลืมกันแล้ว
เอาขาวกันหมด
สติงเกอร์เฮดยิงยังไงวะเนี่ย
They've isolated him so early on. The fact he didn't even catch.
แล้วนี่ถ้ามันบัฟเพิ่มอีกนี่มันจะขนาดไหนวะเนี่ย
ก็คนไม่ซื้อสเปกเตอร์พี่ผมว่าคนไม่ซื้อสเปกเตอร์คนซื้อสติงเกอร์แล้วหลายทีแล้วโดนเซซี่เก็บไป
เหมือนรู้ใช่ไหมน่ะมันรู้ใช่ไหมโอ้นั่นไง
โอ้เรียบร้อยครับบีแตกและพาจะหนีไม่ได้ด้วยเยเล็งรอเลย
รู้จริงเปล่า
Again, we're seeing that composure from OpTic. This is what you want to be seeing, though. Keep control of these early moments, these early rounds. Because you know that Loud have that capability to go late game and the flash.
The flash caught Sadak. And the spike's going to immediately make its way towards B. Already got tons of space to work with. Marved gets even deeper. Sadak, he's reading it. He knows Ye is somewhere. Lurking back over towards A side. And Ye's got the info now.
You just don't love the idea this man is anywhere near you. The killer in the shower. And OpTic makes it 4. I've got to say, so far so good, but I still feel like we haven't seen Loud on that full comfortable purchase yet. We're still waiting for all the other essentials to fall into place.
ฝนตกบ่อยเลยที่บ้านผมน้ำท่วมตกบ่อยน้ำท่วมเลย
A strong Mac for OpTic.
และเราไม่เคยแพ้แมตช์นี้ด้วยครับผมจะเป็นครั้งแรกของเขาหรือเปล่า
Obviously noting that previous matchup as well.
เล่นแบบนี้มา5 ครั้งชนะ 5-0 ครับผม
Seen glimmers of getting a little proactive.
OpTic เขาจะลดคำสาปได้หรือไม่
Catching Victor off. Not now. Actually, OpTic going to adjust away from
ใครก็ปอดสวนกันอย่างนี้แล้วโดนแฟนไป3 คน
on here from Sadak.
อันนั้นผมแย่เลย
Long presence towards Fountain. Slight adjustment here to be less. Looking to just anchor from that hookah position.
What a different tempo already.
Now with the scoreline benefit, OpTic can slip back into that more methodical approach. Late probe sent out here.
Yeah.
And expect either Ye or Marv to be tucked up there time and time again. But no confirmed information on the setup just yet.
หมดแน่
Victor once again left to his own devices. The
Victor
flash
ยังรออยู่หน้าฮุกอะ
actually not find him.
แล้วแฟกมาแล้วไม่โดนด้วย
That he was here, so might be able to find some value from this lurk eventually, but no real.
แล้วโดนมันเป็นสโมกแบบนี้เบรกไว้ก่อนเลยครับที่ไปไฮที่ไลท์ไหม
Looking to get back
และเย่หลังห้องน้ำมาแล้ว
denial of information from Victor. Leave FNS in
30 วิครับ
It's only 25 seconds. They actually resort back towards A side.
เอาดิครับเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยโอ้โหโอ้ยจังหวะพอดีโอ้ยไม่โดนครับโอ้ยแล้วอาร์ตกับแพนคาด้าพร้อมกันโอ้ยไม่ตายโอ้ยโอ้ยแล้วเอเมเนสกับเยครับช่วยกันเซวิตโอ้โหทันเฮ้ยทันปะวะทันพี่โอ้ยนิดเดียวโดนเนี่ยโอ้ยและเรียบร้อยครับซาดาเก็บ2
They get themselves on the board.
ราวแรกของราว
Just when the Viper's bit comes out there, you think OpTic are going to be able to set up a stranglehold behind that plant.
มันจะวิ่งออกมาจากสโมกทำไมวะมันจะสโมกปุ๊บมันจะวิ่งออกมาทำไมเป็นไปได้ว่าอยากจะหาตัดในจังหวะเร็วพี่ไม่รู้กันเพราะว่ามันปล่อยแฟนไปมันจะเข้าไปในข้างใน
Beautiful pinch, and they actually noted very early on as well. There's just too much happening elsewhere. OpTic can't recover, can't.
เนี่ยมันเห็นไอ้ตาดักแดงอยู่มั้งโล่งใจครับตาดักถึงกระกุมหัวเลยครับผม What the fuck ครับผม
Ultimate's coming online now for Loud. Seekers, orbital
ปลด
strike,
ล็อกเรียบ
Vipers
ร้อย
pit
ครับ
their
ราว
own.
แรก1-4ครับตอนนี้
Let's to throw that down in hookah again, but OpTic
เลือกจะใช้
switching
เป็น
things up a little bit.
You want to play?
A bit early round
Let's
positioning.
play.
No default spread. It's 3 towards showers now.
เราได้เห็นเขาในตำแหน่งที่คุ้นเคยนะแชมเบอร์ฮะ
Now yeah, he's on the tour de force. But this close play now
วอเตอร์พันมาไหลใกล้แบบนี้แล้วพันคาด้าเก็บไป1แล้วมันจะเห็นหรือเปล่าจะโดนพันมาไหลใกล้แบบนี้ครับผมไม่ทันตั้งตัวแล้วพันคาด้าเทรดคอร์สไปอีกเซซี่แล้วเก็บม้าไปเหลือแค่ชี้คนเดียวโอ้โดนโดนเขาเลือกจบเลยรู้แล้วอยู่ตรงไหนโอ้ยหมาอีกโดนน้องหมาน้องแมวเรียบร้อยครับผมไม่ไหวโดนน้องหมาน้องแมวสู้กับคนหมาประชาชนไม่ได้จริงทั้งหมาทั้งคนไม่ไหวด่านนี้ไม่มีตรงนี้ด้วย
Yeah, actually looking to just get that backstab on Pancada. But credit to Aspas there. The contingency in place for the site hold.
ไม่ได้ใช้เลยอ่ะยิงไม่ได้ด้วย
strung together.
เยจะออกมาล็อกห้องน้ำให้เจอพานมาไหลใกล้
From OpTic. Guardian.
ที่เป็นคาด้าไม่เอาจัด
There's a rifle a judge for Victor.
แค่คาด้าเปิดให้ก่อนเลย
double satchel in here trying to find the kill unless
ดาวเซตี้มาขับคู่กับตอนนี้
with that Viper's bit being thrown down.
และเลสเปิดไวเปอร์ผิดมาก่อนเลยและโอ้โหโดดเข้ามาแบบมั่นใจมากๆครับวิกเตอร์ จะเป็นยาวเลสมันรู้แล้วว่าอยู่ตรงนี้และเลสเหมือนเห็นฮะ
He didn't get noted with the Trailblazer.
และฮันเตอร์หาไม่เจอด้วยเฮ้ยเห็นหรือเปล่าเอาเจ็บนั่นน่ะเจ็บอุ้ยไม่ตายสวยโอ้ยแล้วเย่ครับผมเก็บเลสไปไม่ต้องทิ้งหายนะจัดเต็มแคชชี่ครับเก็บไปคนละ1เลสแน่นอน
Wrong side. Couldn't have left any time sooner. Had to stick around just in case, but as it stands, Pond come in, OpTic 5 strong.
A credit to just the IGL here from FNS, reading that Viper's bit is up. Victor immediately gets behind it. They can create so much pressure. I mean, Les is faced there with either letting it completely expire or challenging. Victor's done so well to remove that control early on.
โดนเพนเชลเบรกแบบไม่รู้จะไปไหนได้
Now left. Hold on to the Phantom. Like I said, this was a slight investment, but it's going to be a big boom to the economy. Look at what's carried out of this round now, and they've had the upgrades. Still have the showstopper, which on a lesser purchase, again, you can almost throw in here, but key to bring back.
แต่เย็นนี่จอมแดงยิงแบบ
It's only 2 for Loud. OpTic, I think an opportunity to potentially apply a bit of pressure to the finances here as well. A slight force up.
เนี่ยดูดิแม่งแบงเหรอแบงเกอร์สปอนเซอร์บายเบอร์เกอร์คิงแล้วผมสำหรับเรา
Curious to see what the purchase is, because again, you may not be certain to exactly what extent Loud are buying into this round with.
I mean, since they pulled Victor away from hookah, they're applying a bit of pressure towards A site. Loud will have 3 here once again. See at least here, much earlier on. Information probes being sent out. The boombot flash as well. Even just plant the seeds and potentially keep those 3 Loud members locked onto A site. A much quicker peel away from this setup out showers this time around. But Sassy with great reactive utility here. Nothing noted on short.
nothing noted on either side of the map. They sent out the Prowler and the Flash and got nothing on either side. So somebody's going to be kept guessing, noting the whole pace, sitting a little bit safer somewhere. And now with a lot of utility invested towards this B side, it feels so likely.
We've seen
this lineup before. Yep.
ต้องฮิวขึ้นมาก่อนแล้วแคชชี่ฮิววิกเตอร์ขึ้นมาแต่ซาดาครับฮิวตัวเองไม่ได้นะ
Pretty comprehensively, but already going to allow you to know there's probably sitting towards CT or elbow. Site itself should be clear now. Victor going to go into this one. You're absolutely right. Seekers setting it into motion. TP taken. Jaeger to find one of them. And now 3 standing. Pancada, Less and Sassy, where are they? 2 towards CT and 1 lingering around short. And that Less. They're really running out of options here.
Got to settle for it here. It's another one Loud. Have to watch past them by. Nothing left here. Aspas on 2300, but you see Sassy down on 100, Pancada on 50 credits, even with the light shield. Marv actually looking to apply a little bit of pressure here. We can already see Loud on the X-ray though. Navigate their way towards holding onto these rifles. Great reactive utility from Sassy and actually on both sides here. Perfect timing and OpTic explode behind that. Like I said, they respect the showstopper. They back away all the way into elbow, but like I said, the Seekers aren't dealt with early enough. They have the perfect information here on the minimap. Both of them indicating at the same time. Just literally gifting Victor at least 1 kill and a ton of damage onto the second.
The overspill almost negating the round completely at that point. It's like, well, might as well back from this. And gotta say it, you said this was a round where this could be very punishing towards Loud's economy. This could now start to
แล้วมันซาดาถอยแบบนี้รอดหรือเปล่ารอดไปฮะได้เป็นเอสเก็บซาดาไปด้วย
First foot
ลำบากแพนคาด้าแล้วตอนนี้
Pancada left in no man's land, but he makes it
จะส่งหมามาก่อนครับแต่โดนวิกเตอร์ยิง
Victor reigns supreme. The pawn going to come in, and this is just, pacey. This is powerful. The other 2 players really considered quite quickly on the flank here.
Yeah, actually, if they can keep 4 alive here, they can effectively buy out for the rest of the half. Eyes go towards OpTic and how clean they can convert this post plant. A Sheriff and a Phantom to work with. Still good utility available, but
แล้วเหมือนจะเห็นอุ้ยเล่นวิกเตอร์
can opener there, isn't it?
ปาเพนเชลเช็คไปก่อน
This is on the case.
แต่เย่ใช้โอเปอเรเตอร์เช็ครอแบบนี้ไม่น่าจะหาเรียบร้อยยิงแอสฟัส
Unless sadly
และเลสพยายามจะหาตัดให้ได้มากที่สุดนะและเย่วิ่งเข้ามาแบบนี้และเย่ครับที่นั่นเลือกเข้าหัวเลสแบบคม
OpTic keeping 3 standing, still moving forward well enough to build up their funds here. They're starting to get towards maxing out money.
ถามเอาหรือเปล่าถามเอา
They're starting to pull the emergency brakes, right? Trying to get a little bit ahead of the curve here, maybe close out as best they can in this half here for Loud, because sitting on 2 rounds is not enough. Now, we already noted this is certainly not a bad map for them. This is where they best OpTic perform. But I think this is, 1, an elevated OpTic, and 2, Loud don't have that same impact this time.
Yeah, and the big difference is we're seeing similar trends to what we saw OpTic's decisiveness on the back of early round information. Actually, this previous, where Loud looked to take away that early shower control. It's a 1-for-1. It doesn't really favour the defensive side at all in that regard, because OpTic have the numbers behind that. They have the numbers behind that opening engagement to just exploit it. So I'm really looking for Loud to kind of dial it back a little bit, and that might sound crazy against a team like OpTic, where they are a very slow burn team. Particularly if you don't give them an opportunity, they will go hunting for it. But Loud have to slow the tempo a little bit.
And I do wonder what they come up with. You can see them discussing options on the screen. It was Sassy and Sadak there just having a little conversation back and forth about it. A couple more seconds to really mull it over, but got to say as well, no one really having that highlight game either for Loud, or at least in this map.
Nobody's having a chance
impact. Not really.
Fundamentally,
not really.
OpTic look world class right now.
Yeah, extremely solid between Ye and Marv, doing extremely well themselves. 11 kills apiece, but everyone's doing what they need to. It's not like one player is creating you all of your chances, but yeah, as it stands, Loud unable to really find the answer. So this timeout hopefully could be the catalyst to get back into this game. Find maybe a little bit of room, right? Do something.
Big adjustment here. It's actually the operator posted up to enable Victor to take some of this control. Yeah, actually, previously, Loud looked great for mitigating this, but yeah, he's creeping onto the angle.
Oh, time looks different when he's playing.
It does. It
Seconds
really
just seem
does.
so much longer, and these players are so damn good. That's Aspas, by the way. The Ye looked like he had an eternity to shoot towards. Now there could be problems though. Got to be stilling the nerves. There could have been a punish on it, but no, they actually get to keep their lives. Didn't get to close in time for Sassy.
Now you give OpTic time to set up behind that first blood. I'm not saying that's going to be checked here. He hasn't played this spot just yet. Crashes with the Trailblazer though. That's what you got to hope for.
And hello.
เอาเลยเช็คเจอแบบนี้เปิดเข้ามาเรียบร้อยแล้วตาดักได้อีกเหรอ
Still actually able to get one. So
ไม่ได้ไปเก็บเลสตรงไหน
even if not much. So we look to where this now swings, and it's back towards Sassy.
It's so early though that it's drawn the rotation right.
If it is back to more,
towards A site, he has to. Right, Sassy has to go huge here for now. The last man standing,
but they're going back towards A. And now Pancada gets a shot at it. Maybe a chance to change the tone of this round. The cross now made spikes on the wall.
เอาละ
เปิดไปไว้แล้วแพลนแล้วเปิดออกไปทอดไลท์ต้องหนีออกมาก่อน
ทันด้วย
He's going to take some damage from this potentially. Let's see if the volley gets invested. No! Yay denies it. And now saves security for the plant. Crashes gets it down. Sassy barely made it away from B side.
He was so conscious of somebody being left in that lurk.
Sure.
OpTic are playing so reactively right now. Loud can barely get a grip on when they should rotate because there's pressure on both sides, and OpTic's ability to see.
ได้โอ้
โอ้โหไม่ได้ด้วยเจซี่
How does he actually adjust and find that kill? Like I said, OpTic just running rings around Loud.
They're hitting their stride here, and I was worried that maybe the impact from game one could have had a negative effect. I feel as though if anything, it's just turned the pace up, turned the heat up, and again, yay, this opener. Saving this in case that maybe, that molly came in, denied the plant even further. There was so much potential danger, but as I said, navigating away from that. And once again, we're left in 2 rounds for Loud. That's it, they've been held on 2.
The stingers are coming out for Loud though.
2 วันกันที่ลาวนี่ครับ
That's the best chance they've had.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like almost doing better with them than the rifles. Like I said, they just haven't had any opportunity to create advantages here. Loud have really been put on the back foot. Got to give OpTic credit in that regard.
รู้แล้วครับโอ้โหแกถูกฆ่าด้วย
He reads it so well.
โอ้โห
Sadek just getting punished now. First man found. There are 2 more to clear. Over towards Lamps, and Crash is already on the case with that. Does have a flash for him to really try and set something into motion, but they're just holding. They're holding to see if anyone dares to try and walk out.
ไอ้กำแพงตรงแรมเนี่ยแบ่งได้นะเอาวันดอแบ่ง
OpTic can just sit there, let it sweat for a second.
Clearing showers, nothing there. You're starting to get a little paranoid. Where are they? Where are these people waiting? Because again, look towards Jay. He already kind of explored up short. He had a little look towards Hookah. Nothing there. Now he's falling back with the rest of them. They've been working on mentally.
คนนึงเล่น iPad อยู่
ถ้าเก็บเลสได้ก็ไทคาด้าก็ไม่น่ารอด
นกมาสวยโอ้โหนั่นไงไม่ขาดคำครับผมโอ้โหเสียหายครับ
ข้างหลังหลบอย่างนี้มาร์คเก็บเซซี่ไม่รู้แล้วว่าอยู่ยูฮอครับเรียบร้อยแน่นอนแบบนี้
ตุ้มโอ้โห
โอ้โหแต่แล้วก็จะเก็บมาร์คคืนไปได้ครับและเย่ครับแบงเข้าไปเก็บมาร์ค
ไอ้นี่มันเก่งเกินแบงเย่
นี่คือแบงเลย
แบงแบบโอ้โหจริงหวังยังไม่สวยมากนกใส่เข้าไปอ่ะโอ้โห
ทำได้แค่9-3เท่านั้นครับตอนนี้สำหรับลาวเนี่ยช็อตนี้สวยจริงแบบโอ้โหแบงอะไรอยู่
โอ้โหไม่ใครก็ลองว่าโปรถ้าเราเล่นกัน
ถ้าเป็นเราก็โดนนะพี่ไม่เป็นแฮก
Not as much information as they'd like on this, but now the confidence brimming with OpTic. An absolutely glorious half here, even if you get through 9-3. Why did I even say it? Why did I think about it? The curse could come to life. But with the fundamentals being so gorgeous for OpTic, really drilled, gotta feel this is the one for them. This map looking
ทีมลานี้ไม่รู้ไม่เคยเห็นมาตอนทีมเล่นบุกนี่เป็นยังไง
To wrap this one up with a bow at least into the first half.
และเจอด้วยปั๊บเอาไปเข้าไซส์รอเตรียมไล่ฮูก้าหรือเปล่าหรือจะไล่ในไซส์บีเอ่ย
Sassy and Pancada have backed away for Garden now towards elbow. You see the ping coming through onto the TP. I don't know if they've misread this flash, but they're towards the triple stack of Loud. Trailblazer will find that. It's all a pump.
ทำเสียงบีเลยทำเสียงเอแล้วโยกกับบีฮะยิงไม่โดนฮะแต่แพนคาดารู้แล้วครับ
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้นัดแบงเกือบโดน
ปล่อยทีเกอร์มาก่อนแล้วโอ้โหโดนแบงไปเซซี่เก็บแฟลชชี่ไม่ได้ครับผมเปิดไวเปอร์พิกมาเลยครับเยแบงไปเปิดไนแมร์มาฮะตัวสแกนแบบนี้โดนหมากัดโอ้เดวิกเตอร์เก็บเซซี่ใครได้โดนแฟดมาแบบนี้เยจะเทให้ไหมโอ้โหเอฟเอสวิกเตอร์ฮะเหลือแอสปาร์สคนเดียวครับไม่ไหว
ไม่รอดแล้วเยมาตุ้ม
Down to 29 HP now. Ye just posted on this angle. Would need nothing short of a miracle, but OpTic happy to sit in this crossfire. Let this clock tick down. Deal the killing blow. A 10-2 from OpTic. Loud left struggling for answers here on map 2. Again, it just comes through. Just had an insane half.
นี่พี่ตอนพักตอนนี้มันทำเอามันถือว่าเป็นทำเอาของมัน
OpTic obviously being so versatile. They said Loud just couldn't really set up for anything. And previously where they found success, where they found dealing with Victor, yes, he's down at 7-7. It was absolutely absent.
You're right, and the flawless fundamentals hitting for OpTic, and to wrap up the first half here in map 2 is the Animals.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. We needed OpTic to come out looking convincing with all of the disadvantages in this best of 5. Brand, how convinced do you think they look right now?
I mean, this is one of the most convincing openings you can have to a bind map, and I think it comes down to the fact that it looks like OpTic are playing with wall hacks out there. And I don't mean that literally. I mean that they have done so much work on the defensive setups of Loud. They know exactly how they're holding at the right time, and this has manifested itself in this head-to-head matchup between the smoke players, between the controller players of Mard and Pancada. Mard is always going to be the guy who's going to be second in, playing off the space that his team creates. And look at the difference in his scoreline. I mean, the guy was 14-9 in this map because his team have had such a good read, such a good idea of how they want to be taking and tackling the key areas of the map on bind on their attack side.
I think looking forwards, though, you have to go and look back at what happened between OpTic and Loud in the upper bracket. So the way that they played out that kind of round, when Loud went into the attack, here is footage from that upper final, and so much of it came down to this battle on short. They jiggle Ye off the angle, Loud push forwards, huge amounts of utility to set people up, and then they're triple facing instead of getting into the site to punish all the defenders.
Yeah, and I think that the executes have always been excellent for Loud to shut down those star players, but in the first half, it was a different story of OpTic. They had done their homework. The way that they were playing the mid round on that attack was impeccable, and I think that this team will come back in, learning from their mistakes to be able to close out this map. You already have such a confident half built in. Your star players in Ye and Marv are performing at an incredible level, and for Loud, I guess the question is just how close can they push it?
Well, let's see if they can do it as I hand this back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
And at 10-2, it feels like OpTic have done enough. I feel like that's a fair assessment. Obviously, it is possible for Loud to be able to close in the scoreline a fair amount. There is those certain key rounds. We look at Mike. But talk to me, have you seen any glimmers of hope here in this map specifically for Loud?
I'm going to be honest, there were so few, and it wasn't really due to their own wrongdoings. OpTic played such a flawless setup, and like I said, it was versatile. They were already prepared for so many different things that just never came from Loud. There was never these crunches coming through that we had seen previously that found success. And early on, Ye and Marv actually creeping all the way out here. Catch, less, sleeping. Tuck him in, put him to bed. Spike will come through, but a man advantage here for OpTic.
And the post plant's going to be interesting. Do they try and fight back for shower control? I feel like you have to. You can't leave that unaccounted for. And doing it early enough should be quite indicative of this repositioning the timing towards it. So they've taken a fair amount of space, but they should be worried about short. Over push towards CT, and it pays. You're going to find FNS and Victor. Now you've got to worry about those other two that slipped the net over by shower. They've come back around on towards short. They want to try and clear towards Labs. Already Crash is going to find Carter, but the response is instantaneous. Now Martinier not going to make it happen this time. Loud, get things started. More frenzies, more fun. Get the round.
Said no one ever actually.
Sliggy says that all the time. You're not part of the Slug Club? That's crazy.
I'm not part of the frenzy club.
Wow.
That's just to put it in context here.
63%
defensive round win rate. Our champions here. They'll get themselves on the board. They definitely come into the stronger half.
จัดบูลด็อก4 กระบอก
See how aggressive he gets with his headhunter.
มันต้องสู้เลยพี่
Caught early on here, but
บูลด็อกเป็นปืนที่พอจะสู้กับไอ้ลาวบายของไอ้ออปติกได้
dip away already. Rotate with the spike. Actually, Salak posted.
โอ้ยแล้วมันจะรู้ว่าเยดันไม่โยนนะ
chance at finding a kill,
ไกลเลยฮะ
will be deterred.
Yeah, terrifying prospect. Re-peeking the angle. He's still looking for the opportunity here. Looking towards short now. Could have a fight.
โอ้แล้วยังปล่อยไปโดนกัด SMS ได้อีกฮะ
รู้แล้วว่าอยู่ข้างล่าง
So you can already see the less did spot. Yeah, he's going to fall away from that.
Yeah, pinged him as well. So.
And it's actually a misread of information. They're going to now rotate behind him.
They've already sent their way back through cave as well.
รู้สึกอยากได้สกินโปรโตคอลของบูลด็อกเลย
ใช่เสียงโคตรดี
Can't blame OpTic for this.
แล้วเหมือนจะเข้าทำบีจริงๆแล้วออปติกรอหมดฮะ
Difficult to find their way back.
เหมือนจะรอเข้าวาร์ปหรือเปล่า
To work with.
ครับโอ้ยเอาจริงๆวาร์ปด้วยนะ
All for Hookah here.
ตัดเข้าบีลอง
โอ้แล้วเลสมารอบีรอแบบนี้และเห็นเยอะเกินไป
บูลด็อกก็ไม่อยู่หรอกครับ
ดีฟานมีมากเกินไปไม่ไหวฮะ
Because OpTic are just ravenous for it. They're just roaming around as a pack. See if they can find anyone slightly out of position. And as it stands, Loud aren't really giving them that chance at all. Sitting super deep.
ตัดปืนมันน่าจะออก
Gonna make them work for their dinner if they want it.
ออกวาร์ปอ่ะ
OpTic conscious.
ไม่ออกวาร์ปด้วยออกซีดี
Some old progress here.
นี่แหละเอาละดูว่างานนี้เยกับนี่ฮันเตอร์3 นัดของเขานะอุ้ยเอาเยจะเก็บดูครับตัดต้นเยดูเยจัดไม่ได้
โอ้โห
อ้าวเยโดน
ได้ครับต้องวิ่งไปตายครับเมื่อกี้
ถือว่าเป็นการซื้อบูลด็อกที่คุ้มมากรักษาบูลด็อกได้หนึ่ง
รักษาไว้ได้ครบทุกคนนะไม่น่ามีปัญหาสำหรับเรานี้
ก็สู้กับแบนดอร์ได้อยู่นะ
พอได้อยู่
Now we see OpTic slip back into this more receptive
ต้อง
style.
มาลุ้นกันว่าใครจะคมกว่าแล้วตอนนี้
Some of these sight hits force Loud to dig a little deeper.
I would like to see a conversion of the bonus here. Really put the fire under OpTic now. Make him sweat a little. That is when it gets to crunch time. If Loud can actually convert the bonus.
Double bulldog.
All goes up. Yeah, he can stick around. Didn't dip away on the first try.
ไม่ยอมมาเพราะยิงกันได้
ไม่ยอมลงจนกว่าจะมีใครตาย
Removing that second controller from this composition. Removing a lot of that short control on the back of just that wall. Early flash comes through. Crashes will note presence. FNS on the other side of things as well, so they're going to know that they're drifting away from A here.
อ๋อไม่รู้ว่าเยอยู่ข้างล่างฮะอ้าวเวน
โดนสแกนฮะแล้วมันจะรู้แล้วจริงแดงรอ
เยโดนเรียบร้อยครับผม
ตาดักสองครับ
is just stunning.
Brilliant
synergy on this lovely.
แล้ววอลหมดแพนด้ามารอแพนด้าเก็บไปครับผม FNS
takes out FNS, controls elbow.
Victor ถอยเซฟเลยครับผม
There's no way back through.
เสียหายเลยฮะรอบฟูลบายเสียหาย
แต่ยังดีฮะทำรอบปักบุกไว้เยอะครับผมมีรอบให้เสียพอสมควรนะแต่เสียมากไปก็ไม่ดีครับผมดูตัวอย่างจากแบบที่แล้วก็ได้
Especially with that early information, crashes flashing through Hookah, FNS seeing that trailblazer. He said it. I'm going to convert this bonus.
Game back on. This is where it gets interesting. This is where we start talking about those key rounds, Mike. The ones that, you know, financially and depending on the economy can really have that knock-on effect.
it will be slightly off kilter with Victor and Marv bringing through rifles.
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ฮะงานนี้
choose to reinvest. OpTic actually going to call a timeout as well, but CFS is desperate to try and get something back in ahead of the spike plant coming through, but he's punished Venkata.
ยังไม่ยอมตายง่ายๆครับลาวสู้ชีวิตน่าดูครับ
โอ้จังหวะเมื่อกี้เยนี่คือเยโดนแบบโดนจับโดนดึงเลย
ใช่ด้วยความโดนสแกนมาแล้วเช็คไม่ทันด้วยฮะทำให้โดนยิงปาดหน้าไปก่อน
That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. I like this crowd. Look at them. Signs have been good.
ถ้ายังเป็นหนีอยู่เป็นไปได้ที่ว่าตีตื้น
อาจจะตีตื้นขึ้นมาแล้วโอเวอร์ไทม์แบบที่แล้วก็เป็นไปได้
The converting of the bonus is the first, like, I guess potentially a forecasted closer game, right? Like that's when you're like, okay, they've won pistol, they converted bonus. That's when you start going, right, the scoreline will get closer. We're not into the meat of the gun rounds yet, though.
Well, that's the thing though, with Loud converting the bonus, that gives them the buffer to potentially, to come through and win this clean, it then puts them in a position to play some more scrappy rounds, go for these, you know, heavy invested, almost death ball kind of executes.
Yep.
Not overly reliant on utility, on getting in, just those raw gunfights, which Loud are fantastic at executing. As I said, Marv and Victor will bring a rifle in here. I don't think either of them conceded any damage, so should be a full shield as well. Again, the next buy round is where you do start getting concerned. That'll be Loud bringing it back, resetting the economy and bringing it basically within 3 rounds.
Oh, then
call it 2.
Yeah, that's a whole different scenario, but we wait. And initially, last time around with this, Les got punished by Ye. FNS can take it a little bit lower, linger around these walls, but it'll be fine. I'm just going to dip back towards the lamps now. Again, we've seen these defaults being held. Nothing too much of a worry yet. I do see the commitment towards Suka though.
I've just watched this as well. FNS and Les just facing off in terms of the toxic cooldown. You can see it's just back and forth here. Les is being given no control. I was talking about previously how important it is that he dies early. But here, at least the pump has caused FNS to play a little deeper here. As Loud are stacked up on this now.
Yeah, and sadly for the 2 players for OpTic on this site, they're the ones that only have the frenzy. Far from ideal, and they're going to try and step a little deeper towards CT.
Yeah, he's tucked up on this.
TP was to...
Oh, the Ye!
Fast flies out of there! And Ye is just baffled, dazed and confused, but Victor's got Sadak. The spike's not planted. There's fights on multiple fronts.
Triple kill.
Tell me how OpTic are 3 alive with rifles now. And I'll tell you, none of us saw it at the start of this round.
โอ้โหกระโดดยิงได้ด้วยโอ้โห
And now just the 1v1.
นั่นเหลือคนเดียวฮะกับกระสุน5 นัด
น่าจะโอ้โหพัดโอ้โหสุด
ได้ชูของกันหน้าดู
How has he turned that back around?
He shouldn't have.
I mean, you think there it's like, yeah, he could have killed him earlier in the round, but he's done it.
ช็อตกระโดดยิง2 รอบ
ถ้าเยเก็บได้ก็จบไปแล้วครับเมื่อกี้ เยยิงไม่ตายแล้วช่วงนี้
โอ้โหเล็งที่หัวแต่มันไม่เฮดช็อต
ไม่ตาย เขาโดดพอดี
เย่ประมาทไปนิดนึงนะ
ช็อตครับแอดฟาส
All the damage was already done.
ทีหน้าแล้วอะไรวะน่ะ
What a ridiculous Red Bull clutch.
ความผิดพลาดครั้งใหญ่ของเยเลยนะ
โอ้โหเยคงไม่เคยพลาดนะเทคนิคพอครับผมฝั่งOpTicหรือเปล่าฮะ
น่าจะเป็นไปได้นะ
Not where I'd want to dwell, if I'm honest.
No.
Not the sort of round I want to be thinking about. Losing.
เกินคาดอ่ะ
Turning the tide, right? You come into that with, I think it was what, bits and pieces. The 2 players on the side, it was FNS.
เปอร์เซ็นต์นี่แบบยังไงกระโดดเพราะเขาจะอารมณ์ในโดนกระโดดยิงแล้วแบบคือกระโดดขึ้นมาแล้วก็ยิงก็ได้ด้วย
So it get
และเอาไวเปอร์ไปก่อนเลยและที่เหลือก็ไหลตามมาทีละคน
Oh, green fence. Anyway, again, they did not have what they needed to hold that side. Somehow they still did the damage. which you had then in the perfect position to punish this TP being taken. You think it's all lining up, right? And then somehow it crumbles.
ผู้ที่ขอเทคนิคพอสปล่อยที่สุดในเกมฮะ
Oh, we're fine.
มันเป็นการขอเพื่อหยุดอารมณ์หรือเปล่าแทนที่จะใช้ทางเอานี่
อันนี้เขามีดราม่ากันอยู่ที่คนของทีมเอ็กเซนไปบอกว่าใช้เทคนิคพอสเพื่อเบรกเกมเบรกอะไรเงี้ยแต่โค้ชออกมาตอบโต้ไม่จำเป็นต้องทำหรอกแต่
เพราะว่าถ้าขอแบบนี้มันจะนานกว่าทำเอาใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับบางทีอะเทคพอสอะคนไม่เดินออกไปกินข้าวกลับไปไม่เสร็จจะบอกว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่พิสูจน์ไม่ได้ก็ได้แล้วแต่มุมมองคนเลยแต่ผมมองว่าผมไม่เคยเห็นผมก็ไม่เห็นใครที่แบบขอเทคนิคอลบอสบ่อยเท่าOpTicมาก่อนเลย
น่าจะไม่มีปัญหาอะไรน่าจะเป็นแบบหยุดเบรกอารมณ์
เราก็ได้แค่คิดว่ามันคงมีปัญหาที่เกียร์จริงๆเอางี้แล้วกันมันคงมีปัญหา
เพราะนี่ถือว่ากี่ลา4 ลาป่ะที่ดันเข้ามาใช่ไหมพอจะแรก2-4มาอันนี้ขอไปห้องน้ำก่อนนะผมม่วงดองทำคลิปนะเอามา
ได้
I haven't seen them. Might have had a couple tipples last night, maybe. You know.
That's unlike him.
I know. That's a one-off. Still no updates. It was just gear, apparently, nice and generic. We love that. We can hazard guesses. Just make it up. Who knows? Could be fun. There is actually plenty to be talking about in this game, though. We can talk about what we've seen so far, and individually, once rolling it back, haven't seen many standouts from Loud, even with that round in hand that we just saw from Aspas, right? Individual impact, incredible.
I mean, but came out the first half, and it was one of the cleanest scoreboards you'd ever see. It was like everybody was 5 and 10. It was literally 5 and 10.
That's it
across the entirety. So yeah, this is the point now. I mean, 4 unanswered rounds. If a couple of these Loud players do start heating up, I mean, it's Aspas and Sanak really to get ahead of the curve from that first half.
What a round to potentially instigate further impact. 6-10 now, OpTic. You thought they'd had enough. You thought this was good enough to go, and then you just had one of those rounds. Yeah, he's starting to push up a little, though.
Yeah, trying to, I mean, another tool to try and disrupt Less's control on short here. Actually, the Prowler might even bring him out. Yeah, he's a million miles away from his TP, but he's actually using the wall to his advantage.
Oh,
โอ้โหแล้วเห็นเต็มๆเยโดนเซซี่ครับ
one trade out and a terrifying surprise for both sides. But he's going to have spotted at least 2 more players there. So with the 3 players behind him on the A side, they're feeling a little bit more secure in this if Loud carry on this way. But there's every chance they could potentially turn their heads the other. 50 seconds, still a little to play with. Crashing. Seekers coming in now. This might stop them in their tracks. They may not hit this rotation button any further. No, they're still sticking around here. And now the commitment comes in from Loud. Straight towards the side they go. Seekers back on the other side. Going to spot 2 players. Crashes. Peels away.
ปล่อยซิกเกอร์สวนผมแล้วโอ้โหซาดักเก็บไม่ได้ครับแคชชี่เก็บซาดักมาเล่นเก็บไม่เล่นและแคชชี่เดินมาไม่มีใครเห็นครับแคชชี่กับมาร์คเก็บไปคนละ1แทนคาด้าเก็บแคชชี่ไปเหลือคนเดียวฮะ
Did he consider Victor's positioning?
แล้วเหมือนจะรู้ว่าวิกเตอร์ถอยหลังมาครับโอ้แต่วิกเตอร์คมกว่าเขาเก็บแพนคาด้าไปราวที่11ของOpTic ครับ
His head back in the game here, and that'll be 11 for OpTic.
And thank God for that. OpTic stepping a little closer to map point now.
Forced to repurchase with that early
string of rounds. Loud.
ขึ้นนำขึ้นมาอีก1 round.
In a very comfortable position. How Crashy gets that kill is ridiculous. This is beautiful though. Come through. Actually, the second headshot coming on as well. Aspas on that showstopper though. Now I'm going to call a timeout here. A couple of ultimates available.
ขอไทม์เอาท์คืนเลยครับของลาวฮะ
available for Ye. That should hopefully give them a bit of a bump in the finances.
I mean, otherwise it's looking like the Spectre and the Guardians hill would really drag us down.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because they actually come into this now.
เป็นตรงที่รกกับโตที่สะอาดผิดกันเลยฮะ
throughout this timeout.
โค้ชของทั้งสองทีมครับผม
Seeing something weird. Pancarda's got an operator in his hand.
Right.
Which would lean towards, you know, potentially this next round slowing down just a little bit. On the outside, at least. OpTic have shown a number of different approaches towards less. I mean, previously it was FNS just literally mirror matching that utility to prevent any progress, not allowing less to really lurk up short. Then we see Ye sent forwards to try and just, you know, dry challenge. Like I said, a million miles away from his TP, it's almost committing to the one and done, but the expectation being it's just less on the other side of this. So OpTic are trying to take away this early control.
I'm going to start learning more and more about it at the very least with these sort of attempted moves, be it, you know, full success or not. At least you get to paint the bigger picture of it. Let's see what the buy does end up being. Okay, it is going to be the tour de force and what we kind of saw.
And that operator for Pancarda.
That's still
He's posted long. He's literally posted behind Fountain.
Maybe wanting the challenge, so the tour de force is there.
Well, they note it very early on. So they know Ye is now playing towards B side. Do they read towards this just being
the
two-man hold? This is where you really start looking towards the tools they have to pressure Ye even deeper. Or some of these angles, Sadak.
โอ้แต่คาชิมาช่วยเก็บซาดักครับผม
Double swing on showers.
น้ำโดนตัดไปหนึ่ง
Perfect time.
And Ye's not necessarily backing from this. Finally going to dip out and look towards long. This is where we do see a Pancarda does succeed. This has all been building towards this, but Ye is quick as all hell.
แล้ววัดกันครับPancardaกับเยครับผมใครจะใจแข็งกว่ากันฮะและPancardaเปิดโม้มาก่อนแล้วPancardaโดดมาอย่างนี้โอ้ยแต่เยยิงไม่โดนครับเพนฮันเตอร์ก็ไม่โดนด้วยFNSเก็บอาฟาสไปแล้วเลสเก็บFNSแล้ววิกเตอร์เก็บเลสคืน
Pancarda only has Sassy by his side now, and Ye repositions deeper on the angle. This battle is fine for OpTic because they've got others standing.
ต้องวัดกับPancardaอยู่ฮะ
Is still left in the hands of Sassy. Where does he go with this? Double up on long, try and run away elsewhere. You got 20 seconds.
I mean, Pancarda just can't swing this.
เดี๋ยวให้20 วิเขาจะแพลน
To know that the rotations come through already. Ye's already posted on a deep
แต่
angle.
ต้องเซฟออฟ
Got to
แล้วหรือ
assume
เปล่า
there's going to be another stacked
และ
up.
ทิ้งระยะใกล้มาเยเก็บเซซี่ครับแล้วPancardaเทรดเยคืนมาแต่เวลาไม่มีแล้วฮะ
8 seconds. The spike now fall in Pancarda's hand, but it's all been given up. This concept, this theory did not work out at all for Loud. Pancarda not getting what he wanted that time.
และจะไม่ปล่อยให้เซฟออฟ
The
ครับ
discipline here, he's always on.
And just like that, OpTic find
Pancarda
that
ยังคง
point
เซฟออฟได้
and they
แต่ขึ้น
strip
แมต
away
ช์
this
พอยต์ของ OpTic
huge advantage Loud have or had, sorry. From those 4 rounds, and they were clean.
ใช่ลาวขอถามเอาไปรอบ
They were clean. They were keeping a lot of those weapons available.
Tactical พอจริงอะเทคแบบ power pause เลยอะเมื่อกี้
Operator still here, but it's 2 Bulldogs to round this out. The Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike, Sassy one away from the Nightfall. OpTic have really slowed things down now.
ลอง
เปิดอันติมาคุมไว้ก่อนเลยครับพี่บีลอง
So much info from that Trailblazer.
แต่วิกเตอร์แบงเอมาครับผม
โอ้ยเล่นใกล้เล่นเสี่ยงมากอ่ะ
โอ้ยเล่นเข้าป่าเช็ดมาเก็บเยคืน
วาร์ปไม่ทัน
โอ้แล้วไม่มีใครมาครับผมมาได้คนเดียวฮะและถอยออกมาก่อนเลยโอ้โหแล้ววิ่งเปิดอันติมาแต่ไม่ได้ใช้ครับเก็บไปPancardaเก็บไปก่อนแคชชี่โดดจากเฮเว่นลงมาครับแล้วเปิดไวเปอร์พิษสวนคืนมาจะเป็นFNSอยู่ที่ยูฮออยู่ครับแล้วมาร์ฟไหลมาแต่เจ็บยิงไม่โดน
มีอันติฮะ
แต่มามีออร์บิทัลสไตร์และFNSสอนว่าอย่างนี้เก็บอาฟาส4 คน และเห็นด้วยฮะและมาห้องน้ำเสร็จดีครับครับซาดาเรียบร้อยและ1 ต่อ 2ครับเลสจะทำได้ไหมทำได้หรือเปล่าฮะ
เกม 3ฮะ
ตีเสมอขึ้นมา1 เกมครับผม
13-6, Mike. That was a big performance from OpTic.
Marv, man, he's just got to be the most slippery person ever. Just omnipresent.
น่าจะเบรกอารมณ์แบบ
Backfields that perfectly, then comes back.
โอ้ยผมว่ามีผลมากเลยอะไอ้ลาวแบบนี้และเป็นลาวสำคัญด้วยอะ6 ต่อ 10 เนี่ย
Fantastic performance in map 2. Again, it's Ye and Marv to lead the charge for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, incredibly have them, literally neck and neck, 18 apiece each. But the way they played, Mike, was the impressive part. What they were able to achieve throughout this. I did get a little nervous when we saw the bonus being converted. We started to see some signs of life coming out loud there. But it was dealt with.
It was squashed decisively.
วันนี้ผมน่าจะอยู่ไม่จบ
You can see almost at that point, it's like the pressure's not getting to them. Even their FNS just headphones off immediately. Just zero emotion. Almost expected with that first half performance. They managed to close out.
และถ้ามัน1-1อย่างเงี้ยโอ้โห
2 rounds away from making it really, really awkward.
นี่ว่าแม่งเกม5แน่เลย
ให้สมเป็นรอบชิงเลย
วันละวันก็ยันตี2ไงจบท้าย
ถ้าวันนี้ตี2ไม่น่าไหวพรุ่งนี้ไม่น่าตื่น
Yeah, it is. With how this has gone, expect one of these teams to switch up once again, right? Breeze, a fantastic opportunity to really, step up the pace and look towards a much, much faster tempo of game. Which is good. So, let's talk about Ascent being exhausting for both IGLs in terms of keeping on track with the macro element of some of these rounds. Breeze is going to be so wild.
Yeah, it's one of those that I really don't know which way this starts going at this point. It's kind of playing outside of the realms of normality, but Mike, now we're stuck at 1 apiece. Has this changed where you're at here? You starting to be more of a believer back in the OpTic side? Did you ever get worried?
No.
Not worried for a second.
Not worried at all, right?
All right, well, I'll let you live with it, that lie. We'll head it back to the desk to wrap up map 2, because now, as said, the map pool is unlocked.
อ๋อตอนนี้ต้องบัตรเป็นสาวเป็นผู้หญิงมาโอเคเอาโดนแล้วมึงก่อนพูดเลย
What's the final map? You guys remember the final map is? My IG is Victoria Chang. Huh? Oh yeah, come join me. Ask for my IG and then my Twitches. With it, best joke player in Thailand. I love Thailand too. Sawadika. Come join me. I have Maggie Carp and Ben Kai here just watching me. Come, say hello. Come here. Let's have a chat. Oh, we can have a chat. Let's have a chat. We got Maggie Carp here. Hi, Maggie. Hello. Do you guys like Maggie or? Yeah, I prefer Maggie. Maggie or Magu or Carp. Magu. Yeah, you can call me Magu. You always smell like really nice shampoo. Really? Yeah. You can smell that? Yeah, yeah. Every time you're around, it's like. Really? What shampoo do you use? I don't know. You can smell. Babe? Yeah. It smells like Babe. Brand. Oh, it smells really good. She smells really good right now. My wife? This is yes, this is my wife also. What is wife in? Wife? How do you say wife in Thai? Girlfriend or the geek? Geek. Halaya. Halaya.
What a response from OpTic! They take map 2 Unbind against Loud, and this series is getting very interesting.
Mamma mia.
I'm back here with Mimi,
Mamma
Saisho,
mia.
and Brent.
40. He's running up B, running up B.
We still have bomb?
ปฏิภาณมันเล่นบอลเลนอยู่
ใครนะพี่
ปฏิภาณ
อ๋อ
คิดเพียรรักหรือเปล่าใช่เลย9 โมงยังไม่นอนเลย
ปืนเบาลงเพราะเบี้ยวสตรีม1 วัน เป็นเนื้อหรอไม่จริงนะผู้ใหญ่เวอร์และไม่จริงไอ้พวกยืนหน่อยสินะผู้คนหนุนเหนื่อยมากเจอเวตานะเขาต้องมาตามเราถ้าเขาไม่ได้ส่งมาให้เรามีมาตามเราแล้วก็ตามเขาที่เคยงัดแรกของปั๊บจานเขาไม่ส่งเลยลายแบบว่าเงียบเขาจะวันให้เราแบบว่าลำอะไรอัดอั้นนะอยากเล่นเอบ้างอ่ะสิ่งสถิตอยู่บีตลอดเลยก็ไปเล่นเขาถามแล้วเขาก็หายไปเลยนะเนี่ย
is wide open here. Any players in particular that we, the fans at home, and our analysts up top should be keeping our eyes on here? Someone you want to put a focus on?
Honestly, I can't say that both of the teams, like everyone just head for head. Every person on the team is just looking phenomenal right now. I feel like everyone can do anything. Anyone can pull off a moment. It's going to be crazy to watch.
Mel, you're the best. This is why I love you. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you. But we're going to send it back over to Insu to break everything down with the crew once again, and hopefully Josh doesn't talk too much.
I wouldn't take that personally. I wouldn't take that.
What, you want me to go down there and fight him? Is that what you're advocating?
Yes.
I think this is the thing where people confuse us. Whenever there's B-roll on the screen.
But I prefer Loud. I like Loud together as a
ให้
team.
บัตมันไปไหน
They
เลยช่อง
collectively they're really strong.
ทิ้งไว้กับคนอื่นเลยอ่ะ
North America
หรือ
also
ไปเล่
super
นอยู่ช่องอื่น
America,
นะ
so there's part of me that wants to for OpTic because people always give North America shit, and Ye is like amazing.
Good team split.
But I'm gonna cheer for Loud.
Breeze. Good map. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Not
well,
split,
I like-
Mimi, I hate to say. I know you were tweeting that you wanted to see split, but we're going to
But
be
I
going to
wanna root for the
Breeze
underdog.
here. How much do you feel
you're
like the
right now,
pendulum
Loud.
swings
Yeah,
back
it's
into
the
Loud's
underdog.
favor?
Wait, who do you consider
potentially
the
not
underdog?
too much because the
Loud?
last time OpTic
Well, in the
played this was
arena.
against DRX
In the
and they ended up winning
arena.
13-5.
Okay, yeah, there are a lot of
Fantastic
OpTic fans
ideas on their
here.
defense side, and guess what?
I think Loud
OpTic is
is
starting
the
on their
stronger
defense side
player,
again.
really.
Yeah,
Really?
I think that it's
I mean,
really
they're both
kind of
really good.
defined by
Not
how
really.
อคติอันนี้ผมใช้อารมณ์ส่วนตัวในการตัดสินมันแต่จริงมันแค่ฉลาดไม่มีหรอกมันแค่ฉลาดเฉยๆผมว่ามันแค่ฉลาดไม่มีหรอกแต่ไม่รู้ว่าไอ้เหี้ยคิดเอาเองไม่รู้ผมไม่รู้เดี๋ยวมันฟ้องกูไอ้เหี้ยไม่มันหลุดจริงไอ้เหี้ยมันหลุดจริงไอ้สัตว์มันคงไม่แบบตั้งปุ่มเซตไว้หรอกอัลติเนต F4 แล้วอัลติเนตกดอัลติเนตวินโดว์เลข5อย่างเงี้ยแล้วค่อยอัปเดตวินโดว์ขึ้นมันคงไม่ขนาดนั้นหรอกมั้งไอ้เหี้ยมันคงไม่หลอดคงเช็คเครื่องนั่นแหละถ้ามันทำผมว่าไม่หรอกไม่ใช่หรอกผมว่าเลออดมันเช็คเครื่องได้ไหมเลออดมันคงไม่ติงต้องแบบปล่อยให้พวกนี้นี่มานั่งทำคอมขนาดนั้นหรอกนับอะไรกับคนอินเดียยังเอาเสียบแฟลชไดรฟ์โอ้โหคิดไอ้ยี่ช็อตนี้หน้าด้านจริงที่ยี่คนอินเดียมันเป็นคนปากีที่มันแฮกแบบว่าน่าเกลียดสัตว์อะที่มันแฮกแบบว่ามันแฮกงานแลนด์อันนี้คือน่าเกลียดจริงอะไอ้ยี่คนแบบใจมึงหมามากครับมึงเอาแฟลชไดรฟ์ไปเสียบใช้แฮกงานแลนด์ไอ้ยี่เกิดขึ้นมาแล้วอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ไอสัตว์แฮกกลางงานแลนด์เลยของจริงเกินไอ้เฮียเฮ้ยอย่าตรวจเฮ้ยอย่าจับทีมงานอย่าจับอย่าตรวจเอ้าเฮียกูชอบสายตาเพื่อนมันว่ะสายตาที่บ่งบอกอะไรวะแบบบ่งบอกว่าชิปหายแล้วเขาจะตรวจเครื่องกูไหมหรือว่าโอเล่นด้วยกันตั้งนานก็ว่าทำไมเก่งมึงแฮกนี่เองโอ้โหOpTicอินเดียฟอร์ซาเคนเปาล็อกเลยนะมึงดับสเต็ปที่อยู่ทีมซีเคทโอ้โหชัดเจนเลยช็อตนี้ อะไรอันนี้คือความหมายว่าอะไรวะเหลี่ยมเหรอเหลี่ยมจัดเหรอเพนตากอน5เหลี่ยมอะไร6เหลี่ยม7เหลี่ยมอันนี้อะไร100เหลี่ยมหรอหรืออะไรอันนี้หมายความว่าไงวะใช่ครับว่าเหลี่ยมคือมันมีฝรั่งก็มีผมไม่มีแค่คนไทยไอสัตว์เหลี่ยมทุกดอกแล้วบอกเพื่อนกันแต่ว่าดูไงว่ามันแต่จริงอะไอช็อตอย่างเงี้ยผมพูดจริงมันไม่เราก็อย่าไปตีความว่ามันแฮกไปเพราะช็อตอย่างเงี้ยมันเกิดขึ้นบ่อยแบบแต่อยู่ดีก็ยิงช็อตเงี้ยผมเกิดขึ้นบ่อยไปเดี๋ยวก็คนมันอยากยิงทำไมก็อาจจะยิงทีนี้ก็เหมือนกันเนี่ยคนนี้ก็แบบเนี่ยฟัชชาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยฟัชชามันก็แบบจะโบมีแฮกแบบมุมแฮกเยอะมันแบบว่าอยู่ดีก็ยิงฟัชชาก็เป็นเหมือนกันแต่นี่ไม่แฮกนะอย่างนี้ก็ยิงทะลุควันอยู่ดีก็อะไรแต่คนชอบเรียกมันแฮกแต่จริงมันไม่ได้แฮกเลยเนี่ยยิงทะลุนู่นทะลุนี่อะไรก็มีแต่ที่เมื่อกี้หนักเลยแต่เมื่อกี้มันก็เจออะมันก็อยู่ที่ว่าแฮกใครดีกว่ากันแค่นั้นแหละก็อันนี้ไอ้ที่มันผิดอย่างหนึ่งมันผิดตรงที่แฮกมันไม่เนียนแค่นั้นแหละก็แฮกมันยังอาจจะยังเติมเงินมาไม่พอต้องเติมแพงกว่านี้อันนั้นไม่เติมพรีเมียมอาจจะเติมแฮกแบบว่า normal มาเลยหมดเขาเลยตรวจง่ายแต่ถ้าแฮกดีอาจจะไม่เจอดูเดี๋ยวไปยิงทะลุควันใช่วะเนี่ยอยู่ดีก็ยิงทะลุควันหรือมันเห็นวะผมในช็อตนี้จะเห็นเพราะควันจางพอดีว่าช็อตนี้จะเห็นไม่น่าแฮกช็อตนี้จะเห็นงานแฮกจะราคาไม่แพงเลยขอให้เติม300ทูนี่เติม90ทูประหยัดหน่อยมาเตอร์ฟักเกอร์เย็ดแม่ฟอกครับนี่ไม่น่าเกี่ยวกันไอสัตว์กัญชา มเทสหนักเกินนี่มันเก่งจริงผมว่าเนี่ย
เอาละสิเป็น
ถ้าอยากกินขายตรงนี้คิดว่าจะมี
ยืนขายได้หรอคะเรายืนขายหรอคะเราต้องเอามันไปขายกับใครคะคุณเดซี่
ดึงมาแล้วอะไร
เลดเดดสองหน้าเล่นอยู่นะที่นั่นเนี่ย
โอ้เขาซื้อของฉัน
โลเก
เธอหยิบมันขึ้นมาแล้วก็
เดี๋ยวจะมี 5M เลเตหรือว่า
เดี๋ยวเราสามารถขายได้เลย
เห็นพวกนั่นพวกที่ที่เล่น 5M ดังๆก็มาเล่นเลดเดด
ใช่
ไปได้
โอ้หมอนี่มาซื้อแต่ว่าของฉันหมด
มีพวกโบบามันเล่น
เธอต้องยืนรอสักพักเขาซื้อของนายใช่ไหมนายอยาก
ซื้อหรือเปล่าล่ะคะหนูขายไม่แพงหรอกค่ะ5 ก้อน 1,000ได้หรือเปล่าล่ะ
เซลให้กับเขาอย่าลืมเซล
คุณมาทำอะไรที่บนโต๊ะของป้าครับคุณตัดสินใจที่จะมาเล่นหรือจะมานอนครับหรือจะมาเล่นหรือจะมาตรงข้าวป้าครับไม่ใช่ข้าวแมวนะครับอันนี้คือไก่ย่างก้างใหญ่
And I think it would be amiss if we said that this doesn't sit in my mind towards Loud here. This would be one of the better maps I think in their pool to be coming into this with. But do you kind of agree? That's where do you lean on this one?
วินอนเป็นกุ๊กไก่
I do agree. The difficult thing to be, and I do think actually.
Teleport's gone.
Sorry.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
ไอบิมมันได้สโมกให้พี่บ้างไหมฝั่งเออะไม่ได้สโมกเลยใช่ปะ
ดูบีอะ
รู้แล้วแต่แบบมึงเล่นบีมยังไงนี่
มันไม่อยู่ตรงกลาง
กูอยากเล่นเองเลยอ่ะ
เสียงเอ
โอ้โหเมย์ยิงอะไรเนี่ยทูบีมันมาเล่นโยนแหละ
Best Marvin impression at this point all the way around. See if you can make any impact out of this. Noting no one should relay big information to Pancada, who's in a whole lot of danger. He's in so much trouble, and now Pancada can only find one, but he lost less in the meantime. He's got 2 players in front of him. OpTic somehow hold back the flood there.
It's a 3v5 as well. Technically 3v4 with less being so disconnected. But the Sheriffs in the hands of Aspas and Sassy, finding damage on the way back through. But Victor goes huge. Beautiful play inside the smoke there. And that's a scary stat. OpTic, the only team in history to beat Loud on Breeze. That's mind-blowing. There's just so many storylines, so much history to this matchup as well. And there's common denominators between it. With Loud's few losses here and there, how many of those are accredited to OpTic?
The perpetual nemesis, it feels like. Just gravitating towards each other. So hard to avoid each other, it feels, but always providing some of the best games we've seen. And there's contacts made. Yay, gonna come out the better in that one. Walk away sitting pretty. On the other side, Aspas down to 24.
No confirmation behind that though, but it being Aspas, a big indicator. And the wall to confirm it as well. Potentially a couple bits of utility. Ain't not feeling any pressure just yet though.
No, but they should be able to get the spike planted. They've fought Sadak, and now with that going in, Ye's going to fall back a little bit, be a little bit more careful. Crashy's just farming. So far, no threats. Have to see if they're able to find enemies. They do try and take a step towards the side. Pancada less, all forced away, and only 1 to 4. And with Pancada finding Ye, the defuse will come in. 4 standing for OpTic, no problems yet.
I think Loud just banking on getting away with the extra 300 from this, especially with Aspas taking such an early tag. 2 on the board for OpTic, 4 left standing. Actually, even if Ye wants to ride this through with potentially just a headhunter, no, he's going to throw a rifle in the mix and the light shield. Crashy's great early progress towards that Hunter's Fury as well. And 3 light shields here for Loud. Aspas, Sassy, less. Stacked up here outside B once again. And that dart going to be sent towards backside. That should imply that this is a fairly pacey hit if that dart is sent immediately.
I don't think it'll know much because they're playing so far forward. Forced to challenge now, Marvel alone. He's now in danger actually. Kind of left by front pillar. Swings it off the flash. Still going to post one back, but couldn't get back quick enough. Les is already there and taking the side control. Spike can go down somewhat uncontested unless Crashies just goes head first through this. Not the case. Placing the Owl drone, spoiling the players. And should be able to start stepping towards the site. No one's watching the cross until then. Sassy gonna swing back out, leaving just Victor and Crashies here.
Marshall to work with, but Crashy's got so close here. Aspas completely unaware of the
possibility. How is he here? How is he here? What? How did he get there?
What were Loud doing on site? What was being held?
Apparently nothing.
What the fuck?
Crashy just slips into Loud's formation on that post plant. I mean, the first is a given. The second and the third, outrageous.
Give me the replay. Whose job was it?
Boom.
Yeah, we're all surprised.
Cool, calm, and collected in comms as well.
Yeah.
Almost the expected outcome.
I'm dazed after that one. And Loud will be furious at that too. The outcome, not the problem. It was how they got there that's the issue, and Marv trying to get in their faces, but that's a recoverable rifle. Eventually. Flash can go through, catch Victor on the jump peak. Aspas now at least has the angle to play with. Wall goes up. Spray in on this. Do they have that rifle back in hand yet? There it is.
Just grabbed it for finesse.
Finesse is perfect. He's going to see what. One slips through, but that's fine. Sack tries to backfill it. The tag, that's good enough. 3v3 now, still chaotic enough that it could go down either way, but no progress to the site itself. And Crashies, are you kidding me, dude? You can't walk main dry. This guy is just filthy with it. Infuriating. Crashies just adding insult to injury. Wow, thought they had a real nice shot here on this one. They're trying to make something happen, but Sadak shot. It's Victor. Needs one more, but it's Jay, the final boss. And they have no idea where he is. Going through the motions, predicting the backside of cave, but Ye posted up by yellow spots him 5-8. Like, it's not enough, surely.
Has to work with. Still got the fragment. Yeah, he does have the operator, so he's going to try and creep onto a close angle. The flash, I think, just landing. Yeah, he's repositioned here, but the knife could change this if it removes the headhunter, but Sadak posted up.
Oh, yeah, he steps in. Escorts Sadak out. Nullifying the threat that could have come from this, but again, we look at, I want us to really dissect what we're seeing from OpTic there, almost over-facing, over-peaking, taking very aggressive fights against sheriffs and ults, bits and pieces.
I mean, similar to what we saw in Ascent, right? A little more unleashed here, because like you said, previously OpTic have looked very good in anti-ecos.
Oh yeah.
Crashies though, making this doable. Key damage done onto Sadak, needed the ace to close things out, but already drawing out a timeout on the side of Loud. Good ultimate progress as well on this first cycle. Hunter's Fury obviously available for Crashies. He's at 9-2 right now.
Jeez.
An amazing start to Breeze. 4 unanswered rounds. Loud have to consider their approach. The concern being if things slip back into what we saw on Bind. Yes, the halves differing, but with a little off pace, indecisive, hesitant in some scenarios. And that's so uncharacteristic. That's things you can sort of attribute to maybe map 1 being extremely taxing on Sadak in particular.
Oh, I can only imagine.
They need some confidence boosts, especially after then getting blown out of the water in map 2.
Yeah, you're right. So probably the right time to be hitting that first timeout here. talk through options, now adjust expectation after seeing a couple of rounds come through. And they get that decent buy coming in here as well. 4 rifles, not going to have full shields though, still with 1 light on Sassy. And the approach is everything here for Loud. They know they're going to be tested, but again, we look at which tempo and pace OpTic will come in with. Is it going to be the over-aggression, the disrespect, or more patient, deep hold? Noting 3 on the knife there.
The knife above the shop, actually. Les going to try and get himself into a position, but eyes on the minimap. Look at Ye. He's already looking to challenge the backlines. Sorry, Victor. My mistake. Over towards Cannon. FNS not challenging just yet.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful here. Chomping at the bit on the other side. You can already see the close down. Aspas wanted him dead. Gets him out of there. Sadak going to connect towards stairs. That depletes Marv. But the answer came back from Crashy. I think he was going to get it, but Sassy's going to pop his ult as well. Ye's still firing. Still dodging the Hunter's Fury. But Les has been given so much room, but surrounded on both fronts. What can Les do with this? Has to pick up the pace now. And that's the problem. He's heard the steps. He's already been seen and considered. Diffuse going to come through and Les can do nothing. This one has to sit and watch. Diffuse is made. But already we're seeing a really comprehensive look from OpTic here.
And Victor has so much space to work with. He actually, I'm pretty sure he updrafts over that trap wire. Nobody's within earshot. Les starting very early on. There's no challenge on mid from OpTic. Giving Les that space, but it counts for nothing. It's a very pacey retake. OpTic reading into actually the tendencies very early on that it's maximum 4. The backstab's coming eventually, but they equalize numbers on site.
I want to see if they try and re-explore middle now. They've had a little bit of success with that, and 0 challenge for Les. Now obviously they were really hard committing towards the side by then, but speaking of hard commit, OpTic are back challenging. They are just getting under their skin at this point.
Well, Des talked about it. Now, looking as if they're spread a little thin across the map. Trying to find some point of weakness. Ye actually has the benefit of that spy cam being behind the wall.
Oh, he can just get posted on this too if he wants to be.
See, the spy cam's not going to catch him. If Ye can post up here,
quick as lightning, this guy. Les is gone.
And with the reads already on Les, you should see this rotation coming through. There's already 3 members towards A site. You can see now Ye looking to explore towards mid.
This is perfect. He's the shot! Pankara hands it out. Yay. Kept in check. That means Spike can get put back in hand, but no free cross here. Marv wanted to maybe police that. Spike now can be ferried across towards the site, but okay, it's just Victor chilling by the wall for now. Now we're going to have the kind of opposing numbers. The rotation isn't safe either. The Aldrin is great. Victor doesn't get away with his naughtiness. Dealt with by the door. And now crashes in FNS. Out of position here. I thought maybe that player was sitting a little deeper. I think it was Aspas. Might have checked on them, but they've stuck towards the site. And at the point, rightly so. Good choice by Aspas. And Crashies opting to save.
Like I said, we were going to note if Loud were to adjust here. And even after conceding less, in that lurk position with the spy cam, just looking to garner some map control, prevent OpTic from actually doing what happened in the previous round. But it's a great adjustment. Sassy actually coming back through to back up Pankara. He's going to be able to hold on to this operator here. Pankara's on the hunt. Time all but expired by now. You see though, the cog's turning and the response is great from Ye because it's less, there's nobody else noted. Ye's on that angle, like I said, unnoted from the spy cam. He knows there's no setup towards Cannon. Ultimately, I don't even think anybody could pass into elbow there. So he has free reign to come back. That's why this kill right here, Pankara, so crucial to the outcome of this round.
Doing great work. It's actually broken all of the money here.
It's wild to see 5-1 on the scoreboard.
And that be the buy after
the first purchase, yeah.
Yeah, the Guardian coming in for Crashies. Ye does have tour de force.
I think Ye's actually just cycled a rifle through. He's just dropped a rifle through, so. as close to a full purchase.
So it's double op, essentially.
Yeah.
Victor retaining the operator. Brought across here for him. First time we get to see them tested by this double operator. So I'll see how Loud looks, trying to navigate their way through here. See if they can work out where these reside. It's a full play lean towards the A side, no one top mid. So much pressure on Victor's shoulders if they do go back towards that B side, which, as it stands, they're running through the time. They're not in a hurry here.
Concern being if OpTic do slip back into a deeper hold. Typically, you would expect that with the pseudo double operator setup. See Victor just tasked with anchoring. Does have the blade storm, so he can pop that. If he does feel a little bit of pressure as Loud creep closer and closer to elbow with this owl drone. Nothing found, but Spike heading towards Victor. Going up. Should be a big indicator for OpTic.
30 seconds left.
It's Victor. This is such a pressure moment for him. And the support's on the way, but he is alone for now. And alone he stands. Takes down less, looks towards connector. Spots another, takes another. Pops the ult, looks towards the side. Didn't overcook it just yet. Still hunting, still fighting, still fragging out. Somehow Victor keeps his cool, keeps his sight against all of the players. And Sussy, sadly with only 3 seconds, can't make a difference now. That was a critical round for Victor.
Beautiful adjustment as well. Knowing that Loud have slipped back into a much more sparse setup, waiting to receive this aggression. They burn up so much utility early on, and so much time on the clock. Ultimately, you're pushing on to, yes, it's a solo hold from Victor, but you slow creep into a site here versus an operator. Yay, even there to pick up a second kill from Archers. Beautiful stuff. And now actually will continue with this. See again. And the wall invested here actually almost as a curveball. Try and maybe enable an early peak, but nobody towards double doors. But yeah, now you're going to get even more aggressive.
Way more proactive towards the B site now. I guess off the back of the Viper's pits, they are making this map seem so small. Now the correct answer though is Aspas exploring through tube. That contact made, that information gathered.
Victor's here though.
Noting that it was potentially open, but the doors were shut. Victor noting the barrel, comfortable on the shot. But a potential found, but it just instantly got closed in his face.
Whether or not this is a trend to continue now, OpTic in the early round looking to very quickly disrupt one extremity. Force the hand of Loud. Actually, Sadak almost rewarded for his bravery there behind the owl drone. Will tag FNS. Sadak's got forwards. Completely unconsidered. This doubles down for it. FNS will fall.
Okay, they've got a player advantage finally, and Spike planted. Yes, there's the flank coming in, but that should be checked when they have the numbers to deal with this. Crashes! Catches the glimpse! Forces the body to drop, but then waiting on the other side is less. The grand equalizer for Loud, who's always delivering on so many fronts. Yeah, he's out of there. First time we're really seeing Loud starting to get a grip on some of these rounds.
Listen, that's with that early aggression. I said that it's literally bespoke to dig less out of a position, find one kill on the extremity, and force Loud into a less favourable position. They actually get through. Like I said, Sadak, not initially rewarded, but gets way ahead of the expectation of FNS. Moving in tandem with that owl drone. Second on the board for Loud. But already this half heavily in favour of OpTic.
I mean, if they can maybe string a couple more together, more than happy to see it close in a little bit. Now looking at the purchase that can come through this round as well. It's lacking in some areas for OpTic, but on the other side, ult's getting real close by. Aspas one away as well. You got 3 already hitting in. This is starting to look like Loud could potentially close this, Mike.
Expect them to potentially string a couple together here on the back of this ult cycle. Pancada has a Viper's Pit to convert a post-plant scenario. Aspas actually gets the Blade Storm online as well. Les, look at the position he's now forced to play. I think actually Sadak making moves with this null command to try and make use of it as deep as possible in tube, but Crashies showing restraint here.
We haven't seen him lean door yet, have we?
There's been barely any challenge towards mid.
Yeah. One door pop. It's going to call Marv to attention, but doesn't actually know anyone just yet, surprisingly, even though there are 2 players there. And Crashies is posted on this as well. No one really to deal with the main pressure apart from Victor, but apparently he's good for it, but the trade does come through. Sassy going to punish as he tried to readjust away. Just a glimpse caught towards Chu, but patience being shown by Loud. They're not quite heading towards the site yet.
No pressure coming through mid either. Actually, the flash might come through this smoke, but Crashies turns it. Les has actually found a kill here. Crashies has to find something in response. He's found the first, a headshot on the second, but falls.
Not quite enough damage done yet. Yeah, and FNS, the last 2 standing. Spike is down, so Loud has the time in their favor. Les on the swing, and he's been so instrumental in Loud succeeding in some of these rounds. Now the Vibe utility not really going to slow down the roll here, but this pop flash could be it. Let's see if they feel the timing right. There it is, goes in, and the swing. It's gorgeously done! Zach leading in that round. Perfection. Loud starting to get back in this game.
Chipped away at that round score and chipped away at the economy as well. 3 players going to be struggling here for OpTic. Victor and FNS, the only ones probably to invest here, but remove those ultimates from OpTic and Loud, like I said, in a position to really string a few together. That's 2. Still got the Blade Storm, still got the Viper's Fit. Sassy actually back on the brink of the Hunter's Fury as well. Nothing on the table for OpTic.
Apart from Victor just being sent to the blender. Aspas was waiting this time around. And similar scenes on the other side of the map. Les sharp with it. Crashy's trying his luck, but Les looks so ready. Yeah, extremely diligent read from Les. And only Ye to find impact, as this default we've been seeing held has actually succeeded pretty nicely. Now, there are still 2 players who can cause a problem. That's a rifle recovered, so maybe a chance of more danger, but the HP's already low for Crashies. And with the spike going down, they got everything working in their favor.
I was going to say, no way that actually lands the kill on Crashies. But it does.
It does.
Even here, you look at what's taken away from this. Pancada's fallen, but big cushion.
Oh, Les is on the hunt.
Well, he didn't hear anything here. Yeah, does he actually check through cannon? But
would he have noted that the rifle's gone? I guess he wouldn't have known when that was dropped. Or at least actually Sanjay gets to slip away here. Play his life and keep that rifle into the next couple of rounds, because we do now have Loud building a little back into this game. This is enough. This is a buffer coming through.
It's barely costing them anything as well. Hold on to the operator. 4 left standing. Sadak back 2 away from the null command. Still got the Viper's bit. Loud are achieving this with minimal investment. It's just disgusting. Sure. OpTic will pump the brakes here. Call a timeout. So initially, it looked like the perfect read, right? They were looking to challenge Les, really get him out of that position, remove that kind of late round piece so they don't have to worry about it. And then actually in the rounds they couldn't. They were so aware, hyper aware of having numbers advantage on the retake, getting back through, knowing where and when to expect Les to show his hand.
Yeah, and him finding a little bit more activation in this game is certainly paying off now. At 7-7, as we all noted, a very quiet start. Didn't particularly get the ball rolling that early, but already starting to find their footing here.
But being rewarded where OpTic want to challenge it, honestly. Actually, this is things where, you know, ultimately if OpTic had maintained that economy, the double operator setup actually does reward this sort of playstyle from Loud.
Oh, it very much does, so don't think they're going to be really looking towards that, though. Financially, just doesn't seem in the cards at all now.
Like I said, it was weird to look at it, 5-1, where OpTic was still actually struggling to buy back into one of those rounds.
Yeah, it would have been potentially a different outcome if they'd been able to stabilize the money a little sooner, but
I mean, it's going to be awkward as well. The next round, potentially Blade Storm, but look at what's left after this purchase. And this is round 11, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So round 12 could be really uncomfortable, especially if Loud don't have to invest anything again.
I mean, Loud are laughing. They've carved themselves the perfect start to this round. He wants to follow up Aspas, ripping through 2 of them. OpTic getting a stark reminder that this is not over yet. This series is only getting started. Pancada in the meantime going to collect on Ye. Here's the ball! As quick as lightning! Pass! Almost going to catch Crashes too. And they're just hunting him down the spawn at this point. Down solo. Trying to stay alive. He's just on the run. There's a player to his right. He's just nowhere to get out of here now.
That's already got back behind this. 39 HP for Crashies, and we already talked about the finances. And with this round, actually, Crashies will find one, but Loud have already stacked the deck. Have every ultimate available for the next. Sassy seals the deal. Loud claw their way back into this half. Just one round separating them, 4 unanswered here.
This grit and determination coming out from Loud. I mean, look at this.
This is just ridiculous.
Oh, it's dreamy.
Oh, show me that one.
I could watch it for days. I could watch it for days. They heard you call. They heard you call.
What is that?
What are you meant to do against that? Oh.
I say, I mean, the benefit of that round ending like that is there's barely any utility use, right? So this lesser purchase actually doesn't have as many gaps as a long, drawn-out round, right?
Yeah, you're right. Just how much allowed us to work
the one
with
saving grace, right?
Yeah, brilliant. How's that silver lining? Real thin. But at this point, look at all of where?
That's big, though.
Where the hell did he just get a
was in cave.
free kill?
Fair enough. From stairs to cave.
Okay. All right, well, Aspas gone. Of having probably the most impactful round thus far. Highs and lows. Sassy trying to find that instant information, but Ye is there. Left in the corner. Delivers the bullet. And Sassy less than Pancada, but less is still. Now he knows. Hello, there's someone else here. It's Crashies.
Hello.
Oh, the timing, but the adjustment better. Utility not quite what he wanted to at least facilitate a safe cross, but the spike's on the way. You got to make something out of this, Pancada. You got to do something to save your team. He's going to pull the trigger on the first. The second. No good enough, but Ye flies in. And he's still trying to fire off. Looking for the far spike down the double swing. Finally he gets put to bed, and the scoreline, Mike, we're at 6-6.
I mean, how Loud pulled that off? 5 unanswered to claw back in, and they just looked absolutely lost in the first quarter of this. Map here on freeze. Great restraint from Pancada, doubling down on that position. Again, less than Sassy, play it perfectly. Don't give Ye an opportunity with that operator in hand.
Tied up, it could not be closer here. The resilience shown from Loud is why they are in the grand finals. 6 rounds, 5 unanswered at the end. The desk, what are your thoughts on that one?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hyper. We know the operator players tend to pop off on Breeze, but there were some nuts shots here, Josh.
Yeah, in the first quarter, it was all about Victor. And I felt like, again, we set up this story about pushing on defense for OpTic. And I think that this head-to-head has ended up defining the majority of this first half.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, Aspas making some massive plays to try and get them back into this, especially with his attack side operator. I mean, you just see it in the head-to-head. I think Victor, the early start that he got was a huge defining factor, but credit to Lau for being able to bring it back.
Take a look at how Victor was flanking as well. He makes his way around this trap wire so that he's able to get the flank. And this is how I expected the half to play around, with Victor trying to outplay less and get the better end over the Cypher player, and Loud was still individually popping off. And then in the second half, they just found the rhythm.
Yeah, they really did. It was such a step up from every player on Loud, but in particular, Les had a big resurgence, finding those late lurks, punishing OpTic on the extremities, and giving his team those opportunities to pivot. But as we look towards the second half, he's again the guy that we have to talk about, particularly in the way that he plays as the anchor. He's almost always locking down towards me, very much just defined by how he holds space with the same setup on that site. In in their last game, he really got shut down. You see so many of his deaths just in that back corner of B with a Jet diving on him deep, his utility already gone, and him getting taken down. So my focus is on Les to keep his performance up if Loud do want to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think Les is such a playmaker for them. The guy is really heating up, and he's doing it at such a young age on the global stage right now. He's been the real difference maker in so many of their rounds with clean trades and also multi-kills and opportunities just found with the lurks.
I think you can see, as Pansy said, that Loud are getting back into this game. Their belief is showing, the tenacity and grit is all there, and the players are heating up. I think this next half, it should be electric.
Yeah, OpTic, they have to find a way to stop this momentum, or otherwise Pansy and Hypok, it's going to get a little bit dicey for them.
I'm still working out my feelings after the Viper cosplay, I'm not gonna lie, Mike. But anyway, 6-6, the game actually could not get closer, and it feels like Loud are starting to believe this is now doable. Because it felt like a shutout at the start, the aggression was right, everything was starting to hit, and then it just, you know, the switch flipped. Now, what do we look at? Where are our key components we look at in the second half of both sides? What are you looking out for that could maybe be the swing factor of OpTic picking up this map or Loud?
I mean, potentially from Marv to come online, he was punished a number of times looking for those kind of pop flash plays early on in the round. So really here, looking for him to write that. And yes, you can talk about just looking at the numbers there, 2 and 9, but it's the manner in which he was dying. Number of times.
Ye?
No, there isn't.
Right.
Loud's all the way, literally all the way posted deep on B is 3. Pancada. Now maybe as the wall goes up, they might consider the possibility. Another rotation coming through nice and early.
ไหลมาลึกจังวะ
Aspas here with the sheriff.
Aspas ต้องเก็บให้ได้อะไม่งั้นลำบาก
OpTic will pause for a moment here.
จะโดนแล้วนะ
I don't know if they're just allowing this paranoia to build, but I said more players have made their way to this side.
เริ่มเข้าทำเรียบร้อย
โดนปุ๊บ
Went to the commit. There's really one out on the side,
Yeah,
trying to be a nuisance, but he's in
Yeah,
danger. Instantly threatened by Pancada, who gets to deal with him in time to be able to turn around and try and do some chip damage with his Aspas. Finding Victor, it's all going their way. It's all looking good. The shot to the back of the brain. Pancada denies crashes. He followed up with that finesse. Loud strike first in the second half.
Great awareness shown as well. Ye actually crosses into that corner closer to the double doors in Tube. Means out of range. He can't put his second TP down. There's no fail safe there. Crunch there between Aspas and Pancada actually. And these sheriffs paying dividends here in the pistol. Starting to get fired up as well as they take the lead here. Just the light shield here for OpTic. Yay.
และฟูลเซฟเลยด้วย
6 headhunter shots to make something work with. Like it might be a fast mid piece on the back of this poison orb, or maybe just try and post Ye up a little deeper. They've achieved that very early on.
เย่กับกระสุน6 นัดเนี่ย
Problem being with how deep Loud will play on B, they're just playing off the back of this spy cam, so Ye not going to be given much freedom once he crests this corner.
เข้ายากอ่ะ
Yes, he noted there.
อุ้ยแล้วเห็นมิด
โอ้ย
เห็นเยแล้ว
เรียบร้อย
Because look who's creeping.
เอ้าเฮ้ยใครชี้ไหนมาไงอะ
ไม่มีแถบตรงนั้นด้วยชิปหาย
เอาอีซี่คิวดิ
Finds less and noted one towards C2. So Sassy is going to call to attention. He'd love to get that upgrade if he can. Yes, he does. Even better. And look how quick Marv's here.
เนี่ยแถบมันตั้งทางขวาเลย
ใช่
Just about coming back from this. Sassy's here, but Spectre in hand. That Bulldog could go to work.
Glorious sniper. Couldn't ask for anything better. Sassy going to try and be brave, be the first man forward. Trade me if you must. We got to get a move on here. There's 4 players watching this cross. That flash force them all away. Flashes need some help. They've got to be standing here like a shooting squad. Look at them all lined up. Dropped down. Loud. Back in.
หมดเลย
ครับผม
I mean, how Crashes has got into that position. Ye removes the spy cam on the back of that, draws the attention of Les. I think Sassy, his own jump spot there, so Crashes finds the god timing to slip into main. And there's a point there where you see Spectres and dribs and drabs on the retake, and you think actually Crashes can go to work, play distance with that Bulldog, but how'd close it out. Holding their composure.
Okay. Bonus, how's it looking? What we got?
ไปออกกันตรงนั้นแล้วมุมยังไงก็แพ้อยู่แล้ว
Pretty well rounded, honestly. Sassy gonna ride through with a sheriff, but 3 bulldogs to work with
แต่ถ้าช
here.
นะเมื่อกี้จะเท่มาก
Again, how we expect Loud to play, posted up on deep angle, but Aspas and Sassy
ไซเฟอร์ตอนนี้เปลี่ยนแผนมา
walking through here. Salax can find elsewhere.
With the timing,
Can they catch Ye here?
Yeah, they might be able to. Yeah, not sure if he's even going to be considered. Absolutely not. He's gone down. Sassy's the one to actually get him, but damage done across the board. Both players now swarming the body to get the rifle. Aspas going to get that upgrade. Going the other side of the map, though. Victory is coming in already. Going to clear out the site from the 2 players defending it. So you have to look at how much damage Aspas and Sassy can actually achieve. And, well, Aspas is quite quick to it, but
Can you make
it's a difficult plant to try and work your way back in on.
And Sassy's still on that Spectre. Aspas, rifle in hand.
คนละด้าน CT ไปฮะ
to over challenge here.
น่าจะไม่เจอสักคนเลยครับ
many of these rifles online as possible.
I like this swing though, them committing towards CT.
ต้องปะทะกันก่อนที่
potentially have the exits, knowing that obviously the challenge on Ye came in.
สแกนมา
Well, but Sassy actually finds crashes.
Okay, Sassy, fair
สแกนครับ
So we're going to go in for this.
อุ้ยแล้วกระโดดมาวิกเตอร์เก็บแซซี่ไป
Bit of a slap back to that. Good chip damage, and they're actually down to 2. So actually not bad economy damage at this point. You'll take that. You will not be winning around here, but they've done what they wanted. They get to keep the rifle as well. Not too bad either. So a bit more damage than I'm sure OpTic would have liked, and small bonus for Aspas as well.
We'll see exactly where purchase will lie for OpTic. On the back of that, it's going to be light shields scattered across some of these rifles. Marv's going to be struggling though. Actually does get, I think, the drop from Crashies potentially. Be able to get everybody online but Loud. But a slight advantage in that regard. Viper's bit available for Pancada. Marv does have that null command. Still sitting at 2 and 12 here.
สแกนไวเอโวครับไม่เจอฮะ
OpTic looking to address mid just a little bit. And similar to how we saw OpTic defend, there's a lack of presence here.
Okay, only catches the rifle. Actually might have gone more potentially.
จะโดนสเปซไปก่อน
Dipping in towards the drop.
แต่แอฟปาร์มุมสูงแบบนี้ฮะไม่รู้เยจะคิดถึงหรือเปล่าแต่เยเป็นคนเล่นนะฮะ
อ้าวโดนรู้แล้ว
โดนไปที่เห็นก่อนแล้วครับแล้วก็โมกเลยฮะ
As the 3-2 split towards the A side. Now he's heading towards the door, but it's still the way in, and Marv actually got 2 in there. I don't know how he got both, but he did. Unless he's forced to CT, he can no longer really have any say in the matter. That spike's going down. Now, maybe on the retake, we know that these guys have a ridiculous high standard of capability on these playback-ins, but a 3v5 is a really tall task, and Victor is the first challenge you have to get past. If you want in, ping down, oh boy, Pancada! FNS dead! We're a 3v3, Marcus already low! Suddenly not as impossible as it was before. Going to force the hand that feeds. Sassy going to try and send this one forward to catch a tag. No, it's Ye in the meantime to find less. The flash slowed down Pancada. It's looking like they might have just run out of time on this.
That Hunter's Fury does even just 1 tag onto Marv. Looked like 2 were lined up there in main. Would have made it doable, but OpTic respond well. Ye, finding a kill here. Looks like they will equalize here.
Ye ยังไม่ทันยิง
Him to wait this one out. Vested carry through 20.
อุ้ยแล้วเห็นมุมอย่างนี้โอ้แต่ไม่มีอะไรเกิดขึ้นนะ
Actually, Advance is kind of swinging back towards OpTic in terms of this ultimate cycle. Well, his ears must have been burning. Look at that entry from Marv.
เข้ามาสวยมาก
Knowing full well, actually, with the null command going, you can be traded fairly comfortably with, I think, Victor and FNS backing him up through double doors there. But 2 for 2 on the half now.
Good line up.
With the purchase here for Loud. A Guardian, a Bulldog. A couple of light shields as well. Big info once again from Sadak.
And a mid challenge coming down as well from Aspas. Gonna spot, I think, FNS. Yeah, he's already potentially gone outside of the angle. He's trying to be diligent enough to check, but he copped a headshot on the way out. Aspas down on 3, but that's going to help him out. That's a big punish, actually. Ye going down, but look at the space that Victor found as well.
Sadak's just coming up the road now. The tag actually.
ไม่รอดไปกันได้
Now just going to try and unleash, take the space away from THP, but he's got themselves the site at least.
they can maybe work out from this when we go look at Zadak potentially to cost them the cross. Can't do it. Has to at least give that one up. The flanks on the way. Aspas coming around on 3 HP. It ain't much, but it could do some damage here. Victor playing up close towards yellow as well. Spike now down. Time in the side, but this post one is not comfortable at all.
Aspas doesn't spot anything on default either. Marv now looking to challenge and finds the headshot.
อุ้ยแล้วมาเห็นก่อนนะแต่ไม่รู้ว่ามีหลายคนหรือเปล่าครับวิกเตอร์
That recon bolt through Sanak still struggling to get anything done through the door and actually let's try to the yellow.
แล้วเลสมาแล้วฮะแล้วเห็นตอนนั้นเก็บเดียวเซซี่เขาเก็บก่อน
โอ้โห
tearing it out of OpTic's hands.
วิธีของเราฮะ
สุด
The formality to it.
I mean, you look at some of these setups, you think loud that yeah, there's no way. Sadak has so much to deal with, so much pressure coming towards him. Unless just slips the net. Gets ahead of that. Sassy with the perfect timing on that backstab. That's even after. Obviously, you show it's literal perfection sometimes. The timing there from Victor to get on the back of that tag onto Pancada, create that opening. But then it counts for nothing. And that was with a Guardian in there, a Bulldog in there.
Yeah.
Loud made it look easy.
Just the timing, the synergy's starting to really hit for me when I'm watching how Loud are playing in some of these retakes. And it's one of the stats I think the desk brought up at the very start of the day is how statistically strong they are at those retakes. And I mean, you see it so tangibly. They're being an outlier on it. So again, wonderful to see that emotion here. But I'm just happy we get a close game. 8-9 now. Loud picking up where they left off. OpTic financially in a curious spot here. Able to fashion a purchase, but it will be missing certain areas. The bells and whistles will not be there, but a couple of ults coming in, so, you know, some moments to look towards.
Well, the interesting thing to note, actually, is statistically, this is one of their worst. I think, actually, they're worst in terms of retake success, but it's on defense, their ability to find first bloods and convert 5v4s.
Yeah.
That's the fascinating thing here, because Loud are actually winning out in the side of their game on defense that actually you wouldn't expect them to. That's to say as well that OpTic actually are close to 70% post-plant conversion rate, which is mad.
Yeah.
Get out of my way! Marcus bit off the rip here for Pancada. Try and slow down any progress towards B. Does still have less here. See, actually, OpTic were trying to get ahead of this, potentially.
Take flight.
I don't know if Crashies can figure anything out with the drone.
Coming on the line, pretty decent as well. Looking at the exploration mission from Aspas. Once again down tube. So if they do double back, probably going to be the early warning signal at the very least. The worst, the downfall of them falling away. But not the first time we've seen them explore this, so hopefully it's on the priority list if you are OpTic to stay diligent to check this on the way back around.
Aspas though, at least going to hear the sound cue of that jump peak. You see he pops the dash on the back of it. That's just damage here. It's F and S to make sure that kill doesn't come through, and the mid splits right through. Victor trying to get with it, White Storm.
He had to try and close that down, finally gets suppressed, but by now the damage is done. Sassy's there, but the reply comes in, death from above. Now the 4v3, numbers favourable towards OpTic. They can get the plant. A quick flank from Pancada, and they've kept their space on the side. They still have tube, they still have CT, but what they do now have is a man behind them. It's Pancada on the flank, but the Viper's Pit in position. There's a player to his left, and the timing could work out here. Crashies get the timing just right. They seem aware of this. Yay already looking this way, and Crashies done him dirty. Got Pancada dead. And now the final two players who are allowing a little bit of time for work feel irrelevant to the outcome. How are they meant to get back into this? Step into the green and just hope for the best. Not finding anything here.
Marv actually finally coming through with that flash. The trade comes through. Crashies to clean it up. OpTic tie things up. This is on the back of early on. There's no rotation on the back. You can see the pings coming on the back of that Viper's Pit, but OpTic just set themselves up to pop through double doors. Beautifully executed. It's their lesson, and Carnage is so far away from this, they can't really slow that down. OpTic feel as if they have a bit of freedom in mid. Whether or not they actually resort back towards splitting a side. Loud back down on two Sheriffs, a Stinger, a Bulldog. Blade Storm available for Aspas though. Zanax immediately through cave.
Huge information.
Vital so early on.
And it really reassures Aspas he is in the right place for this. Now, eventually we'll have to pay attention towards main. Nice trade gone towards mid. Really made a meal of it. Night Messi does get at least the stinger, but it's really not much to be writing home about here. Could have done with a kill off that. But the fast flank is in. Crash is very diligent, but I think just missed the window. And saying all of this, Sadak, how much more can he do though? It is a 4v3, but the weaponry's still good, but they are pinned in towards elbow, Mike. Needs to want to bail him out from here, and FNS tried, but didn't get what he wanted.
Now, Pancala with his Bulldog has to go huge. He's found the spike. Gonna spot out Victor as well. A little bit of damage to follow up. The second kill there. FNS tries to respond. Closes things out. The thrifty response from Loud. That's what Aspas cooking it with the Blade Storm.
Fast flank coming through. So many things going right. A little bit of window of time where Crash is almost caught him. He crossed in towards window, and the punish that was picked up towards, I think it was Ye there. Again, the timing great for Loud, but perfect responses in kind. Nothing working out on the other side, and this was the start of things. Whole lot of information, and again, with that fast walkout, they already kind of knew that. So really making it count in the thrifty, and back and forth again we go. 9 to 10 now.
Similar to position to earlier, actually. There's no comfort in the finances here.
แล้วอัดปาร์ตโดดมิดมาเลย
It looks quite all in from OpTic, genuinely. This seems very direct, not particularly exploring many other options, which will lead to their own problems.
And Loud happy to give it up. Neither Sadak or Pancala.
Yeah, he's walked straight into the door, and no one was watching it. Just dipped right back on in, and now this bomb's gone, but Ye on the bailout, ready to save the day again. Melted and burned down, but still alive. And OpTic are panicking. And now surrounded, they didn't get to the deeper post plants. The pop flash to bail them out. Does get a little bit more freedom with the instantaneous trade. Rez gonna come in. Maybe not. Wade with. Oh, yay! Predicts the push back in perfectly! Is Victor even? See if I do not know. We're tied all even. Answer right back in kind here for OpTic.
What was that headshot from Victor? The Viper wall was up. What a ridiculous response here. Yay, going huge for OpTic. The second here onto Aspas as well, resets to this position. Perfect read on the timing. Show me the Victor kill. Like, that was ridiculous to close that out.
It comes back to
the same thing. No financial comfort. It's 10 apiece now.
And it's scrappy buys in here. We've got an operator with a light armor. We've got
off the rip.
They both walked it. They're both here. They're both here. Let's just hold it. The window, Sassy. Audacious play. And the follow-up for Les. 2 picks back to back. Perfect start for Loud.
And even here with FNS in position for this very reason. Sassy isolates Marv. Crash is going to come through with the drone here. Already less left to handle B site. He's on the back of the spy cam. I'm not sure if it was noted there, but yeah, once Crashes comes through. Sassy slipped into archway. Contact. Victor's come through.
Okay, it's 3 of them here. Now just 2, so it should be fine. Right, you got Crashies and Ye with an operator though, and a little bit of room to work here. Straight towards the side they go, they want to shut this man down, they want him dead to right, they want him gone, they want him buried. Who dares step forward first? Crashes by pillar, spots one, takes one, trade comes in, now the bomb starts really mountain lovely work from Aspas, the timing good. Diffuse gonna come in and Loud once again take the lead. But Mike, the start of that round in my mind was everything.
It really was. Like I said, FNS, OpTic in general, prepared Sassy still threads the lead, finds that first blood. And then even less there, the contingency plan on it. Such a ballsy play to make here. OpTic will now feel the pinch again. It's actually crazy to just look at the money every single round. They're going below 4 below.
ถ้าจะเป็นฮาร์ฟบายฮะมาร์ฟกับการไม่มีเกราะครับแล้วเยไหลมิดมาแบบนี้ใช้เฮดฮันเตอร์หรือเปล่า
The back and forth between these two sides, both elevating in kind every single time. Another bailout on a thrifty or an individual pop-up for a really creative play. This is the grand finals you truly love seeing. This rematch, fabled now. Let's see if it does hold true to a back and forth. This would be OpTic if that's the case. This could be the one to double down on though if you're allowed. Make it to 12. Not going in good timing. I thought maybe 2 though, but actually only catching 1.
Well, actually, Sadak posts up a little deeper on this. You can see him creeping that way, but crashes here with the spike. Marv has to stand his ground. Killing actually Marv.
But they hit the brakes, they're not, building off the back of it.
With Victor posted here, though, he's got good information on this rotation. At least he's within earshot. That could be the green light, though, with FNS being suppressed.
They have to go now. Finding Pancard, it would be looking such an opportunity in the mouth and turning it down. So now already Pong going to come in, but on the other side, that's a connection. Hold on, FNS, can he do the dance well enough? Ooh, keeps his life. Good work for him, and now the Plonk can come through. 10 seconds, not only shot dance will find any purchase in time. So now it's the post plant. And OpTic, this is looking like it's that silliness of the back and forth, and Ye in the back lines. He's got 3 potential targets in front of him. Headhunted to hand spot. 1 goes a little astray. It's going to cross the line towards left. Sassy maybe swinging, but Aspas has gotten to the site. Jump spot confirms him there. He's got plenty of problems to try and work through if he wants this. No, they're giving him nothing.
Not even giving him an opportunity. He gets around Sassy somehow. Slips past this tube hole, and OpTic will tie things up now. Assassin desperately tries to hold on to this rifle. Find another one to Ye, but I don't think they can close the distance here. Crashes, might catch him out, Sassy.
Back and forth. Look at the timeline.
What is that?
From the round 17, it's been back and forth the whole way, and you'd think the economy would have had an impact or something, but it seems to go beyond that. It seems to not care if they're on a thrifty or if they're on a full buy, if they have ults or not. It is back and forth. If it keeps going through this way, though, should be loud to convert it. Right? Right? Right?
I mean, they come into this. Sadak, they're all missing a weapon right now. Aspas with the operator in hand.
ชูกันใหญ่อะ
นี่คือน่าจะรักหมามากนะทาหมาทั้งนั้นเลย
เขาพาน้องจะมาจากบ้านด้วย
Where OpTic then look to stack up and hit a site together. It seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I feel like the retakes have come on their buy rounds, which
I know.
is like...
Huh. Okay, 11-11. Make a wish. This is so ridiculous that we are here. So this should be a loud round. Now, of course, they have a stinger, so fantastic. They seem great with it.
Les and Aspas walking in early on.
But the site's completely free. OpTic are in. For free, there's no challenge. And that's devastating. Seeing him back in the square, he just goes wild in towards middle, and Marv actually gets the benefit, gets the best of Les. And now the plant's in, and they read it perfectly. They could not have made a better guess of this one. Aspas, Sadak, Pancada, anything in the tank here. There's no ways in. They don't have that springboard yet. Where's that first pick going to come from?
Look how deep FNS is playing off this as well.
ถ้าลาวชนะลาวนี้
He's actually playing for a lineup here, but Loud have to find value on site now. Marv's going to close things off with the fact that that's set up for a flash.
No. They don't want it anymore. You saw 180 from Aspas. They are out of there. It looks like OpTic might have actually broken the back and forth trend. finally pulling around back to back here. The shot just missing. And it looks like 12 will be there. OpTic taking this into map point. Loud still have the chance to find a reply. They need those rifles. They'll keep them. Two finally combined. Round 22, 23, the first they've got back-to-back in some time here. It was off the back of this, walking into the open site.
And this is where the bit going down on A. So Loud feel as if actually they can lock down A and maybe find progress elsewhere. And it's mid they have their sights set on.
Is there anything more Loud can do? Bulldogs, bits and pieces, scraps, Mike, they haven't got much.
Blade Storm for Victor. Hunter's Fury for Crashies. The crowd behind the green wall now. Sassy showing a little more restraint here. It's the Owl drone to clear through. Yay actually posted up in anticipation of Aspas. You can see on the X-ray. Almost kindred spirits here.
Get out of my way!
Predicting this so well, knowing that Aspas would love to have impact in a round like this. Weaken the other side, but he doesn't want to overdo it, overextend. This is all guesswork. This is all just consideration and a bit of timing. Aspas, this could be everything for you and your side, or it could be dead and gone. You opt for nothing, and that is a problem. You don't know how much danger you're in. You just saw it. Aspas has to run. Gets to keep his life, 87 HP, and he's still standing. And he's gone back for that's a spike now seen as well. So telling at this time. The rest of the team is on the way through caves. Crashies, and the other two turn plan. They're looking towards B. They want none of what he's selling. And off towards B we go. Victor and FNS getting closer. Is it OT again? The angle is gorgeous. The kill for Victor. The follow-up is there. It's deserved at this point. It's going OT.
Exchange of rounds here. In that second half of Breeze, there is nothing separating these teams. Bar 800-900 credits in some of these purchases. Absolutely ridiculous heroics from Aspas. Another outrageous Brainstorm.
How does he do it?
Unless as well, playing his life so effectively. FNS actually gets spotted on the spy cam. Les slips away. He makes them deep clear all the way through B side and punishes that.
Such a safe pair of hands there. Okay, looking like the last cannons on either side, but Victor to bring Donet on towards this. Right there.
This is the first time we're going to see OpTic address mid with a potential flash play here on the defense.
Actively working at that point towards taking space or actively holding the angle, seeing a little bit deeper. Victor gets any reward for this.
OpTic ก็ศึกษาเราพอสมควรเราก็ศึกษา OpTic มา
They're expecting OpTic to walk mid. Because out of with an operator, how deep does he actually push through here?
He's committing on it. The Owl drone.
No. He's going forwards.
He hasn't been seen.
Let's go!
Robbery! He just avoided the Owl drone. He's still in middle, but he's being chased down.
โอ้โหแล้ววนกับแพนคาด้า
becomes the hunted, but he gets away, and he's gone
Oh my god. Actually, Sadak is making his way with the spike back over here.
Only on
the side thing.
Who's on the side?
Pancada hasn't been noted.
ไหลขึ้นวิ่งมาไปแล้วยังไงเอ่ย
They can't rotate.
Surely he backstabs archers here. Surely.
และเย่ครับโดนโถมอยู่ตอนนี้
All of that pressure coming his way.
แพนคาด้าครับถอยไปหลังร้อนนะเย่เก็บเลสไปแต่แอสพาสเก็บมาแล้วแพนคาด้าเก็บวิกเตอร์ครับโอ้โหแพนคาด้าครับอยู่ดีๆก็มาเก็บเย่ไปแคชชี่เก็บแพนคาด้าคืนมา2-2ครับตำแหน่งโอเปอเรเตอร์
No gun to hand. He's just
getting
the spike down. That's the best he can do.
โอ้ถอยไปเฟสเก็บซาดักไปครับเหลือออฟแค่คนเดียวฮะโอ้ยออฟไม่โดนนะต้องวัดกับแอสฟาสไม่ไหวครับแคชชี่เก็บแอสฟาสใส่
Take the first in OT.
I mean, the swing back and forth in terms of the advantage or the favourable situations here in this round. It's just mind-boggling.
Switching sides.
Pancada wins such an important duel with Victor just ahead of this, then doubles down, but FNS and Crashies.
แอนคาด้าบอกเป็นทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างให้เธอแล้วขอแค่เพื่อนเขาซะหน่อย
He can stay on site. He can actually take a fight. Yes, he's got no armor. He's glass cannon coming into that.
แล้วขอทำเอาเลยครับผม
Set away with the operator. What a round.
เป็น time out ของ OpTic หรือเปล่า
The signs go up as the timeout comes in.
ไม่มั่นใจ
แต่ก็ยังไม่แน่เพราะตอนtime out ของ Accent นี่ก็ OpTic ก็ชิงไปก่อน
เป็นทางเอาของ OpTic จริงๆด้วยครับผมจะปิดเกมตรงนี้นะฮะสั่งแผนอย่างดีๆเนี่ยผมโค้ชสั่งให้เลยฮะถ้าเกิดชนะเดี๋ยวพาไปกินซอฟเบย์รอบที่2ครับผม
Whether or not Sassy's going to get aggressive anywhere. Whether or not Sadak's going to
โอ้ผมไปดูOpTic มันไปนั่งกินสเต็กซอฟเบย์มาแล้วมันสั่งแต่แบบที่มันเลื่อมทองพี่
โอ้ขนาดไหนนั่น
นั่นดิดูเซอร์เซียไปกินแบบสเต็กเหมือนสเต็กลูกหนวดอ่ะแล้วก็บ่นแบบไม่อร่อยอย่างเงี้ยผมคนละเรื่องเลย
ไปเล็กอะไรนะนั่งเรือยอชต์
เซอร์เซียไม่มีงบ
members of Loud to try and hold this down, Lauren.
This is so much. Knife. Oh, it's on the one.
And it's Ye, that's the worst person.
But now they're going to see utility committed. But as I said, they started to pull away.
วิกเตอร์ครับโดดขึ้นมาแต่โดดไม่ขึ้นต้องใช้อัพดาวอีกรอบโดนสแกนมาเลยเก็บวิกเตอร์ไปเลยครับแล้วสแกนเรียบร้อยโอ้แล้วเลสเก็บมาอีกหนึ่ง
still stand for Loud. They've sent them away.
และเห็นครับ
running from the gates. Loud finding the answers in the right moment. Now Ye and Crashies.
Oh,
it's all Crashies now.
โดนสแกนเรียบร้อยแล้วตอนนี้ตำรวจล้อมจับแล้วแอชชี่เดี๋ยวได้เจอแพนคาด้าหรือเปล่าโอ้แพนคาด้าไปมิดนะโอ้แต่แคชชี่ส่งไปฟันอยู่แล้วตอนนี้วิ่งวนกับแอชไม่เห็นด้วยฮะ
Tons of time to play with as well.
หนึ่งวันละที่เขาบีจะปิดเกมได้หรือเปล่า
Leaving B with less down on 11 HP as well.
และใช้ time out ไปแล้วด้วยครับ OpTic
ได้เหรอ
ไม่น่าผ่านนะ
และ
สแกนหลังได้ไหมสแกนครับมีคอนโบเดสทรอยครับผมแล้วเดียวโอเคฮะ
He's got the time to make it to sight. I mean, it's going to take a hell of a lot for anyone on the side of Loud to get ahead of this, but
he could have Hunter's Fury potentially if he's able to get the plant. Look at him! Look at this! He's got a couple of seconds on this one. Away we go. Plant gonna come down. Nothing to stop him.
ข้อสำคัญคือต้องไปด้วยกันครับผม
Now what do they have? Oh my word! Crash can take a
แล้วสเน็กไว้มาแบบนี้ ไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ได้ยิงครับผม
13-13.
ตีตื้นขึ้นมาครับผมเข้าสู่2ฮะ
Even though that's essentially a 5v3, the knife comes through, it marks Ye. This is possibly the worst indicator, right? The one you'd almost expect to be posted up on flank control. OpTic
ใช้ทุกอย่างครับผมโดนทริปไวเปิดไฟเบอร์เคสมา
The fight comes through with the
แท็กโดนวิกเตอร์ตั้งแต่แรกครับผม
advantage counts for nothing.
สุด
โดนทีมงานโดนเปิดไปแบบนี้มีเสียศูนย์และม้าก็โดนเปิดไปอีกคน
And it's such a unique kind of rivalry that is purely forged from just the amount of times they faced each other. Nothing outside of the game. None of that is purely all about the game itself. What a brilliant concept. And what a fantastic start. Finding Victor and opening up an avenue. They're pressing this hard. They're going to back away from this. One towards the stairs, one towards the top side, over by CT. Aldron doing its thing. No close down the gap, but this is feverish. Creates the back of the brain. He's going to have a headache. And Crashies mobbed and Ye
ปลายหัวเท่านั้นนะเยก็โดนเยเข้ามาช็อตเล่นเก็บมาแล้วซาดาครับผมเก็บที่
Prime Gaming flawless in
ล้อเล่นซาวสำหรับลาวครับผม
for Loud to go ahead
ขึ้นนำในโอเวอร์ไทม์ที่2ครับผม
แย่แล้ว
It's
โอ้โหไม่มีทางเอาแล้วด้วยครับผม
Another opener here from Chu
เปิดก่อน
This is so quick
เอาสแกนด้วย FNS เหมือนจะไม่รู้ว่าท่อโดนเปิดหรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้
FNS as well And you get pinged by the recon bolt, the Aldon, I'm not even sure, but punished on the back of that. How Sadak and Aspas can find any sort of comfort in that position is beyond
ปิดเกมได้ไหมหรือ OpTic จะตีขึ้นมาเป็นโอเวอร์ไทม์ที่3ครับ
One map apiece.
Recon Destroy ครับผมพยายามไหลมาเล่นมิด
แต่โดนอยู่ฮะโดนขา
Who takes the advantage in this overall
คิดว่าใครจะโดนเปิดก่อน
series so far? Yet to be determined. Still, chances here for OpTic to close us back in, but a very patient default being toyed with Mike.
Adjustment here on the utility as well. Leicester actually put a trap down towards double doors, I believe. The number of times that OpTic lent back into kind of that mid-round split onto inside. The other adjustment being Aspas tucked into that corner on the right side of main. You take a glance at the minimap, you're almost feeling as if OpTic are leaning this way, especially with the trap set here.
มิดนี่นะเป็น เป็นไปได้วิกเตอร์อาจจะโดนแน่ๆ
Yeah.
ดูเขาก็ส่งเลยฮะ
ถ้าวิกเตอร์ไหลไม่ดีนี่ก็โดนอาร์สปาร์ครับผมแต่เลือกที่จะทำหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่าจะปล่อยสโมกออกอาร์สปาร์โดนไป
ยังส่องอยู่ฮะยังส่องอยู่นี่จะมีโอ้ยผม5แน่นอนเอ้าโดน
สแกนครับผมโอ้โหโดนแคชชี่ถูกจังหวะมาแล้ววิกเตอร์ไหลมาแล้ว
โอ้โหแฟดสวย
แฟดมาแบบนี้วิกเตอร์ครับเก็บไฮกาด้าและแคชชี่ครับผมไม่จบดาบเก็บเซซี่ครับโอ้โหโอเวอร์ไทม์ที่3กำลังจะมาแล้วโอ้โหปิดงานไว้
นี่คือว่าสวยมากแบบ
ก็ดีมากครับผมสำหรับเมื่อกี้
How disciplined is
แคชชี่สแกนปุ๊บวิกเตอร์ไม่ปล่อยให้เสียโอกาสตัดไปก่อนเลยสำหรับโอเปอเรเตอร์แรก
The knife reveals it, but it doesn't paint a picture. Aspas knows at this point, and they force his hand.
โอ้แบงไปก่อนเลยครับผมและแฟนรู้มาแบบนี้วิกเตอร์เก็บไฮกาด้าและแคชชี่ฮะยิงช็อตได้ที่ท่าไหนไม่รู้เขาไปยิงโดนตาย
ทางเหลือง
Mike, I got to ask you about this.
โอ้ถามที่3ครับผมเลือกเกิน
in OT. It's both Ye and Victor this time opting for it. This is super dangerous. Now, do they get to... Oh, the timing on this. Not making the players. Pressure has been so good for Loud. So dangerous to depend on, but once again, it's found some validity. But Carter and Sadak, the ones to find it. Let's get it towards Mill. And we didn't even see the opponents. They didn't even have a say. He's pacing.
เหลือเยโอเปอเรเตอร์และแอสปาร์ครับเก็บเยไปเหลือแค่วิกเตอร์ครับผมกับโอเปอเรเตอร์
So good. And now Victor irrelevant.
แล้วมาแบบนี้วิกเตอร์ถ้าไม่เช็คโดนแน่นอนครับผมโดนเลสแน่ๆ
โดนเรียบร้อยครับ
ผมเลสเก็บวิกเตอร์ไปครับผม
Absolutely backhanding OpTic
3ครับผมความได้เปรียบที่ลาวจะปิดเกมไหมหรือจะให้OpTicตีขึ้นมา
As we enter round
โอ้ยทางรอบที่4หรือเปล่า
That was a curveball there. If either of those offenses
โดนต่อแล้วครับให้ปัดครับ
อะไรนะ
could have completely changed this. I think actually Sadak lucky to escape there because I think he's spotted initially. Yay post one blind into that poison orb and he's just out of sight.
Nice. Here. 14.
Donated them, I guess.
That's nice. He's off. That's
มามีเช็คมาก่อนแล้วไหลเร็วครับแอสปาร์เขาจะไปอยู่มิดกันฮะ
เล่นเสียงมากฮะ
โอ้ยเป็นเอสครับอย่างนี้สวนกันได้เลย
เอาอุ้ยเอาละ
โอ้แล้วถ้าขอเช็คซ้ายซะหน่อยอ่ะ
เฮ้ยโอ้โห
แล้วซาดักไปเก็บวิกเตอร์ฮะเทกัน1 ต่อ 1ครับตอนนี้ซาดักอยู่ในไซส์ครับจะทำอะไรไม่ได้ฮะต้องรอให้การหายก่อนโอ้โหเล่นเซมาซาดักเก็บไม่เป็นเอสแล้วเซซี่ไปเก็บม้ามาแคชชี่เก็บซาดักครับแล้วแม่คาด้าเก็บเยแคชชี่คนเดียว
จะเป็นไปได้ไหมที่จะเก็บ3ฮะต้องคอยดูโอ้โหยืนทำ
ไปได้ยืนเรียงกัน3 ตัวแบบนี้โดนสแกนมาด้วยรีโหลดมาก่อนฮะ
ยากนะ
อุ้ยโดดมาแบบนี้
โอ้เรียบร้อย
ไหนครับแมด้าเก็บแคชชี่ไปจบแมปนี้16 ต่อ 4ครับ
I mean just an absolute to the death a slugfest back and forth that second half
เถื่อนขึ้นคอเลยฮะ
to the 1-for-1 trade
ทั้งคนดูทั้งคนเล่นนะ
for what 6 rounds 7 rounds it was back and forth absolute madness
เมื่อกี้มันจะหมดก่อนด้วยจริง
such insane mental fortitude
ไอ้ที่ด้านมันพีคออกมาแบบเล็งรอแล้วอ่ะ
already exhausting that's the end of map 3
เอ้ย
this is one that's
แม่ง
going to
ถ้าไม่ติดว่าพรุ่งนี้มีงานนะ
capability of these players
มีเกม
in
ต่อ
the
ไป
server, out of the server, the mental in here.
ต้องฝากให้สตรีมเมอร์เบสภาคต่อแล้วครับผม
And the fact that we got where we did,
ไม่ไหวแล้วพี่
มันจะใช้ลาวคุ้มไม่ถึงกันเนี่ย
โอ้ทำต่อ
This round from Crashes were apparently had his cloak of invisibility on the first way forward, just having a great time of it.
เมื่อวานอ่ะมันยังมีแบบที่แบบไอ้นี่ที่แบบ12 13 4อ่ะ13 4 13 6มันเลยหายไปประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงหรือเกือบชั่วโมงเลยผมว่าตี2 ครึ่งเอาไว้หรือไม่ก็ตี3เลยอ่ะถ้าสกอร์แบบเนี้ย
composition here on Breeze and they were worth their weight in gold. That's to say, actually Victor had an outrageous performance here. And trying to drag OpTic
พี่ต้องวอนให้ OpTic ขึ้นตีตื้นขึ้นมาแล้วพี่
unable to convert that financial advantage.
ต้องขอให้
Not sure actually how the matchup would go with what the disc has had there.
มันก็ยาวไป
More thrifties, all those light buys,
อย่าขยันโอ้
that half force that was coming through.
เหนื่อยนะพี่เหนื่อย
Just an insane Breeze here.
Loud now taking advantage over this series. This changes the tone going forward. This now becomes the run it back, right? This becomes the OpTic can't drop the ball now, Mike. They are on that knife's edge moment. It's precarious from this point forward.
They absolutely are. And you come back to that point earlier, we were talking about Atsi, with the way this has gone back and forth, map 2 aside, somebody needs a confidence booster. Because like I said, they need to get into some form of momentum, which is so difficult against both of these teams that have that slow burn playstyle, very reactive, and they're willing to put their power players in position to take advantage.
Well, it's not over yet, but it's getting closer if things keep going the way they are. Loud now have the upper hand. They have the chance to close at potentially a 3-1. All those predictions could be true, or OpTic has something left for us. We will find out after the break.
OpTic รอบนี้จะได้แชมป์หรือไม่แค่ที่ทำอะไรมาเป็นที่เราติดตามอันนี้จะได้
was another crazy overtime, but Loud, they have the advantage now as they're heading to match point and one step closer to lifting that trophy. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi, Saisho, and Bren. Guys, it's happening!
I know.
It's happening!
It is insane. This team is now on the verge of being the first ever non-NA or EMEA team to win a trophy. They're just one map away.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, history is in the making right now. It's within the touching distance of Loud, and they just have to make sure it doesn't slip through their fingers. But this is such a different story to Reykjavik at this point. It is just a completely branching time avenue that we've gone down.
You think about how Reykjavik went as well. Way back in the day, with Breeze as the deciding map, it was OpTic.
จังหวะร้อนสักเกมนะEscalation มีง่ายไม่นาน
Match found
เกมมาเลย ช่วงนี้เป็นช่วงเปลี่ยนแบบใหม่เกมรอบที่4กันคุยนานนิดนึงเอาอะไรมาเล่นแค่นี้
Warm up
เน็ตแบบกระตุกมากมันหายไปไหนมันกระตุกมากเลยไม่ได้วอร์มเลยแม่งแอบไว้ที่ห่างเลยไฟเราอยู่ตรงนี้เราได้เปรียบเราอยู่ตรงนี้เราตัวนี้ให้มันเกิดกันใกล้กันมีคนใช้เหรอไม่เป็นไรท่านแข่งกันเลยเอาโอ้โหไม่ตายเขาหัวด้วย เราได้ปืนนี้เฮ้ยมันควรหมดลูกซองแล้วดิทำไมมันนี่ยังลูกซองอยู่วะยิงยากขาดเกินบ้า
หายไปอ่ะ
โอ้โห91 match point ปืนเข้าหัวตลอดเลยวะหัวตลอดเลยมันเหมือนของไม่ค่อยดีเลยที่น่ากินมันม่วงดองเลยม่วงดองจริง
was potentially felt there as they picked an unconventional comp and lost with it.
คือถ้าแชทไม่ดีเลยอะเล่ามันกว่านี้จริง
Why did they go for this crazy comp on Haven? But it's worked in the past. Can it work here when everything matters?
The last elimination game
ไม่คือเก้าอี้อ่ะมันเหมือนมันเสียอยู่แล้วใช่ป่ะแล้วเขาก็มาซ่อมก่อนวันที่เราจะมาแล้วพอมาถึงแต่เรื่องถูกตัวไง
แต่ไปนั่งอันที่มันต้อง series point potentially tournament point here for Loud. They're on the edge of making history. Over to you, Pansy and Hypo for map 4.
ดื่มน้ำปัสสาวะครับ
But if this series is anything to go by so far, it should be far from a clear-cut case. We've had OTs, we've had crazy turnarounds, we've had some quite clear-cut map results in there too. But Mike, we stand on the verge of potentially Loud now taking this, right? This could be their opportunity now to truly claim their title and move it, forward, lock it in. Tell me some hope here for OpTic. Tell me what they've got that they can change this. Because as all stands, it's Loud
ในที่นี้ก็คือเหมือนฝรั่งทุกคนเขาแบบตัวสูงหรืออะไรเงี้ยอินนั่นกลายเป็นแบบนึกออกว่า
And Victor's been great. I mean, the pressure he's able to create from his ultimates, even just on some of the dry rounds, on utility alone. They have some really, really cool little set pieces behind it. But Loud, like I said, they've had the opportunity to sit back and watch this now, in effect. And where OpTic have been happy to play unorthodox and really upset the rhythm of some of these rounds, that's what's going to be tested here on Haven. Looking fairly all in. Initially here for OpTic, it's only one member of Loud Sassy.
ไปดื่มน้ำปัสสาวะครับจังหวะนี้มาเก็บ
But no progress on the other extremity.
And they're making quite quick progress here. This should be quite concise if all goes to plan. Clearing out the close corners on towards sewer, but no one really paying much mind to it because we see it. Louder playing a little bit deeper. One towards CT, one towards Heaven. Victor going to take the space. Force him away and actually take that space himself. Doubling down on that, it's also Crashies, but both taking a little low here. Look at the HP. Crashies, Victor, and FNS, all a little chipped up.
See Pancada sending through the smoke means he can't actually smoke off the trap on the flank, so he has to wait this out for the time being. Actually catching 3 here.
Flanks unlocked. Time to get the wrap on as well. Sassy noting 2, but somehow he's still alive. It's Sadak to connect towards Victor, down to 3 now. Sadak waiting on the player towards Graffiti. Can they get him in time? Pancada pries away at net, and it's all on 1. And then it was quickly 9-4 playing this back in perfectly. Loud on these retakes are golden.
The fault line was beautiful. They actually only got the 1 kill off the back of that. Les swings through, finds that headshot. Unfortunately, all that damage done early on. I remember Victor and Crashes, I believe, tucked into Graffiti. Was so tagged up. I mean, Sassy should have had those kills, to be honest. He was so close to finding them. OpTic 7-0 in revenge matches. And now actually up against the ropes.
But what a bittersweet moment this will be across the board. If you've loved this matchup, again, seeing Loud, for example, go out in groups. Last time we got to see this real matchup go down in another tournament. And what a reply would that be? Revenge truly served best when it's cold. And at this point, ready.
Comboนี้เรียบร้อยครับผม
Could he catch Crashies? It didn't actually get the second player, but again, the walking wounded left Marv. Outdoes on 1. Quick handling of this Sassy, fired up now. That leads to Sadak's there. It's comfortable in the end, softened at the start.
That's the fault line, the seed and the paint shell. Like I said, the combo comes through pretty late just to catch OpTic off guard. Now we start testing, like I said, that homework factor. Some of the things that OpTic set up in the early round. 2 kills on the side of OpTic, Victor and Marv to get on the board here. Actually, 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal in the hands of Les here. Very comfortable round 3 setup, actually. Especially now if they want to sit a little deeper, force OpTic to explore the map. Deep smoke on A lobby as well. That's actually going to draw Crashes and FNS back here. On the back of that, Les is actually tucked into sewers now with that rifle. He's got a safe TP outside Link. Rewarded for the early setup.
Yeah.
And that's just all on the back of that smoke. That smoke draws Crashes and FNS, puts them on high alert, and less punishes.
Theory's fantastic. Watching it pay off in real time, just perfect. Looks like they are reconvening over towards the A site. Already early work and space taken by FNS. I think Victor's by his side too. Yeah, you're gonna kind of linger around middle. And not necessarily a bad call. Correct call as it stands, noting that we do have this less on the other side, sat deep towards kind of the stairs, almost CT, back up towards heaven. So there should be a plan here. I do wonder if they try and get someone potentially early towards CT or get a little ahead of it. It looks like they're trying that, absolutely. Feel they've been given a little bit of freedom here. How much space do they try and take? FNS trying to maybe set up Victor a little here, but see how diligent they are on the way back in. Once again, Loud are notoriously good at this.
See FNS caught on that one, and actually the answer might even fall to this. Pinch comes through, Sadak and Lesser found kills. Aspas over the top now. He's found Yay!
He's found Marv. It's just instantaneous. Loud have a talent, and you are watching it in droves.
Look at the HP bars. Barely breaking a sweat. They create that early advantage. Sassy has fallen, but that's it. A tag onto Les.
It's all peaches and cream for them when they're working back in like that. I've never seen it look so easy.
That's the 3rd converted with 4 standing. And it's all on the back of this early setup, removing Crashies. What a beautiful round once again from Loud. It's ridiculous. And that's the plan from the get-go. See, as soon as that first blood's drawn, they know they have the 5v4, they have numbers advantage. They reset back into that retake setup. Guardian, 2 stingers to work with.
Looks simplistic, straight through towards Garage, but he keeps going. Gonna actually catch Pancada. Note him falling away. And take Garage. Now they're gonna seemingly prop up 1, gonna potentially Crashes in towards that and explore the rest of the map. They had everyone else sat towards the middle, but it's over towards A long they're exploring. See Victor potentially knows that. Les gonna be forced off the angle as OpTic start to look to potentially threaten that B site.
Well, no, Victor actually pops the run it
Oh,
back.
nice.
No, they're going to force less off, and actually the spam comes through Victor. He's found the kill.
But Sadak's here. Sadak is here, and they have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. There's Sadak among them. He's going to find one. FNS falls quickly to the frenzy, but he doesn't get it. Where's the spike in all this being planted? That's going down. Made something out of nothing in this one, OpTic. Didn't have the best buy, but made it work. Sassy and Aspas. So much room to try and clear through, and so little concept as to where they are.
OpTic going to play this one passively as well. It's just Victor to hold close contact. Still got 2 flashes to work with, actually. The close range here, the Stinger going to cause real problems on the way back through onto B side.
ฮาร์ฟบายของ OpTic ด้วยยิงเช็คก่อน
Sassy going to try and find something here at least. We'll catch one.
แปะสวย
Going to pull the trigger now. Right to Aspas. Sassy trying to get away with this. Do a little bit of damage, but 4 on the round for Victor. A thrifty converted for OpTic. On the back of Stingers and a little bit of aggression. That's even with Sanak getting into potentially a deadly position. See the amount of pressure Les is under.
Lovely work with the paranoia and the catch and the commitment behind it. Chasing that down, but you're right. It was Sanak that I started to get nervous about his presence being there. He could have potentially got 2, maybe more.
เป็นปืนที่ถูกมากแล้วก็ปืนแม่งโหดมากเลยระยะใกล้แบบ
nice and quick as
ลั่น
well.
แบบ
So this is exactly what you'd want if it was the OpTic.
แล้วนี่แหละแพทหน้ามันจะ
Utilize
บัฟ
this
ให้อีก
Phoenix
นะ
to
ปื
its
นเนี่ย
best potential.
อันต
Looks
ราย
like an
จัด
early start here. Pop flash off the back of the Prowler. And away he goes. Victor's off on one. Yeah, he's got Pancarter, and it's going to be a quick flash towards B and the chase down. He wants to get in there, but the slow going to hinder a little progress and bring less in for the fight. But the operator now noted, forced to back, but look at OpTic already on the site. There was nowhere to run for him and nowhere to hide. The spike now going to be delivered, and the plant going to come through.
What?
Come on.
Sanak found that kill?
How?
The Rolling Thunder gets posted as well. Aspas looking to close the distance, but doesn't get on default.
Just catching his shins on the way through, but looks for the fight still. Yeah, he wins it, of course he does. Dazed and confused, it doesn't matter. OpTic regain composure in this round, only losing 2 for themselves, but finding form here to close the gap.
And the run it back creates so much pressure. The C site completely abandoned. There's so much pressure coming on to beat, and it's less to be the one to feel that heat. OpTic navigate their way all the way onto C site, and ultimately it's just 1 kill that defines this round. Actually, even with the funds here, it's just the rifle for Aspas. A couple of Stingers here for Loud. OpTic revert back towards A lobby here. And yeah, he posts up with the operator, Aspas and Sassy. You can see him on the X-ray.
จะพีคไหมพีคไหมพีคตายนะบอกก่อนเลยพีคตายนะ
Just holding on to the angle though. Aspas conscious of that rifle.
ใครได้โอ้โห
This time he's sharp for it.
Real quick. It's taken away more than just the tip of the spear. That's Ye now. Moved. Again, making so much damage on rounds like this. Like, look at the buy. It is Stingers. You know, the headhunter for less sure, and the rifle for Aspas, but being able to activate him of all people is essential to outcome. And they're standing and fighting on this one, but they have to respect the paranoia committed. And now you can see that link rotation coming in. The 2 players kind of peeling away from the A side. They're ready for this B fight. They're here so fast. Aspas, he is making himself such a problem. The paint shell on the way out, but he's done the damage. FNS has 3 to find. Sanak just throws himself at him.
Another thrifty to flip this back, and Sassy's utility completely shutting down this audible towards B site. And the rifle paying dividends in that regard. Decay just absolutely blindsiding OpTic.
Precision kill.
Aspas really looking to heat up now as well.
The fact he was so present in this round, considering he's the only one with the rifle, was brilliant. Really good to see him take that space. And taking Ye at the start, quick rotation onto B. Really, really good. And maybe rinse and repeat. Let's see it. Ye wants the challenge.
Posted on that angle.
Yeah, he was waiting.
I've got to be careful. He's going to eat a ton of damage there. Down to 63.
Oh, they're exploring sewer though.
The fault line, I think, going to set them up for this, but doesn't catch.
And neither did the Prowler. Yeah.
I mean, they don't push through, but at least denial of information there. Pancard. Oh, the door got broken and Crashy's punished for it. Pancard actually finds the headshot. Victor now trying to get behind this, but Pancard now will slip into a more passive angle with less to complement that with that operator. Yeah, he's still exploring towards 8. Loud been happy to give this up.
Because they can take it back so easily.
Exactly, yeah.
Never team looks so comfortable in these retakes.
Oh yeah, though.
Doesn't win out either. That's a problem. They're down pretty substantial numbers. Marv noted super early, down so low, and this retake again still looking as refined as ever. FNS at least gonna be back looking a little healthier, but yeah, only good for one. Now it's on FNS. He's got so many problems and he can't get away from any of them. Loud once again proving retakes are just one of the skills that they truly have honed.
Yeah, they've really got their finger on the pulse here. They know exactly when to re-hit A site. Like I said, on the back of creating these early advantages, they know that they can come back through and play the trades. It doesn't even come to that. It's the second time where there's 4 people left standing to retake A site. OpTic, they have to answer back here. There has to be some form of adjustment. Because Loud are playing into, they're giving them the tools to play into their hands. The benefit of nearly a full house of ultimates here. Victor just missing 2 for the run it back.
But tell me you're not getting worried though, even if you're...
I'm already worried. With how Loud are approaching this defensive half, I'm already worried. Because OpTic can't convert the advantage that ultimately Loud are giving to them.
Correct. That's the thing that scares me in this. The win conditions that OpTic were looking for, you know, getting plants, getting into the site, getting entries, you know, they're still doing okay, but the problem is that Loud are so comfortable.
Just to put it in perspective, OpTic have nearly an 80% post-plant success rate on Haven. And they're being given free plants.
Yep.
Effectively 4 people on site with free roam of where to set up utility.
Any nice post-plants you fancy,
And they still can't convert.
Yep.
So they need to nip this in the butt early on. I mean, we're already in round 8. I say early on. This one's already spiraling out of control if you look at the nature of some of these round victories. And actually now to take into account, yes, the ultimates are there, but the funds starting to dwindle for OpTic. We'll have the Tour de Force to offset that here, but it's Victor at 2,700 and Crashies at 1,700.
For me, I like the pace when we saw those B hits, you know, that C split that came through as well. That seemed to work well enough. You need to have a brawl in this, because if you leave Loud alive, they will absolutely destroy you. And again, they're getting creative, they're getting more aggressive and assertive, pushing down along. Aspas gonna add insult to injury. As soon as, of course, the reasonable answer would be to adjust and look towards C, look towards B, where they found success. There's already a stack there, and you've already lost the back line.
Victor trying to slip up behind this wall, but he's posted up. Less will punish. Marv actually finds Aspas elsewhere.
Would they back away, though?
Being now less to be against the ropes here. Spotted out by Marv as well. Actually, Aftershock misses.
Less. How much more can you do? Pressure mounting, deleted. Crashes is there, but there was still a player on long. I don't think they noted the one player on long. Pancada has such an opportunity. Oh, he sees one, he sees 2, and they scatter away from him. But a 1v2. You got Ye posted towards long, ready for the post plant. You got Marv on the way around supporting through Garage here, but Sadak gonna try and at least get up towards Plat. Clear sight, sees nothing. Looks towards Garage, notes nothing.
Marv still has a paranoia as well.
Trying to bait the shot there, seen Ye. Now he's seen Ye. And considering it looked like Loud had the right read on this, that was the adjustment coming in. Credit to OpTic for still sticking the landing.
Absolutely. Again, the Aftershock just missing on the lockdown. At least gives OpTic a little more confidence. There's going to be no secondary angle being held from CT. And they can really pressure less. I mean, it's not often you say it, but Pancada just a little bit cleaner with that. That can completely change the outcome because Marv is so disconnected.
Yeah, you're right. 5-3 now. You need to see it strung together though. See if OpTic do have variety to this. Because once again, you're going to see a quick rotation though. Now, last time we saw them get punished through B connector when they went for that B hit off the back. These 2 players are on that A site. But already, a lot of presence noted, but have they got a plan in mind? I want to see if they've read these rotations now.
Well, look at this now. On the back of the success on A site and giving it up, they can stack 3 towards Garage and C. And actually with less on the operator. mean, they also have a two-man hold on B.
I think they've read this. I think considering how quickly that Prowler became committed, they've got to have noted they pulled the players away this early. It's actually a lot of information being found just by seeing this utility already committed. They could, I guess they could go back towards A, but again, it's once again retake time. It's terrifying.
The concern being is now you look at it and actually Rolling Thunder, Showstopper to come back through on the retake, and that makes it even more comfortable. Correct. Or at least on the side of Loud, even more confident for them in the retake.
Oh yeah. And they still, obviously, if you're OpTic, you still have to clear up here. So it becomes really apparent that you've not felt pressure anywhere else on the map by this point. Now, you can't blame them. They have to be diligent. It'd be, we'd be blaming them for not clearing their corners if they didn't. So in they go. Similar scenes. And now we have to see if they can withhold. Can they withstand Loud in these retakes?
Open plant, so I think OpTic are going to give up sight here. This could be the adjustment that actually finds them converting on these rounds.
Could be the best plan they've had so far. There's that Showstopper coming in. One of the key components you were talking about. There's only one on the side, so showing another one, maybe two up towards heaven. Aspas posts it! Finds a recipient. That's going to be Crashy's gone. And they're going to know this now. If you're Loud, you know they are sitting deep on this one. The smoke's going to go in. The barrel is there. Victor, you got to get on this. Someone's going to stop this. Finally, they deny the defuse. The flash is great. Victor's still alive and 3 still standing. OpTic not out of this one. The adjustments worked. They found their answer. They've dealt with Loud.
And now as it swings back in the opposite direction, Loud have to address this. If some ultimates come online, and particularly actually if Victor can put his running back to use and clear out that A site, allowing a free plant, allowing that deep reset in the post-plant hold, could become concerning. Marv finding 2 blind kills there.
Fair enough.
Kind of look like me.
We got the running back for Victor. See where that gets committed in the end. And I wonder if there's repetition to be found with this for OpTic. Protocol list meaning they have to pull the players away from A, find that space, and do all the same work towards Garage, towards B, not lose players. Obviously easier said than done as Pancada. He's posted on this one.
So close. Victor flash in hand.
Yeah, and look at the flash and the Prowler combo. Great to take space. We actually really like the combination between Fade and Phoenix here. Joke's over. But Les is posted with the operator. That's going to be a shot. Not landing that he would have wanted. Slowed down, but certainly not stopped. And now the pressure starts to mount. He's got one. Victor isolating the fight towards Pancada. Greeting was Aspas. Greets him with a smile and says goodbye. But it is Aspas and Les up against 3. Look where that spike's going and look where Ye is. This is just fantastic progress. You can see on a deeper angle, and Les considered it, but was not ready for it.
Spike planted. Able to create some pressure. Rewarded for it here. Aspas still has the rifle. I mean, 1,200 in the bank. Oh, he's going to make a concerted effort for this, but with Ye slipping deeper into spawn, he's got to dig him out first. That has to be the first scalp to claim, and already time slipping away from him.
Teleport's ready. Ain't clean, ain't pretty, but you're going to take those. Your job done. Okay, OpTic have the answer. Now, I guess this is when we look at the scoreline, and if we want to discuss kind of a bigger picture across the board, you have to chalk up the fact that, one, yes, Loud did convert that bonus, but they also picked up the pistol, right? So there was a nice little buffer at the start of things. Once we got into the meat of it, yes, those retakes were very impressive, but OpTic came prepared with an answer. So technically, this is, even though the scoreline is sitting all even, I'm trending a little towards OpTic, considering the vast majority of the rounds that they've garnered are in the full gun rounds. Let's see if that holds true, as once again we're seeing this kind of combination here. We'll flash out the window. We did see the Prowler last time, not this time.
This is noted.
Temptation to follow that up. Marked. Ooh, gets himself the angle, but it's Victor to find success towards middle, as Sadak tried to explore a little.
And also it's the walk out. OpTic are now trying to gain an advantage on the back of Loud being so eager to find some space elsewhere behind this early presence shown. More OpTic stacked up outside B. Smokes go up. Now there's one on the other side. Not full coverage here though. Actually, the paranoia in the paint shell. Love that will find a kill, but definitely prevented the spike. But Victor looking to get aggressive. Marv now with the back go. Loud found all the kills though.
3 of them. And now it's looking like an absolute travesty. As it's only Ye, 41 HP and 48 seconds. I thought the discipline might have kicked in.
Not the case, Loud.
Stabilize. They absolutely needed this. They would have been broke for round 12 if OpTic had closed this out. 3 survive, carry these weapons across. The operator maintained as well.
จะจบที่6-6 หรือ 7-5
Actually, Sadak and I was going to say Sassy, whether or not they can spread the funds effectively here. So with Sassy to play it out with a light shield, but the important thing being the operator available here. FNS on that lockdown. So last time used reactively in garage, whether or not they set up for a site hit here. Actually, the ping towards sewer. Maybe implying. Sadak again happy to explore this, and this time less. Catch is marved ahead of getting into position.
So there they go now. Rock and a hard place. Pancada holds it down. Sadak to fill the void. Quick flash to buy some time, but the pressure's still mounting.
Let's found another.
Less is everywhere at once. Paranoia's coming through. Everything's starting to look good for Loud in this round. Probably leading into the half on this one. It looks inevitable, and let's crashes. Turns on a dime and does that. He's looking for less as well as less is encroaching towards this. He's still got a minute.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of time to play with here, and he got close in that last clutch. He found some room for himself, but two of the opposing players are playing right next to each other.
I mean, they're going to read this as he's pushing spawn, right? If he's not gone for this plant, you have to assume he's playing aggressively.
Does he see anything? No.
He's going to get the free plant here. We'll have the ultimate available. This goes reveal back, but it's 30 HP to work with. And finally now, Loud starting to figure it out.
There's the problem. It's been given away.
30 seconds left.
Does have his ult online though.
It's just one shot. It's all Loud need to land.
Trying to play the timing, going around the world. Good spin up towards long if he wants it.
บวกก็มีคาแล้วมีอันติ
They're sitting so pretty.
กับสแกน
Both of them on such good HP. And they're clearing methodically. They're checking every single corner. Horn goes towards long. That will at least keep some confirmation that he's not there. Instantly they turn and look towards Sewer! They got a little scary, got a little dicey. But once again, the retake holds strong. Loud carving themselves a lead here, Mike. It's only 7-5. But it's given them an advantage now.
Absolutely has, yeah. So to come out of that with a 2-round advantage, especially considering the disadvantage at the start they started with, brilliant stuff from OpTic.
It certainly is, but it's not over yet. This is only the first half. Let's go back down to the desk.
I love this series. It's so close between these two teams. I know before Agent Select, we weren't quite sure how we felt about the Phoenix, but now you've seen it against Loud. Josh, what are your opinions of it?
Well, I think Victor did a great job at actually recovering the half because it was looking dire there to start with. You know, Loud were really able to get a snowball going off the back of Aspas. He's having a fantastic map. And now the questions become, you know, when we are looking forwards about Victor and whether or not he's going to be able to keep this up, because this was Victor's best half, at least when you look back at how they've played previously.
Yeah, but for Aspas, it's been good for him as well. And I think for Loud, they've been defined by how they were playing in these retakes. So often completely giving up this A site and trusting their ability to fight back in. This is one of those rounds. This was actually the bonus round that they managed to convert. And they're just super well coordinated on these rehits, particularly with this double initiator comp and Aspas feeling enabled on that raise. But as the half progressed, OpTic really found their way back into things and again made those adaptations on the fly.
Is 5 enough? The question is, exactly, Josh, is 5 enough? Because when you look at OpTic and how they play Haven, on their attack side, that is where they've been collecting all the rounds to take away that map so far over the course of this tournament. And so I'm wondering now, as the sides are going to swap around, OpTic are going to be playing on the defensive side. It sounds odd they're playing a double Sentinel comp, but they have looked weaker on that side. And I think 7 rounds for Loud, listen, they take the pistol round. I think they may have just carved out a spot in history.
They may have one step away. You win this map, you close out Haven, and you're the first Brazilian team to ever take a trophy home. What an achievement it could be.
Loud just 6 rounds away from that trophy. Pansy and Hypog, let's see if they can close this one out.
They've given themselves the footing here, Mike. They've given themselves that pathway to glory. 7-5, they've absolutely given themselves a chance, but it's not completely out of the woods yet. There's still danger. There's still what we were seeing from OpTic. It's not over yet. It's how bad do OpTic want this?
Absolutely. And last time, actually, previously versus the RX, it was Marved and Ye to really be the driving forces on defense. Victor struggled to find any sort of success here, and now actually swing immediately on this angle will force Victor and Crashy's a little deeper on site, but Already reinforcements here in A-Link. Now don't stop it though. They're straight onto site.
Yeah, but already OpTic fell away from this. It's looking for like... Actually, I suppose he was mid-tempo in this, because looking at FNS's position, and they got the molly going to be clearing out towards Graffiti. The burst on the side, but he gets manhandled, sent back by the Frenzies. But then, a double dip! Triple, they've all gone back in, and it's a massacre!
Absolutely stomped.
เหมือนรอบแรก
try and get ahead of the curve, get ahead of that bomb coming through. Loud, have their heads on a swivel. That looked good initially. As soon as that molly goes up, I mean FNS is here so quickly. Problem being, this is too many frenzies. Tucked up so close on sight. That's a pacey start to the second half. Pistol on the board. Actually, 3 rifles to come through here, 2 bulldogs on the board. OpTic only have classics to work with, and the stun actually going to go onto the orb. Do they try and punish this? Trying to feed Victor another ult orb, and some utility invested here. Actually, Victor finds one here on the triple swing. OpTic want to take the fight to Loud. They don't want to let him get set up this time.
Okay. Well, ferocious.
Yeah, he slipped through as well. Got to be conscious that because Pancarda's already a C-long.
He's got a lot of space to work with.
Loud have to take a breather.
Yeah.
I think they will wait for Pancarda to find something. Maybe 3 shots in the Headhunter.
Prowling around down here. They've got to be aware of this, though. They've got to be aware. There's going to be a call for the rotation, but you've got... Oh, a shot and a half is what you've got. Yay.
Pancarda, though, he slipped all the way through.
Here's the same scene. Now, Yay. Now the alarm bell rings. The 3 players at CT swing together. He still gets one. Sassy on the other side with another. And a 2v2, any recoverable weapons? Yes, Marv's got himself a bulldog. And Sassy in the back line is surely considered. Less forced away. And now with 18 seconds, they turn into attention. And over on Sassy. I asked how bad they want it. Apparently real bad. Still find this out, they hear the plant.
10 seconds.
And Les sitting pretty though. He's got the rifle. He's still got the light armor beside him. Molly towards the side, clears it, notes nothing. And the timing. Les is going around the world just at the right time.
He slipped away from the spike though. He's not in line of sight.
He's absolutely not. So, going to be pressured. Do they consider it? Do they think about it?
Already
they get contact with it, but the spray's good. He's not stopping.
Not stopping.
He finally comes over the game. And Les punishes him.
ถ้ามาวิดคือแบบจุ่มยาวเลยสิบได้นะ
Any other matchup, Marv sticks that.
Of course he does.
Because he's gotten away with it so many times. But Les, the absolute hero here. Victor almost has him.
Oh, the Iceman himself finally melting a little under the pressure of it all.
OpTic แย่แล้วฮะ
What a round from OpTic though.
Yep. Something out of nothing. Something out of nothing.
Look at the repurchase back into Loud.
I mean, they're still pretty good with the Spectre. I'm not going to put it past them at 9-5. If they make it to 10 now, I'm getting real worried for OpTic's chances here. Loud on the verge of double digits. If they can somehow dig deep in this, your danger man always going to be less here. That rifle still in the hand. Don't forget about that.
Actually, there's one way. It kind of sets up Yay as well. It's only Aspas positioned here. Crash is actually now slipping away towards heaven. I think there's 2. Potential here for Sadak and Sassy to try and fake something onto A site. I think Crash has used this lineup before. It's dirty. And at least if he can confirm that this is a fake and nobody follows up on potentially the fault line or a prowler or anything sent out on that side.
Good timing on the check.
Finally gets the ping here.
But that's not where the spike is.
Nope.
Oh, and that's big info, right? But look at the scattering. Instantly adjusting right back across, mirroring the movement. But by now, Loud have the plan in. That's great. Perfect paranoia, and they're burning alive. And now mowed down. Good trade, though. Les standing tall. Pushes into the smoke. Zero respect, zero fear. He's waiting for him to appear on the other side. They have no idea about this. Who blinks first?
Right next to
Who
him.
moves first? They have no clue. Les, how is he doing this? Time and time again. Breaking OpTic's heart.
Let's get it.
Giving him
Absolutely ridiculous. There's only one noted
จุดที่
on
ตำ
A
แหน่ง
side,
ที่
but
ดี
they
มากเลย
scramble for this rotation. They're trying to send bodies to bail crashes out. The alarm bot gives it away. I mean, a ton of damage here. Look how much damage Les actually eats
แล้ว
there.
ตัวสโมกโดนแบง
This guy's built different. There's something different about the way this guy plays the game.
โอ้โหสุ่มยิงสุ่มเหมือนช็อต
Absolute madness. And now you're definitely worried. Loud have found double digits.
Found confidence. Their individuals are warming into the game now. Everything's starting to line up here. 2 more rounds to get towards series point, championship point. And they are very much poised for that. They have the perfect purchase coming into the next round. OpTic far from it. But the odds have been against OpTic before. I will never write them out until it's over. This is the championship. It is a Sunday, you know what I mean? Anything can and will happen.
I mean, they gave it a bloody good shot last time with just pistols.
Yeah.
It came right down to the wire. It was less to bail them out in that round 2 as well. Almost ascended now. Playing a different game out here on Haven.
Yeah.
Just 2 stingers here for OpTic. Marved and Victor. The ghost in hand for FNS. So Ye gonna load up on Headhunter shots as well. OpTic looking to get a little aggressive here. Ye and FNS to support Marv. Get him tucked in nice and early. And Crashies will be in range to hear this utility going into sewers. It's not the first time Loud have showed presence here. I think that previous round definitely going to be present in the thought process here for OpTic. Don't want to give any opportunity in terms of over-rotating here. Actually stick to their guns. Nobody moving on the side of OpTic. Committed to this 4-man hold towards C. And Loud happy to play out the downtime here.
Oh yeah. Them sweat. Build that pressure. The tension almost palpable at this point. You know that OpTic are starting to get, you know, those dire thoughts. You're not out of it yet, but it's looking like that landslide is falling your way.
เป็นเนาะOpTicนี่เล่นเขาเรียกว่าไม่พีคไม่อะไรนะคือเรียกว่าแคมป์ดักเลยต้องระมัดระวังทีเดียวเราเข้านะฮะแดงข้างบนนะ
comes in for free. It was a C stack. It was a gamble. Didn't work out.
ดูจุดตำแหน่งแคมป์กันนะ
I have 5 standing, but
มาดูรีเพย์ของOpTicนี่ก็เป็น
I mean, with how disciplined Loud have played, don't even expect these stingers to get much done here.
แก้ได้นะแต่น่าจะยาก
Only
นะ
one flash to work with. The paranoia as well for Marv, but it's going to take a miracle. Loud just set up already with this utility so late on in the round. It didn't cost them anything to get in here. So they have so much to slow down this retake.
You're right. It's almost time for starting to really mount up here. This straight out. Flash is good. Might catch by Carter. But it's just nothing. It's odds and ends. A whimper at the end of the round as 11 is carved on the board for Loud now. We could be moments away. One more round and it's championship point. And OpTic haven't got off the starting blocks here in the second half.
Saw them turn the tides in the first. Talking about their ability to stop that early momentum and get around on the board. They were successful previously, but it's going to take a miracle here. 6-round deficit. OpTic barely anything left in the tank after this in terms of the finances. I'll run it back to work with. Actually, Les going to pop the tour de force off the rip here. Victor pretty deep here. I mean, if he does want to throw out the run it back, he has to clear all this space. It does.
Alright, Flash is good. Going to force the TP away. A little bit of a gamble on the spam and hoping it finds something and he gets sent away. Not finding as much as he'd like here, but you're absolutely right. Information aplenty.
Does he get back onto this angle though? Les is posted up now, anticipating some sort of re-aggression here from OpTic.
ดึงเวลาตอนนี้เหลือ
Victor's holding an active angle. Crashy's, I guess, ready to swing off the contact.
Teleport's ready.
Les nearly spotting the barrel.
วิกเตอร์พร้อมนะพร้อมแฟลชเปิด
They wouldn't dare peek into this.
Now Victor has no flashes left.
Yeah, and then they're already leaning towards C. This is all building towards a C crunch anyway. You've still got the players on long. You've got two working through garage. It's going to be a finesse now. It's going to be drawn to attention. Great control in the first. Silences Aspas. Pancada soon to follow. Finally traded out though. Sadak could have built in through garage. Yay with a great position, but blind can't do much more. And it's still Marv to the back of the side. The Iceman himself needs to stay cool. And he's done well with one, but it's not going to be enough. As Sassy now in the 1v2. Plant going to come in, but they are closing the gap fast to save Plant. But then now there's players on long. Did he note the one close through garage? He absolutely has.
Yeah,
and with 40 HP, he's done the unthinkable. He's taken them to 12. And now one round away.
ล่าต่อไปนี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่ออปติกจะตีตื้นได้ยากมากเพราะว่าฟูลบายแทบจะไม่ได้แล้วจัดสรรเงินกันลำบากแล้วครับตอนนี้
What a ridiculous clutch
โอ้โหวิกเตอร์เสียเลยอ่ะดูดินี่ฮะเลือก40
He's so composed as well.
He knows he's absolutely gone on the ropes. We are one round away. The last purchase potentially for OpTic. It's now or it's never. It's do or it's die. And it's a double stack towards Sewer. Pancada already ripping the head off of Ye's shoulders. Would they predict the second? Oh, yes, they do! Pancada!
มาแล้วแชมป์มาเห็น
Victor in two. And now there's only 3 standing. And it's all building towards this A site.
They've got so much utility to work with again. Pancada and Aspas have both
เรียบร้อยครับ
It's
GG ฮะ
all on
โดนเข้าไป
standing FNS and after so much
ลาวชนะ
time, so many years of
แชมเปี้ยนครับผม
at the hands of OpTic, Lao beat them in the best possible way, becoming the Valorant 2022 champion.
มาโหดมากลาวแล้ว
For the men on the stage.
ทีมจากประเทศบราซิล
Incredible performance from Lao today.
โหดจัด
Besting OpTic. You can see what it means to them as well.
ถ้าดูจากที่สตอรี่มานี่คือลาวชนะเข้ารอบมานี่คือชนะที่อื่น2-0 หมดเลยนะ
And they deliver here.
And they've been living in the shadows of OpTic, forced out in the group stages, constantly beaten, questioned their capability. And how many times do we say OpTic then just kind of flourish through the tournament? But now is the time. They fought so goddamn hard to stand on that stage and to face their biggest foe in the final, the grand final, and beat them here. Truly something to be proud of.
OpTic หลุดไปหมดเลยอะ OpTic หลังๆหลุดแล้วฮะที่โดนนำไป10 หลุดแล้ว
OpTic just completely fell short here. Loud put on an absolute masterclass, particularly here on Haven, just demonstrating such solid discipline. And a couple of these Loud players coming up huge individually.
Yes.
OpTic take nothing away from their run.
No.
Incredible consistency to even make it to here.
How many teams have we seen just shy away from the spotlight after picking up one big victory, but no, OpTic always showed their diligence coming back around. But this moment is for them on the screen, Loud. Again, they had so much hard time put their way by their opponents here. So many people questioning their capability, and they have proven everybody wrong.
3-1 นะตัวที่ 3 ถือว่าเป็นทีมแรกที่OpTic ตีลาวเสียไป1แต่ติดไม่แตกเพราะลาวชนะมาตลอด
online in the final map as well. Pancada and Les individually just outstanding performance from them. Even then, you have to mention the others. Sadak, Aspas, Sassy. That clutch from Sassy.
ที่นี่บราซิลโหดจัดและ
And we get it now, the dream lined up for Sao Paulo. I know Josh was talking about it earlier.
Can you imagine?
Brazil will carry the title into that event next year.
That's what I think everyone's looking forward to now. The region has a champion to follow, to cheer for, to set the bar once again, to carry that flag forward. But you're right, bringing that trophy all the way home.
That's... it feels almost scripted. It almost feels scripted. Oh man, let's take a glimpse back. Let's have a look back at some of the moments that led to this, at least here, because again, I think watching this game through and through, seeing and both of us casting this rivalry so often, this is the best I've ever seen Loud, flat out.
Absolutely, and just to think as well, there are so many times where both teams look to really switch things up, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a comfort zone matchup, right? They're so well versed. They know each other so well. That's even to think about actually how things started on Ascent, right? When OpTic really taking the fight to the back lines of Loud, looking to disrupt them as much as possible. And actually Loud doing the exact same thing. You come back onto Breeze then. It was just such an amazing series to watch.
El Clasico does certainly hold up to its price at this again. Look at it. Any other day, Marv would have held that, and we know it. You know it. But these moments, these pressure scenarios, these stages, bring the best out of it. And this, an ace at this point. Come on, Les. Come on.
Well, wasn't it basically that then into like the sassy clutch, like one round later?
Yep.
Just heroics on both sides of the coin here, Lauren.
Absolutely. Every single player has been just formidable from start to finish, and it's been an honor being part of that journey, part of that experience, because for some reason we always seem to cast the matchups and they've always been so good. And again, for you guys at home to get your thoughts through to us, down below, get the MVP vote going. I mean, where would you go with this? Where would you call this one?
Honestly, I've got to give this to either Aspas or Les. I think individually some of these rounds, just you come back to that word once again, heroics. And that's even again, you got sassy in that mix as well. That clutch, honestly, was outrageous on Haven.
Mike, it's been an absolute honor to once again be part of this, part of the experience with you guys at home, finally having you in the building with us for those who are able to make it out here. But overall, all said and done, what a great conclusion, at least, to this year's biggest rivalry.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just so glad we got to, and it delivered again. I mean, last time it came out, and there's questions in the matchup, some of these results, the 3-0, for example, stands out a little bit, but allowed to flip this one in the nature we did. I mean, we had 2 overtimes here in the series. Absolutely delivered for me.
One of the greats going down in the history books. This is one to be remembered. And honestly, thank you for having us with us. Now, for now, we're going to go back down to the stage, though, to hear from the players themselves exactly where we want to be.
Teşekkürler Alican. Müthiş bir yılı İstanbul'da hep birlikte geride bırakıyoruz. Yüzlerce takım içerisinde binlerce oyuncunun mücadelesine hep birlikte milyonlar olarak tanıklık ettik. Artık tabii ki şampiyonun kupaya ulaşma zamanı geldi. 2022 Valorant Champions turnuvasının kazananı Loud.
ตุ๊กตาน้องหมาอยู่ ถ้วยสวยมากอะ
Karşılarına çıkan her takımı mağlup etmeyi başardılar. Onların önünde OpTic hep bir engel teşkil etti. Reykjavik'te başlayan bir serüvende ve tabii ki özellikle onlara karşı kazanıyor olmak çok farklı olsa gerek. Onlarla bir röportajımız olacak tabii ki ama öncelikle kendilerine kupa kadar eşsiz bir hediye veriyor olacağız. Kendi radyanit küplerini alacaklar. Hediyeleri olan radyanit küpleri vermek üzere Riot yetkilileri John Needham, Anna Dunlan ve Valen Rosel'i davet ediyoruz. They came here and beat every opponent they faced so far, and OpTic has been the arch enemy all the international events so far this year, and they had the means to revenge their here in the Champions Finals. So I'm sure it means a lot when they become the best team of 2022. And we will have our interview with them now, but we would like to give them a unique present. So please welcome to the stage Riot Executives, John Needham, Anna Donlan, and Waylon Roselle, who are representing and giving the Radiant Cubes.
เจ๋งอ่ะนี่น่าจะเป็นล่างนะหรือเปล่า
So thank you, John, and I am Waylon, and let's hear from champions. Sadak, starting with you. You and your team just won the championship, winning against your biggest rival so far. How do you feel?
Então, vocês acabaram de ganhar o campeonato contra o seu grande rival. Sadak, como é que você se sente?
Sem palavras.
I have no words to describe this feeling.
Yes.
Öncelikle tabii Sadak turnuvayı kazandıklarını ve serinin şampiyonu olduklarını söyledim ve...
Wait. Merhaba arkadaşlar.
Yani burada olmanın gerçekten sözlerle ifade edilemeyeceğini söyledi kendisi. So I'm going with Les. So Les, despite being young, your performance was incredible so far. Do you have any secret?
Então, Les, apesar de você ser mais novo, sua performance foi incrível. Você tem algum segredo?
Eu acredito que o segredo é errar, tomar esporro e acertar.
So I believe my secret is actually to make mistakes, get some people complaining about you, but then getting it right.
Okay. Les'e özellikle tabii genç olduğunu ve performansının ama genç olmasına karşılık harika olduğunu sordum. Yani özel bir sırrı olup olmadığını sordum. Les kendisi çok hata yaptığını, hata yapmaya devam ettiğini ve daha sonrasında insanların yaptığı hatalardan dolayı yine yakındığını ama sonrasında onlara ödettiğini söylüyor. So, going with you, what is next for the guys? What do you think becoming Valorant World Champion? What do you think? How are you feeling?
E aí, pancada, o que vocês têm guardado pela frente depois desse campeonato?
O que tem guardado pela frente só Deus sabe, né? A gente vai viver cada dia um após o outro, aproveitar o título agora, que foi muito importante para todos nós, então é isso aí.
So, actually getting this championship was really important to us, but sincerely speaking, only God knows what's gonna be like safe for us in the future. We're just gonna be living one day by the other and just keep walking.
Okay. Genel olarak tabii Pankada'ya gelecekte sizleri neler bekliyor ve dünyanın şampiyonu olduğunuz, dünyanın Valorant şampiyonu olduğunuz şeklinde bir soru yöneltti. Kendisi günden güne kazanmaya devam ettiklerini ve her eventte olduğu gibi maçtan maça düşündüklerini söylediler. So, going with the Aspas. I think you can understand the question. So you have 6 dogs so far, Teddy dogs, and what is the meaning of the dogs and you plan to get more?
Então, Aspas, eu acho que você entende essa pergunta. Você tem vários cachorros, 6 cachorros. Qual o significado deles?
Não, é só uma etapa.
Eles são os cachorros do Champions. Eu tinha 2 do Brasil que eu trouxe. Aí acabou que foi virando um cachorro por vitória. E agora são os cachorros dos Champions. Cada representa uma vitória.
So those are the champion dogs. Like 2 of them are brought from Brazil, but then with every victory that we got, we decided to add one more.
Okay.
So that was what became the champions dogs. That meant 1 victory for each.
Okay. Aspas'a genel olarak oyuncak köpeklerin ne anlama geldiğini, onun için ne ifade ettiğini sordum. Kendisi 2 tanesinin Brezilya bölgesinde kazanılan şampiyonluklarla birlikte yanına aldığını ve buraya geldiğinde de her galibiyete bir köpek eklediğinden bahsetti. So, going with you, Sassi. What are you thinking and what does it mean become to champions this time?
Então, Sassi, o que você está pensando e o que significa para você ter se tornado o campeão daqui?
Cara,
significa muita coisa. Para mim significa que o nosso trabalho deu certo. Então eu acho que primeiramente estou muito orgulhoso dos meninos, que é o Les e o Aspas, né, os mais novos. E agradecer toda a confiança do Sadhack, do Pancada, do Bazooka e de toda a Loud também. E pra mim, cara, acho que é só o começo. A gente finalmente colocou o Brasil no topo. E é o que faltava pra jogo da Riot Games também.
So it's actually very meaningful for us. Like, it's a lot of feelings, a lot of things to think about. But first of all, I would like to thank not only like everybody that supported us, but like my teammates, like everyone brought everything that they got so far. And it also, we wanted to thank Loud for all the support and everything that was working with us in the background.
Yani genel olarak tabii ki bu şampiyonluğun kendisini ne olarak ifade ettiğini, nasıl düşündüğünü, hissettiğini sormak istedim Sasi'ye ve tabii ki organizasyonu Loud başta olmak üzere yanında olan herkese, olmayan da herkese aynı zamanda teşekkür ediyor. So, going with Coach Bazooka. I mean, you have been so good so far. And what are your thoughts on Valorant event happening at your home ground in next February at Brazil?
I mean, we're really happy that we won here, and we have a lot of expectations to play in our home in Brazil as well. I think the crowd here was amazing, and I'm sure the Brazilian fans. And vamos! And I'm sure it's going to be a great event in Brazil as well.
Ya Bazooka Koç'a genelde şöyle bir soru sordum. Tabii ki bildiğiniz gibi 2023 Valorant Champions Tour içerisinde Brezilya'da başlayacak olan sezonla alakalı ev sahibi olmanın kendilerine nasıl hissiyat verdiğini sordum. Kendisi tabii ki evde olmak çok güzel bir duygu olacak ama buradaki izleyici de bizi gerçekten çok etkiledi ve sizlere de çok teşekkür ediyor Koç Bazooka. Ve son bir kez daha 2022 Valorant Champions'a burada şöyle kocaman bir alkış.
Parabéns, galera.
And personally, thank you and congrats everyone. And I'm gonna be tossing back to Hostas.
Thank you very much, Vlad. Thank you very much, Vlad. What a multilingual king. But I gotta say, what a moment for Loud. This was the super team. After all of the ups, the downs they've been through, they finally have a trophy to show for it.
Finally, and for the first time, a trophy going to Brazil. What a moment for them to end their year on. They had their humbling experience at Copenhagen. Yeah. Now they've come back here and are the champions.
Everybody was talking about the parity from different regions at this event. And now we finally see a trophy from a region that isn't North America or EMEA. And it just means that America's region heading into 2023 is going to be so stacked. There's a trophy headed to Sao Paulo, owned by the Brazilian team. The crowd is going to go nuts. And what a place to try and defend your reputation as the best team in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, next year is just going to be absolutely elite. But honestly, this has just made waves, I think, as well, in the entirety of esports, not just Valorant itself as well, because this kind of regional parity, this is at the very beginning of the game, you know? This is only going to continue further as well, as each region has developed further and further and further. And Loud, I mean, what a momentous effort. All of their losses did not go to waste. They learned from them, and they have brought a trophy home to Brazil.
I mean, we've been fighting about NA versus EU all year, but we were just all wrong. NA and EU are not as good as Brazil, Mimi. They are the superior region.
It really does seem so, and I just love it. To have the moment for these guys, the story throughout this year has been exceptional. 3 young players, 2 players that have been working for so long to make this happen, that have always been representing Brazil. It really is momentous.
You saw the emotion from these guys when they first won the game as well, and they realized that they'd completed their dreams. You heard Sassy talking about it earlier as well. He never got an opportunity to win an international League of Legends event, and he was just hoping that he could do it here. How on earth has the guy been able to transition so well in such massively different titles?
Does he want to go to TFT?
But the perseverance and the dedication and the ability to work with whoever will give him the best chance of winning a trophy, it's all paid off.
No, I mean, it's literally just an amazing moment. And honestly, I'm so happy we got to see this as well. Still leaves up as well the question in the air of which team, which region is going to be the first to claim 2 titles as well. Or
Brazil.
Which team itself. Yeah, I mean, it might be
Why
Brazil.
are you questioning this? We're going to Brazil. They're going to do the back-to-back, and they're going to do the 2-time. I'm calling it right now when it comes to next year.
But it's also such a good way to end out kind of the open circuit era of Valorant here, in that there have been so many different teams that have been dominant, that have won their tournament, but we've never had an era. We've never had a team who could win 2 tournaments, who could win a back-to-back, who could continue to define a year or a moment by themselves. There's always something new in a new meta to be able to come out and claim that trophy.
Yeah, I think if you were going to define the last couple of years of Valorant, it would be the era of parity. The era where it feels like any team can have a tournament run and get on top. And that, to me, makes the consistency of teams like OpTic and now Loud so much more impressive. Because you aren't on top of the pack. Loud are not an absolutely dominant team, destroying everybody and blowing people out. They do that in Brazil, but when they come to the global stage, they've had to battle through monstrously good teams to get to this point and win in the grand finals. The competition could not be higher, and yet they've won.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible as well. It makes me so excited as well for the Americas League. I mean, for just next year as well, you're going to see these rivalries develop as well. You're going to see Brazil try and defend the title in their home city as well. I mean, next year it's just got so much up in the air and so much, honestly, to look forward to.
I don't, again, I'm going to double down. They're not going to try and defend that title, Brent. It's happening. The script is happening.
Hard ask.
I mean, we're literally going. We're going there, like you said, maybe never been a back-to-back, never being a 2-time. And if they're able to do that in Brazil next year, then all of the boxes have been checked. We got no more narratives. We're going to run out. What are you going to do?
I don't know. All my narratives, that's what carries my casting. Just repeating the storylines.
What a phenomenal day, though, for these players. I think it bears remembering again how young some of them are. Because we've talked a bit about Sassy and Sadak and how much they've put into this team. But at the start of this year, a super team was built around Sassy and Sadak. And what makes a super team? Superb players. They had to get Les and Aspas. Aspas was only known as like a ranked demon at the beginning of this year. He didn't have experience on the top level squad. Now he might win a finals MVP and be one of those players that you're looking at as a superstar of the future. Les as well, so young, has had his ups and his downs, but he sits on top of the world right now.
And what's been amazing about it too is for these players how much Brazil and South America as a region in general has gotten behind it. People at home love these guys, and I mean, what an achievement for not only the players in the server, but also just for the entire nation of Brazil to be able to again have an esport where they are the best.
I'm also glad that you mentioned the younger players, the older players, because when it comes to MVPs, I feel like in the past tournaments, there's been an obvious choice. There's been your kind of your Yays in there, back in the Sentinel, there's your Tenzes in there. But for this team, I feel like there's a shout for potentially any one of the 5. They've all been so good.
And that's what makes a super team, right? And that's, don't get it wrong, that is what Loud are. They've taken some of the best possible players at every role and put them together onto one team. No, I think Aspas was about to get kidnapped by the crowd. Xanax had to drag him back. He was too interested in the fan interactions.
Yeah, I mean, these players have just come so far as well, and for them to finally lift that trophy, it is just going to be a defining moment in all of their careers as well. And honestly, to carry forward that thought as well, that process, you know, 2023 was hinted at, Anna Donlan, she was saying about how, you know, there's going to be that built-in tournament system, the ability for people who, like Aspas, were known to just be ranked demons, and just to make that path easier, to see that new talent come up and to really foster that moving forwards in the Valorant esports ecosystem.
There's a chance for Baller. There's a chance.
He could do it.
He could do it. But I feel like we should do an unofficial desk MVP of the tournament. I think we did this last Champions when Ascend lifted the trophy. Who would you guys have as your unofficial desk?
Not for this match, but the entire tournament overall.
Let's do a tournament one.
Listen, I know this is going to be potentially an unpopular opinion because it's not from the winning team, but I would go with Ye because of how spectacular he was. And we said at the beginning of the day, Ye's looking like the best player in the world. Is it going to be enough? It wasn't enough. Loud were the better team. Loud were the best today. They outclassed them because they have 5 players who all turned up.
But I still think he's the best player in the world, and I still think he showed it in this performance. He had the most dominant tournament performance of any individual ever. But that still shows how good Loud is, because they didn't need a Yay. They didn't need that one player that is going to single-handedly take control. They had 5 players who can all perform at that incredibly high level and win tournaments like this one. I'd say he's the individual MVP too.
Yeah, I would throw in a little vote, honestly, for Les, I think, as well.
Great
because the age of this guy, to be able to perform on a global stage
he's
like
17.
this, he was setting up, and the roles he's playing as well. He was kind of like opened up a little bit in terms of just Chamber falling out of the meta, and he had to play in more and more roles for his team. That flexibility that he had to lean into prior, that he was seeing success in, and Les performed so damn well, man. I mean, the trading for his team was sublime, the huge multi-kill moments as well, to keep his team in this map as well, in this series. Just absolutely sublime gameplay.
Pancada would have been my shout. I'm sorry. Pancada would have been my shout. But what we think doesn't matter. It's about what you guys think at home. You guys voted for the Inzo Grand Finals player of the match a little bit earlier. Oh my goodness! It's a tie! It's a tie!
That is so close. I guess technically Les won it. Must have been by a couple of votes.
Yeah. It looks like a tie to me. But still, it's so, it just speaks so much to this matchup that Ospas and Les are so incredibly close in their performances that both are getting just practically the same number of votes.
Yeah, the poll is actually still open right now. So if you guys at home have a very passionate choice, you want, you can go and swing this. You can go and vote.
That is bonkers. But I would completely agree with Les. I mean, the guy was phenomenal. And it's such a different direction. If we're talking about Les and Yay, Les took the direction away from Chamber. Yay was going so hard into that role. With people talking about how broken Chamber is as an Asian, this tournament was more about people moving off of it and finding value elsewhere.
Well, you guys mentioned Yay already, but OpTic, what a formidable opponent. What a consistent 2 years they've had as well, Brent. But sadly, today, it wasn't their day.
Wasn't enough for them, but I think they can still be proud of their performance over these last 2 years. Just in the VCT Open circuit, they made a name for themselves. They were the absolute tyrants of North America at times. Delivered some iconic moments as well. I'm sure that will never be forgotten as well by those players.
Oh, it's all them!
Honestly, they can be. They're not going to be thinking it at the moment, not right now, but they can be immensely proud of what they've achieved, I think, over the course of their careers over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and while they can't make history as a 2-time champion, they do make history still in being the team that was in the most grand finals internationally of anyone. They made it to 3. No one else has been able to do that. This team, ever since they picked up Yay, attended every single international event that they had an opportunity to do so, and they performed incredibly well at all but one.
Yeah, I think it's still true that OpTic are the greatest team of the last 13 months, you could say, of the entire open circuit era, but that doesn't mean that they're the best every time. And today, Loud was the best. Today, Brazil is on top of the world. And that is a sad moment for OpTic. I'm sure they hate losing. They've talked about it so many times. But consistency only gets you so far. Today, Loud just had that extra little edge.
Well, we had a fake rivalry before. We got a real rivalry now, I feel like, the next time OpTic and Loud face each other. We're almost done for the day, but we cannot forget about the HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Les Mimi with an incredible ace.
I mean, at the final hour, in the map that mattered most, this guy just pulls off an absolutely unbelievable play. The amount of kills he was getting, by the way, in this match, just spamming through smokes with ghosts, it was absurd.
He's a dominant player. I mean, when he has his moments, he just feels like he can win around on his own. And that's the spectacular thing about having a player like that.
Yeah.
And think back about Loud, right? At the beginning of these early events, they always said, Brent, when you were asking them about it, they always said that it's about champions.
It's about champions.
They never
that was always their goal.
They never cared to get into Reykjavik finals. They were always looking forward to champions. Oh my God, what a long-term vision that was, and how it paid off.
Well, we don't have too much time left now, but it's been a crazy year. I just want to ask you guys, for your biggest takeaway of everything that happened over the last 12 months, your favorite moment.
Wow. โอเคไงก็เดี๋ยวมาเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้ก็ได้เวลาเล่นตามเดิมครับผมเล่นแล้วเพราะว่าไม่มีการแข่งขันหรือการดูอะไรนะก็จะมาเล่นปกติเหมือนเดิมนะครับมาโชว์มุมให้ชาวบ้านเขาดูเหมือนเดิมแล้วก็อย่าฝากมาติดตามกันด้วยนะใครที่อยู่ดูอย่าลืมกดติดตามด้วยนะครับเวลาเดิน2 ทุ่มต้นไปนะฮะแล้วก็คืนนี้ขอตัวหน่อยปวดท้องเจอกันนะขอบคุณที่อยู่ดูจบนะครับหลับกันดีได้ที่สอนนะ